Whitley and Alexander Sendys. Chapter 1. Lucy. Flour, sugar, cocoa, butter, Parmesan cheese. I tap my lip as I stare down at the array of ingredients in front of me. Something looks wrong. The faux marble laminate countertop is pristine, just how I like it when I'm setting up to bake something. The oven is already preheating, yet something doesn't seem quite right. Right. The Parmesan. Not usually a common ingredient when making brownies. I mentally smack myself. I'd opened the fridge to grab eggs, but clearly I let my distraction get the better of me. I bite my tongue and shove the cheese back into the fridge. It's crowded in there, filled with grass-fed butter and free-run eggs and all the fresh berries the local Korean market had in stock. But soon it'll probably be filled with beer and leftover pizza and whatever else 28-year-old dude bros like to eat. I sigh and grab 4 eggs and set them on the counter, snuggled up next to the mixing bowl where they won't roll away. Then I take a deep breath to try to draw my focus back to the task at hand. These brownies are going to be the only thing in the world right now. I'm not going to think about dude bros, or anything else for that matter. Besides, when it comes to this new living arrangement, the contents of the fridge are the least of my concerns. The sound of a heavy thud comes from the living room and I wince. The source of my current distraction is back. But I don't let myself go out there to investigate and instead focus on creaming my butter and sugar and taking liberal tastes of the batter as I go. Yes, even with the raw eggs. I'm wild like that. I work as slowly and deliberately as possible. Baking is my happy place, the thing that keeps me grounded and sane. And right at this moment, I need a dose of sanity. And chocolate. I definitely need chocolate too. I mix in the cocoa, the flour, a liberal sprinkle of sea salt. It's all coming together perfectly, so creamy and sweet. When you get brownies right, the batter practically glistens. And not to brag, but this bowl is a shining example. That's what I love about baking. It isn't foolproof, but if you follow the instructions, it always comes together the way it's supposed to. If only everything in life was that simple, and if only someone had bothered to tell my ex-boyfriend Lou that. I go back to creaming the butter, but now there's a viciousness to the way I attack the tiny lumps of flour. For 3 years, I'd put in the ingredients for a happy relationship with Lou Myers. Time, love, attention, affection. I thought it was only a matter of time before he, put a ring on it. After all, that's how things are supposed to come together, right? Relationships, like baking, are just a matter of following the recipe. At the end, if you've done everything right, you should get a perfect pan of brownies. Shouldn't you? Instead, 3 weeks ago, Lou had unceremoniously announced that he wasn't feeling it anymore, and that he thought we should break up. Break up! After 3 years! And for no damn good reason, as far as I could see. Not feeling it. Pfft, what does that even mean? I'd been racking my brain every day since then. Where did we go wrong? Did I forget an ingredient somewhere? Overmixed the batter? Salted when I should have sugared? Or maybe, I think bitterly as I attack another lump of flour, our metaphorical oven just wasn't hot enough. All I know is I haven't slept a night since it happened. I lie awake staring at the ceiling, my mind turning the recipe of our relationship over and over, trying to find the mistake. Because there has to be one. There has to be. Things don't just go so badly wrong for no reason. Another thud comes from the living room. I jolt at the sudden noise and drop an egg onto the floor. Damn it! It splatters over the cheap checkered linoleum. Yellow oozes through cracked white. I think that's the last of it. The voice from the living room is low and gruff and enough to make all my limbs tingle uncomfortably. I take a deep breath. I suppose I have to talk to him eventually. After all, he's going to be living here. I emerge from the kitchen and come face to face with Connor Pratt. Or, more specifically, with Connor Pratt's abs. There go my limbs, tingling again. Connor has his shirt pulled up, using the hem to wipe the sweat from his face. His perfectly sculpted abs glisten like he's in a men's cologne ad. It's really quite ridiculous. I'd roll my eyes if I could manage to tear them away from his midriff. "I think that's it," he says again, when he finally drops his shirt back into place and sees me standing there. With the offending muscles safely out of view, I'm free to roll my eyes as desired. You know, you could have put them right in your room, instead of leaving them out here in the living room. "I wanted to get them up here as fast as I could," he explained. "The truck's double parked." "Well, I'm just saying." He has this stupid half grin on his face, and it's so Connor. He always had such an attitude, even back when he was a cocky 16-year-old and I was the dumb little kid with a crush on her older brother's best friend. Of course, that was back before I understood what guys like him were really like. Now I know that those cocky grins come with equally cocky attitudes and a sense of entitlement that makes my skin crawl. No, I know guys like Connor. That's why I ended up with a sweet guy like Lou instead. Of course, look where that got me. Hiding out in my own kitchen making salted caramel heartbreak brownies where the salt came straight from my own tears. Okay, not really, but it might as well have. I fold my arms and stare down Connor. I'm determined not to let that grin have any effect on me whatsoever. Not like it used to. Well, just get them out of the way soon. I don't want to be tripping over them all month. "Aye, aye, Captain." He gives me a fake salute. Once again, I roll my eyes. I have to get back in the kitchen. I dropped an egg. Connor raises one eyebrow. "Is that a euphemism?" Even my hair blushes. No, I literally dropped an egg on the floor, and now I'm going to go clean it up. I scurry into the kitchen before I can potentially embarrass myself further. But as I clean up the broken egg and then get the brownies ready to go into the oven, I catch myself sneaking peeks into the living room. Connor had gone out to move the truck, but now he's back, and he's beginning to lug all the boxes of his things from the living room into his new bedroom. Watching him work is almost as satisfying as creaming butter and sugar together. His biceps bulge, his neck strains, and a sheen of sweat appears on his forehead. Every time he bends, his thighs flex, and as he lifts, those broad shoulders harden, testing the limits of the thin fabric of his t-shirt. I should go out there and offer to help him. It would be the nice thing to do. Then again, he'd probably just decline my offer anyway, I quickly reason. And the view is so much better from back here. I get so distracted by the Connor Pratt show that I forget all about the brownies. When a whiff of scorched chocolate catches my attention, I realize they've been in the oven far too long. Shit! I yank the door open and wave away the smoke. The brownies are dark and hard-looking, but at least they aren't on fire. I grab a dish towel and pull the pan out. A little burnt, but I need chocolate so badly right now that I decide to go ahead and call them edible. I set the pan on top of the oven to cool and frown. Good brownies should have a sheen to them, a beautiful crackle texture, like a perfectly worn leather purse. These look more like a beat-up suitcase you might find at the thrift store. Not exactly my best work. But at least I know where I went wrong. The recipe didn't fail me. It was just a simple case of human error. Or, more accurately, a simple case of Connor. I notice that it's gone quiet in the living room. I take off my apron, ball it up on the counter, and flick my hair once or twice to give it some body. Why? Not to impress Connor, if that's what you're thinking. That's just silly. But as I emerge into the living room, I find myself wishing for a slick of lip gloss, a spritz of perfume that isn't Eau de Burnt Brownies. Instead, the living room is empty. All the boxes, which had towered there earlier, are gone. I find Connor and all his stuff in his new bedroom. That was fast. I hover at the entrance. Well, someone said they didn't want all my stuff out in the living room forever. He reaches over and rips open one of the boxes, tearing through the packing tape like it's nothing more than gift wrap. I watch him for a minute. The room is pale yellow with fluttery ivory curtains over the old weather-beaten windows. I'd lived in this apartment for a couple of years now and had a string of roommates over that time. The room had most recently belonged to my friend Blake, but she moved out after getting married and having a baby. Now she lives in a swanky house in Connecticut, and I was left with custody of our Brooklyn walk-up. When she left, I hoped it would be the push Lou and I needed to take the next step forward. That maybe he'd finally agree to move in together. I pictured finally getting to give up this cruddy apartment, move in with Lou into his brand new condo down in the financial district. I hinted at it more than once, and he seemed to be warming up to the idea. Instead, he dumped me. Talk about a bait and switch. So I renewed my lease on this crappy place and raced to find a new roommate for the extra room. It was actually my brother who saved the day. Kyle called me up at the 11th hour with news that his lifelong best friend Connor had left his job out in California and was moving back to New York City. He needed a place to stay until he got back on his feet. Was I still looking for a roommate? I didn't exactly jump at the opportunity. Inviting Connor Pratt back into my life seemed like an idea that was all kinds of bad. But I've had so many random, read terrible, roommates in this city that taking on another stranger just felt too emotionally exhausting to even contemplate. Connor might have been an arrogant asshole, but at least he was a known entity. Also, to the best of my knowledge, he didn't own any pet snakes or have aspirations of becoming a professional clog dancer, unlike some of my former roommates. Connor pulls something out of the box and holds it up. It's a plastic Yoda, about 10 inches tall. I can't help but laugh. I can't believe you still have that. I remembered Connor lugging it around with him when we were kids. It was a gift from my dad, my 12th birthday. I'll never get rid of it. What do you think? Want it on display out in the living room? I pretend to consider. No, I think it would look much better in here. Suit yourself. He sets it down on the bookshelf. The little face seems to be laughing at me. Connor rips open another one of the cardboard boxes. He's moving through them at a lightning pace. In this one, I spy a stack of books. Actually, the whole box appears to be filled with books. I try to peek at the titles, but Connor looks up again. It smells good in here. Is that you? Me? Color creeps up the back of my neck. Why am I sweating so much? Yeah, did you bake something? Smells like chocolate. Oh, right. I made brownies. They're a little burnt, but I hope you're planning to share. There's that stupid grin again, and yep, there's the corresponding flutter in my chest. This is going to be a long few months. Yes, you can have some. Whatever. Great. He's still grinning. Does he have a disorder or something? Jeez. Well, I'll leave you to your unpacking, or whatever. Okay. So your room is just right next door, huh? Yes. There's a defensive tone in my voice. I don't know where it comes from or why, but if Connor senses it, he chooses to ignore it. That should be fun. His grin spreads into a full-blown smirk. What's that supposed to mean? This time he notices. He throws his hands up in the air with a laugh. Relax, sweet. I'm just making a joke. Ha! I deadpan. See, there you go. That's how a person normally responds to jokes. Right. I stand there for another minute until it becomes uncomfortable. Well, I'm going to go and do something. Bye. He raises one eyebrow. Bye. Somehow the single word manages to sound arrogant and sarcastic and sexy all at once. I have no intention of letting him get the better of me any longer, so I give him a perfunctory nod. It's always been like this with Connor. When I was young, I had this stupid crush on him, and even though he practically lived at our house, every time I saw him, I'd turn into a flustered, flaky loser. That was half the reason I'd started baking so long ago. He and my brother barely spent any time in the kitchen, so it was a safe place to get away from him. But that doesn't mean things have to be like that now, I reason with myself. After all, we're both grown-ups. The crush is long gone, and I doubt Connor even knew about it to begin with. So there's no reason I can't be civil with him. Plus, for better or worse, Connor lives here now too, and he's new to the city. I don't even know if he knows anyone here other than me and Kyle. So the least I can do is be a little more welcoming. I backtrack towards his room and peek my head around the corner. I mean to just make some casual comment, to tell him I'm looking forward to having him here or some other benign platitude. Instead, I find him stripping off his t-shirt. All reasonable thoughts and words go flying out of my mouth. He peels the fabric from his frame in excruciating slow motion, then balls it up as he notices me hovering again. Hi. Welcome. Hi. I stammer. It's literally the only thing I can manage, other than licking my lips wildly like a cartoon puppy. My eyes are locked on his abs. They barely even look human, but like something an anatomy student might study. The perfect human form. He even has a hint of a tan, I guess because he's been living in California, where they do things like, go to the beach occasionally. What was that? He asks as he wipes his face with his t-shirt, which is still in his hands instead of on his body where it rightfully belongs. I lick my lips again, not knowing anymore what I came in here for or even what my name is or how words work. The brownies are in the kitchen, if you want some later. Help yourself. Thanks, sweet. Don't mind if I do. This time, when I scamper down the hallway, I don't look back. I know that if I do, I'll only increase my odds of saying something moronic or embarrassing. And I'm already moronically inclined as it is. I don't need anything extra pushing me in that direction. When I get to my bedroom, I lock myself inside. For a minute, I just lean against the back of the door, waiting for my breathing to return to normal. I can't believe I'm going to be living with this guy for the foreseeable future. What was I thinking when I agreed to this arrangement? All I can say now is, this is definitely going to be very interesting.
Chapter 2. Connor. Well, this is definitely going to be very interesting. That's the thought that pops into my mind when I catch my first glimpse of Lucy Sweet. I haven't seen that girl in at least 6 years, not since I was heading off for my final year of college with her brother Kyle, my best friend, then and now. She hovers just at the edge of the living room, wringing her hands on some kind of fabric. I suddenly feel sweaty and gross, standing in front of the improbably delectable Lucy Sweet. In my mind, she's still sweet 16, with a glossy brown ponytail and those perfect pink lips. Of course, she isn't 16 anymore, but she looks almost exactly like she did back then. The same bouncy ponytail, the same candy pink lips, only now she also has the body of a woman instead of a gangly teenager. Lucy Sweet has grown up and out in all the right places. That's when I find myself thinking it. This is going to be very interesting. I slowly let my shirt fall back into place, and trust me, I don't miss the way her big brown eyes stay glued to my abs. I can't say I blame her. They're quite the abs, if I do say so myself. And like Lucy, I've grown up a lot since the last time she saw me. A late growth spurt in college, plus 40 pounds of muscle thanks to my personal trainer, plus The fact that my mom no longer cuts my hair, that's definitely helped things along too. Lucy stammers a greeting. I think about going in for a hug, but she's twisting her apron. Yes, I realize now it's an apron. How fucking adorable is that? So nervously that I think I might spook her if I do. We exchange some small talk, and then she stops abruptly.
I have to go. I dropped an egg.
Is that a euphemism? I tease. Her neck flushes. Bright pink covers her skin, painting a mottled trail across her chest, or at least the part of her chest that isn't covered by the peach-colored t-shirt she's wearing. She bolts into the kitchen before I can admire it any further. I head back down to the truck and start lugging up the rest of my boxes. Kyle was supposed to be here helping me, but he'd been called in for an extra shift at the hospital. I couldn't exactly hold it against him. He works at a busy ER here in the city, and I figure his sick, shot, and stabbed patients are probably a little more important than helping me lug boxes up a 4-floor walk-up. I didn't bring that much stuff with me anyway. I wanted to leave my San Jose life far behind me, so I donated all my furniture, sold my apartment and my Tesla, and ditched anything and everything that reminded me of Farrah. Then I rented a pickup truck, threw a bunch of boxes in the back, and called it a day. Now, here I am, starting over in New York. A stupid, impulsive decision? Maybe, but I'm a stupid and impulsive kind of guy, I guess. It doesn't take me long to unload the last few boxes and the single duffel bag of clothes from the truck and, per Lucy's wishes, deposit everything directly into my new bedroom. When I'm done, I take a moment to look around the space. It's nothing fancy. Reminds me of the kind of apartments I lived in while I was in college, actually. The walls are pale yellow, and there's a double bed, already made up in faded sheets and an old patchwork quilt, which I'm sure Lucy has already gone to the trouble of washing for me. There's a small bookcase that looks like it came from IKEA. Good old Billy, even more popular with college students than Jack Daniels and Captain Morgan combined. I remember it well. There's also a small desk and a wooden chair, a nightstand with a wild little lamp, with a base shaped like a salmon jumping out of a lake. I recognize the aesthetic immediately as thrift store chic. Even though I don't have many boxes, they take up most of the floor space, so I get right to work on unloading them. It's mostly books anyway, and a few DVDs I can't bear to part with, even though I don't even own a DVD player anymore. My laptop, that's really about it. Oh, and a box of vintage sneakers. What can I say? Sometimes men like to splurge on shoes, too. I'm about halfway through the boxes when I hear Lucy making her way down the hall. She hovers outside my door, and for a minute I pretend I don't notice her. I wait for her to say something, and when she doesn't, I finally look up.
That was fast,
she blurts when she sees me looking. She eyes the boxes covering the floor. Well, someone said they didn't want all my stuff out in the living room forever. I give her a grin, and her cheeks color again. There's something a little too appealing about that, so I reach down and rip open one of the boxes and start sorting through a stack of books. There's an eclectic mix. Business books, graphic novels, old coding manuals, a few ragged sci-fi paperbacks. I don't read as much as I used to. Once the company took off, I really didn't have time for it anymore. But I figure now that I'm sans job, I might have time again. That's why the books had made the cut and been loaded into the back of the truck for the long drive from San Jose to here, when not much else had. Lucy is still standing there watching me. I try to crack a couple of jokes with her, but the scowl never leaves her face. For a second I wonder what I've done to piss her off, and then I remember that's just the way Lucy has always looked at me. To her, I've always been nothing more than her older brother's friend, and she's never been anything to me but Kyle's sort of annoying little sister, which is why it's weird for me to be noticing the way her dark ponytail hangs down over her shoulder, the way her tiny little nose wrinkles every time I call her Sweet, which is her last name, by the way, so don't go thinking it means anything more than that, and the way my blood seems to stir when I catch her staring at my abs again later. Very weird indeed. When I walk into Veneer later that evening, I spot Kyle immediately. He looks exhausted, but he stands when he sees me, a genuine smile on his face. We exchange a hug. Not one of those half-assed bro hugs either, a real hug. I've known Kyle since we were in first grade, and were fighting over the same model train set in class one day. We compromised by fashioning a second train out of rolled-up tubes of construction paper, and then proceeded to demolish that train by running the real train into it and pretending the entire thing went up in a fiery blaze of ruin and destruction. Huh, good times. We've been best buds ever since. "It's great to see you, man," Kyle says when we pull apart. "You look like shit." I wince. "Hey, thanks, but I could say the same for you." Kyle does kind of look like shit. There are dark circles under his eyes and lines around his mouth that definitely weren't there the last time I saw him, which was, 3 years ago, I think? Not since he came out to California that one time. He scrubs a hand over his jaw as if he can feel me noticing the fine lines around his mouth. "Yeah, well, I'm just getting off a 48-hour shift. What's your excuse?" "Same?" He chuckles. "How was the drive?" "Not bad. Probably should have flown, though. A little too much time to think when it's nothing but you in the open road." He grins ruefully. "I wish I had that problem. These days I don't get half a second to think, it seems like." "That busy, huh?" Kyle had always wanted to be a doctor, but he decided to specialize in trauma surgery partway through medical school. I had to admire him for it. While I was living the Lux life in San Jose, he was busting his ass working killer hours and saving lives. Not that I didn't pull my share of all-nighters in the early days of the startup, but it's hardly the same. My nights were spent staring at a computer screen and dosing myself with Red Bull while I fought with some critical bit of code or put the finishing touches on a presentation. Kyle, meanwhile, was removing bullets from gunshot victims and literally putting people back together. My blood, sweat, and tears were all metaphorical. Kyle's were real. In case this is coming off as any kind of sour grapes, let me assure you it's not. I couldn't be more proud of Kyle, but his path wasn't mine. Maybe he's just a better person than I am. I've made my peace with that. It takes all kinds, after all. "How's Lucy?" he asks as I order a pint from the waitress who doesn't even look old enough to be drinking beer, never mind serving it. She's great. It was really good seeing her." The tiniest speck of guilt starts to warm my stomach. I definitely had some thoughts about Lucy this afternoon that Kyle would not approve of. That, hell, I don't even approve of. This is little Lucy Sweet we're talking about, after all. Good. I have to make my way over there soon. We usually try to have dinner at least once a month, but I've had to cancel the last couple of times. She's still upset over that boyfriend? Boyfriend? The speck of guilt morphs into something else. Relief, maybe? Because if Lucy has a boyfriend, then there's no risk of anything happening there. Not that there was ever a risk, really. Like I said, this is little Lucy Sweet we're talking about. But a boyfriend eliminates even the risk of a risk, if you know what I mean. Kyle takes a pull on his beer. "Yeah, she was seeing this guy up until recently, and I think she's pretty bummed about it. I feel bad that I haven't been able to see her more." "Right." I take a swallow of my beer without saying anything else. "So much for that." "Can't say I'm too sad that she's through with that guy," Kyle muses. "You know, they went out for 3 years, and I never met the guy once. That's kind of messed up, right?" "Yeah, I guess." "I know it's partly my schedule, but I really made an effort, you know? But every time we were supposed to get together, this clown wouldn't show. Lucy had some excuse about how he had a headache or a big meeting to get ready for, some bullshit. I don't know. Never gave me a great feeling about the guy. Don't blame you. I try to imagine the kind of guy Lucy would have gone out with. I never would have pictured her with some arrogant Wall Street bro type, but based on the picture Kyle's painting, sounds like that's exactly the kind of guy he was. Doesn't she know she could do so much better than that? Anyway, Kyle continues, draining the last of his beer and reaching for the fresh one the waitress has dropped off. That's part of why I thought it would be great if you guys could live together for a while. I feel bad that I don't have as much time for her as I'd like, and I think she could use the support right now. You're a familiar face, and I'm sure she'll feel better having you around. Plus, you can vet any potential new boyfriends and help me weed out the losers. Ha! Yeah! Absolutely! I find myself nodding, but I suddenly feel incredibly uneasy. The last thing I need is to get involved with Lucy's love life. Not because of anything to do with her, of course. But when has it ever worked out well for one roommate to be chaperoning another? No, thank you. But I don't say that to Kyle. After all, the guy's been my best friend since the greatest train derailment of the century. If he wants me to keep an eye on his little sister, isn't that the least I can do? We shoot the shit for another couple of hours and pound back a few more beers. It's good catching up with him, and by the time we leave, I'm starting to feel the first glimmer of enthusiasm for what my life might look like here in New York. I showed up here with no plan, but at least I have a friend, and sometimes that's all you need. But when I'm walking towards the subway, warm with the buzz of beer in my blood, I think about Lucy back at the apartment, probably asleep already, in the bedroom right next door to mine. Little Lucy Sweet, Kyle's sister, my new roommate, and maybe a source of very real trouble.
Chapter 3. Lucy. Eggs, milk, sugar, vanilla. I survey the ingredients laid out on the countertop. No errant cheese or other random ingredients have made their way into the mix this time. That's a plus. Connor is still sleeping, or at least he's still in his room with the door closed, but I woke up at 7 and couldn't get back to sleep, so I decided to get up and make a nice breakfast. Something Connor can have when he gets up. I figure it's the least I can do after being an awkward weirdo yesterday. I preheat the oven and then mix together the eggs, the milk, the sugar, a dash of vanilla, a sprinkle of cinnamon. I slice up the ciabatta loaf. This French toast casserole took me ages to perfect, but now it's one of my favorite breakfasts if I have someone to impress. Not that I'm trying to impress Connor or anything, that's just silly. But feeding people is kind of my thing. When I don't know what to do, I bake. I get the casserole prepped and into the oven just as Connor emerges from his bedroom. I wait for him to come into the kitchen, but he doesn't. Instead, he heads straight for the bathroom. In a minute, I hear the shower turn on. The pipes clang inside the walls. No problem. He'll be out eventually. I return to the kitchen to clean up. Our kitchen is so tiny that the dishes need to be done as soon as I cook anything. Otherwise, the entire place starts to feel like a danger zone. I put my laptop on the table and stream some music as I work. Eventually, I hear Connor come out of the bathroom. He comes partly into the kitchen, then stops. Good morning. I fluff my hair once and wipe my hands on the pink apron I'm wearing. Connor doesn't answer. He stares at me for a second too long, grunts something unintelligible, and then stomps back to his bedroom. I made breakfast. I call after him, but all I hear is the loud close, not quite a slam, but not quite not a slam either, of his bedroom door. Fine, I think with a huff. Eventually, the casserole finishes baking and I pull it out of the oven. It looks perfect. Eggy and sweet and just lightly browned on top. Connor still hasn't come out of his room, so I busy myself with making a pot of coffee, then a bowl of fresh whipped cream. I slice up fruit and dig out a bottle of real maple syrup, straight from Canada, shipped to me from another food blogger I know who lives north of the border. Still no Connor. When I start slicing the strawberries into fussy little rosettes, I know I've gone too far. I'll just go let Connor know the food is ready and he can come out if he wants to. I'm starving. I pad down the hallway to his room where I find the door closed. There's music playing inside. I rap softly on the door and wait, but there's no answer. I knock again. Connor? Still no answer. I knock harder. Connor! The music is loud, some kind of horrible thrash metal. I see his taste in music hasn't improved since he was a teenager. Connor, I made breakfast. I'm practically shouting now, and there's still no response from the other side of the door. This is just rude. I've been in the kitchen for over an hour now, slaving away over a hot stove, and he's just going to ignore me? I push the door open. Jesus, Connor, can you... I freeze. Connor is laying back on his bed, and he's mid-stroke. I can't move. I should close the door. I should run far, far away. I should remember that grown-ups close their bedroom doors for a reason. But I'm frozen. My eyes are glued to what's happening in front of me. Connor, lying shirtless on his bed. Connor, with a pair of sweatpants yanked down low on his hips. Connor, with his fist wrapped around his thick cock. Connor Pratt, jerking off 4 feet away from me. His eyes widen, but I can tell he's too far gone to stop. His hand moves up and down his dick again, and then suddenly an arc of fluid is shooting up over his stomach, landing right in the crease of his washboard abs. "Lucy, He pants. He doesn't finish the sentence. There's a high-pitched keening noise coming from somewhere in the apartment. For a second, I wonder if I've accidentally left something in the oven, if the smoke detector is going off. And then I realize that high-pitched keening noise is me. Are you okay? Connor has gone from looking embarrassed to looking concerned. The maple syrup is from Canada, I blurt. He looks down at the pool of fluid on his abs, which is slowly turning transparent. Okay. His brow wrinkles. No, not that. Oh my God. My face burns red, but my eyes are still glued to his cock, which is still wrapped in his fist, even though it's starting to soften now. He finally seems to realize this. He clears his throat and hitches his sweats back up. Once his dick is no longer visible, the trance seems to break. What were you saying about maple syrup? Connor, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I didn't think. I should have knocked. Yeah, you should have. But I also should have locked the door. He reaches for a tissue and wipes away the viscous liquid that's pooled on his abs. No, really, it's my fault. I should have... God, my throat is so dry. But other parts of me are not dry at all. I clench my thighs together and try to breathe. Well, let's just maybe not mention it again. Never, I promise. Even though I know that image is going to stay with me for a long time. A very long time. When I'm old and infirm and lying on my deathbed, I'm going to remember the day I walked in on Connor Pratt jerking off. I'll probably tell the hospice nurses about it. My children will up my morphine and pray for me to die. Connor stands up and crosses the room in a couple of easy steps. It's amazing how much space he seems to take up. Even when he's 3 feet away from me, he seems to be right there. You promise? He's wearing that cocky grin again, the same as yesterday, which I take to mean he's recovered from his embarrassment. Pinky promise. I hold out my little finger towards him. He looks down at my hand, and then at his own, which is still holding the used tissue. Maybe I'll just wash my hands first. Right, good idea. My cheeks flame red. Anyway, the reason I came in here was to tell you that I made breakfast. French toast casserole. And maple syrup. Canadian. And there's coffee, too. You did? Connor arches his brows. The expression briefly makes him look innocent and sweet. I know better, of course. There's definitely nothing innocent or sweet about this man. That's really nice of you, sweet. I had no idea this place was a bed and breakfast. Well, don't get used to it, I tease. My cheeks are still warm. My whole body is warm, really. I think I need a cold shower, not a hot coffee. It's in the kitchen. Help yourself. I leave Connor in his room and start down the hallway to my own bedroom. Aren't you going to have breakfast with me? He calls. I'll be there in a bit, I promise. Feel free to get started. I'm just going to, I close the door without finishing the sentence and then collapse face down onto my unmade bed. I don't emerge for another hour. I can't bear to look Connor in the eye. I hear him moving around in the kitchen and then eventually going back to his room, and then later he hovers out in the hallway for a bit. Finally, I hear the front door of the apartment open and close. It's not until I know he's left the premises that I finally breathe a sigh of relief. Even with him gone, I still creep down the hallway to the kitchen as if at any moment I might walk in on him. Or, more specifically, on his penis. Oh, God. Just thinking about it makes my head spin. Every detail of that moment is burned into my brain now. The long line of his body sprawled out on the bed, the thick head of his cock protruding over his fist, winking at me from the doorway, and most of all, the dark way he'd looked at me. The way our eyes had locked, something burning between us that had nothing to do with oven temperatures. Or maybe I imagined that part. Yes, I'm sure I imagined that part. There's never been anything between Connor and I. Okay, maybe a little crush on my end, but that was just a silly kid thing. Seeing him like that today just activated a slightly deranged part of my brain, that's all. In the kitchen, I find the half-eaten brunch casserole has been covered and put in the fridge, and all the rest of the breakfast dishes are loaded in the dishwasher. The coffee pot is empty, but there's a Post-it note stuck to the pot that says, "Just hit brew." When I open it up, I find it pre-filled with water and fresh ground coffee. Guilt fills me. I'm the one who walked in on him, and now he's the one tiptoeing around me. I shouldn't make him feel bad or weird about something everyone does, right? I should just be cool. Easier said than done, of course. I scoop out a serving of cold casserole, dump what most people would call an excessive amount of whipped cream on my plate, and press the button to start the coffee machine. By the time I'm finished eating, my skin has finally stopped burning. Then the apartment door opens and Connor rolls back in. He's drenched in sweat. He's bare-chested, his damp t-shirt slung over his shoulder. He's still wearing the same sweats he was wearing earlier, which hang low on his hips. So low, I can see the deep V of his pelvis, the line of light hairs that lead down to his happiest of happy places. Hey. He uses his t-shirt to wipe a thin film of sweat off his brow. His chest still glistens. I almost offer to lick it off. Instead, I say something a million times more embarrassing. It's okay that you masturbate. It's fine. Oh my God. Way to go, Lucy. Super smooth. Connor stops mid-brow swipe. Thanks? I just don't want you to feel weird about it. He smirks. Trust me, I don't. Well, good, because it's fine. It's great, really. Oh yeah? You think it's great? He's strolling towards me, and my eyes are compulsively drawn to the bulge in his pants. What is it about men in sweatpants? They shouldn't be hot, but somehow they are. Maybe it's something about the easy access, the way that certain shapes and sizes are just a little more visible than they should be. This must be how guys feel when women go around without bras. I don't mean great. No, I'm really flustered. I just mean that I don't want you to feel awkward or anything. This is your house too, and I promise I'm always going to knock from now on. Oh, I don't feel awkward. He crosses by me into the kitchen to get a glass of water. And you should feel free to wander in any time. Maybe next time you'll do more than just watch. I can barely swallow. But then he gives me a wink, and just like that, the spell is broken. That's the cocky Connor I remember. Nothing's real with him. He's just a perpetual tease. I scowl at him. I was just trying to be nice. He finishes off his water and shakes out his thick, dark hair. I know, and I appreciate it. He runs the tap again and refills his glass. When his back is to me, he says, "Sometimes, for guys, it's kind of something we do to distract ourselves." And what do you need to distract yourself from? He turns back around, leans against the counter, and considers me. The smirk is gone now, and for once, Connor looks half serious. I don't know what Kyle told you about me leaving California, but it wasn't exactly on the best terms. Oh? My interest is piqued. I was seeing someone out there, and it went south. In a really bad way. Kind of did a number on me. Oh, I didn't know that, no. A mix of emotions run through me. Outrage on Connor's behalf, shock that any woman would be stupid enough to let him go, and maybe a twinge of jealousy that there's a woman out there with the power to mess with his head like that. He shrugs, back to his boyish self now. There were other reasons I wanted to leave, but that gave me the push I needed. I left my company, sold the apartment, donated most of my stuff to charity, and he spreads his hands wide. Here I am, jerking off in my spare room. The words pop out of my mouth before I can stop them. I cringe in embarrassment, but Connor laughs. Exactly. Though, I have to warn you, the bathroom isn't safe either. Good to know. I pretend to grimace, but warmth pools low in my belly. Well, in case you're interested, I just got out of a relationship too. This guy Lou, who, well, I thought we had a future together. Turns out we didn't. Kyle told me. He admits. I'm sorry. Thanks. We're both quiet for a minute, then Connor grins. We're quite the sad pair, aren't we? We really are. But for the first time in a while, I don't feel quite so sad. Chapter 4. Lucy. You're late, Olivia announces. She brandishes her glass at me like a weapon. Yes, but I brought cookies. Forgiven. I dump the 2 bags on the table right in the middle, and everyone immediately begins pawing through them. So what did we get this time? Salted caramel brownie bites, key lime coconut hand pies, pecan pie pretzel bars, I can't remember what else. Olivia grins. That's enough. The rest will be a fun surprise. Being a baking blogger means I always have an extreme excess of sweets in my apartment. And even with Connor in the house now, there's no way we could ever go through everything I make in the course of a week. So my friends get to bear the brunt of my obsession. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear you're just using me for your sugar hookup. I tease, and Olivia pretends to look horrified. Never. Just don't test the theory, okay? Because I can't make any promises about what would happen if you stopped hand-delivering me brownies every week. Mama needs her fix. Noted. I grin as I slip into my seat between Olivia and Tess. At 30, Olivia is the oldest in our group of friends, which means she likes to refer to herself as our mother hen. She's also the only one of us with what I think of as a real grown-up job. She's an accountant, which means she actually wears a suit and goes to a stuffy office every day. Don't hog them all, Livy, Kennedy says, nudging Olivia's shoulder. Kennedy is Olivia's baby sister, and as such is probably the only person on the planet who can get away with calling her Livy. Don't fight, ladies, I laugh. There's plenty for everyone. I nudge the other bag over to Kennedy, who starts pulling things out, handing them over to Sam and Tess. Sam is already whipping out her phone. She digs a brownie out of a Tupperware container and sets it down on one of the red napkins at our table. She holds her phone up over it, twisting it this way and that to get the perfect angle. Of all of us, Sam is the only person who might actually spend more time online than I do. She does social media for one of those hip PR firms downtown, which means her whole livelihood is predicated on being cool. Here, try this. I take a second red napkin and fold it into a triangle and layer it over the first napkin under the brownie. Perfect. Sam grins and snaps her pic. You know all the tricks. Only for brownies. I still haven't mastered the selfie angle. We amuse ourselves by practicing our duck faces for a few minutes until a waiter appears at our table. Hi, ladies, I'm Ahmed. Can I start you off with some drinks? Suddenly, everyone at our table is sitting up straight, chests out. Sam flicks her hair back and hides the brownie. I bite back a smile. The waiter is definitely cute, if you like that long hair, motorcycle jacket, wannabe actor sort of thing, which apparently almost everyone at this table does. Normally, I'd be right there with them, but something about him isn't doing it for me tonight. Maybe if he was taller, with broader shoulders. If he had shorter, messy brown hair instead of black. If he had green eyes instead of brown. You know, if he looked like Connor. I groan. Bad, Lucy, bad. Tess sneaks a glance over at me. Are you okay? She mouths. I give her a quick nod, but she doesn't quite look convinced. Of all the girls here, Tess is the one I've known the longest and am probably the closest to. We were roommates our freshman year of college, randomly assigned to cohabitate, and, lucky for us, it worked out so well we kept it up for all 4 years. I look around at my friends as they bat their eyes at Ahmed, and I can't help but smile. I find myself playing my usual game, thinking about what ingredients they'd be in the recipe of my life. It's something I've done for as long as I can remember, a way to understand people and who we are in the world. Like me, for instance. I'm chocolate, maybe even white chocolate. Likeable, comforting, fairly sweet, but easy to overdose on. Goes well with lots of other things, fruit, mint, peanut butter, caramel. I'm adaptable that way. Now Tess is sugar. Sweet, achingly so, with her curly blonde hair and her wide blue eyes and her heart-shaped lips. Just looking at her can make your teeth hurt. But like sugar, she's a huge part of all my favorite recipes, and she's perfectly balanced out by the rest of us. I love her innocence, her bald-faced enthusiasm for the good. Olivia, well, she'd be flour, the glue that holds our group together. The sensible one, practical, a bit dry, and a pantry staple, no doubt. I don't know what I'd do without her. Sam is our baking powder. She makes the entire group rise, you know. If you're whining about a man, she's the first one to tell you that you're just fine on your own. And she never hesitates to call you on any bullshit. She raises the entire caliber of the group. Plus, a little of her goes a really long way. I can take a cup of Olivia or Tess, but sometimes with Sam, a pinch is all you need. I say that out of the utmost love, of course. Kennedy has to be something way more out there. Like those green maraschino cherries, or, I don't know, unicorn-shaped rainbow sprinkles. She's different than the rest of us. She likes healing crystals and astrology, and takes a complicated tincture of overpriced herbs she picks up monthly from a somewhat sketchy naturopath in Chelsea. We only started hanging out with her because she was Olivia's little sister and she'd come along once in a while for fun. But now she's become everyone's little sister, and I can't imagine our group without her, even if she is always trying to foist her healing mushroom teas on us. And lest you think I'm too much of a skeptic, I did try the tea once. It didn't do anything but give me heartburn and make my entire apartment smell like a bog. Even though Kennedy's the youngest of all of us, she's also the only one with a steady boyfriend. A guy named Jeremy, who she's been going out with since high school. High school! I don't even have books I owned in high school, and she still has a whole person. So, that's the group of us. Our ingredients. Connor, I think. What would Connor be? Sausage, I decide immediately. Then I promptly push that thought out of my head. Probably something more arrogant and obnoxious, like maybe briny black olives. Or some kind of pepper, something so annoyingly spicy you can only handle a pinch before your whole meal is ruined. Earth to Lucy, I hear, and I shake my head, trying to clear it of thoughts of Connor's spicy sausage. I find all the girls plus Ahmed staring at me expectantly. Right, sorry. I'll have a strawberry margarita. Ahmed raises one perfect eyebrow and then gives us all a sexy smile. If he actually does want to be an actor, he's got the facial expressions down pat. And heads off to put in our order. There's some brief discussion over whether Sam should ask out Ahmed when he comes back. Then Olivia turns to me. I forgot to ask, how's the new roommate? The chatter stops, and they all turn to look at me. I look around. Are our drinks here yet? I think I need lubrication for this conversation. Olivia raises her eyebrows. Is it that good or that bad? Both? Ahmed returns at that moment, depositing our drinks in front of us, and after we've raised our glasses together, they all turn back to me. So, it's Connor, right? Some guy you know from Philadelphia? I nod, sucking back a giant swallow of my margarita. Kyle's BFF. So what's wrong? He's got to be better than your roommate who claimed to be allergic to showering. He is. It's just... I take another sip from my glass. I can't quite meet anyone's gaze. What's going on? I saw him, Their eyes are all on me. Naked? Tess breathes. I'm telling you, no one needs to get laid more than that girl. No, he wasn't naked, but he was... I can't even say it. Instead, I mime it, moving my hand up and down furiously in my lap. The girls all scream in laughter. Half the bar turns around to stare at us. Guys are so disgusting, Olivia grimaces. Oh, it wasn't disgusting. It was hot. Hot? Her lips purse. That is not hot. Oh, trust me, it was. I bring my drink to my lips and don't stop until I hear a slurping noise and realize I've sucked the whole thing back. A warm glow covers my skin, but I don't know if that's the alcohol or the memory of Connor and his... insert lewd hand motion here. How is it other than the... I consider the question. Okay, I guess. He's very appreciative of my baked goods, which is nice. I bet he is. Sam arches one eyebrow, a smart talent I wish I could master. I laugh. No, I mean really. He has a very enthusiastic appetite. I bet he does, Sam says again, that perfectly groomed eyebrow still perfectly arched. Stop. I take another sip of my drink only to remember that it's empty. I flag down Ahmed. He's flirting with another table of women nearly identical to ours, and point to our glasses. He gives me a finger gun, which I take to mean that he's on it. You're going to sleep with him, Sam proclaims, as if it's decided. I am not, I gasp. He's just... No. Come on, it doesn't have to be serious. You're on the rebound. You need to get over Lou, and you already know you have a perfectly working dick just down the hall from you. Why not take advantage of it? Sam looks like she thinks this is the most logical thing in the world. I laugh, because surely they have to be kidding. But the four of them exchange a glance. Sam looks smug, Olivia looks thoughtful, Tess looks embarrassed, Kennedy looks like she could use a mushroom tea. What? I say again. I'm not sleeping with him, you guys. For one thing, he's my roommate. For another thing, I've known him since I was a kid. He's my brother's best friend. It's just not something that's ever going to happen. Besides, he's so not my type. He's a total player. There it is, Sam says with a roll of her eyes. Where what is? The real reason. What does that mean? He's a player, or you think he is, and so you won't touch him with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, so? Is that such a bad thing? When it comes to a relationship, sure, it's fine. When it comes to rebound sex, who cares? But I'm shaking my head. No way. You know how I feel about guys like that. Not happening. Sam looks like she's about to say something else, but right at that moment, Ahmed returns with our drinks, and she turns her attention temporarily back to him. The thing is, Sam's right. I don't touch guys like Connor. Too good-looking, too charming, too everything. They're the kind of guys who hurt you, who walk out on a Saturday morning to get ice cream for the kids and never come back. The kind of guys who will hurt you so bad you can't get out of bed for weeks. Can't even fix your kids a can of soup for dinner because you can't stop crying. I saw it happen to my mother, and I refuse to live through it myself. I know what you're thinking. Classic daddy issues. And you're not wrong. I was 5 when my father walked out on us, and it imprinted on me in a way I can barely comprehend. People think it's not a big deal when a parent leaves. They think that because it's so common, it must not hurt that bad. But they mistake common for benign. A blister is common too, but imagine having a blister for your entire life. A raw, rubbing wound, always making you question and doubt what you're able to do, what you're able to accomplish. Sure, I had a wonderful childhood overall. My mother worked her ass off to do that for me and Kyle. Money was tight, and so was time. She worked 2 jobs. But she showered us with affection and praise and never made us feel like we were anything less than amazing. But even with that, we still felt the absence, the father-shaped hole in our lives. I think it's what drove Kyle to become a doctor, to prove that he could be a success, that he was worthy. And it drove me to, well, it drove me in the opposite way, to play safe. I knew I never wanted to end up with anyone even remotely like my father. I'd been left by that kind of man once before, and I'd never let it happen again. That's why I dated nice, normal guys like Lou. I guess that's why it hit me so hard when he wanted to break up. Lou should have been perfect, the vanilla to my chocolate. He was reliable, hardworking, handsome, but not too, charming, but not too, funny, but not, well, actually not really funny at all. Lou didn't have much of a sense of humor, but that's okay, because I didn't love him for his jokes. I loved him because he was dependable, because he would never hurt me. Or so I thought. "I can't believe you just did that!" Olivia shrieks. I blink and turn my focus back to the girls, only to find Sam smugly tucking a napkin into her purse. "Are you actually going to call him?" "Of course. He's cute, and I haven't had a date in over 2 weeks." Apparently, when I wasn't paying attention, Sam actually did ask out our waiter. Can't say I'm surprised. "Over 2 weeks," Olivia snorts. "Wow, what a dry spell." Olivia is famous among our group for being the only one who seems to have zero interest in dating. I think she had a boyfriend once before I met her, but her life seems to revolve around work and nothing else. "Hey, don't judge me," Sam shoots back. "No one is forcing you to live life in the cloisters, you know." "I don't need a man," Olivia insists. "I already have 3 of them. Jennings, Wexler, and Rowe." We all chant in unison, laughing. After 4 years, we all know the punchline to her favorite joke before she even makes it. Jennings, Wexler, and Rowe is the firm where Olivia works, and she likes to say that the 3 senior partners are all the testosterone she can handle for one lifetime. "Exactly," she says, raising her wine glass. "Besides, I get enough vicarious fulfillment through you guys." Now, where were we? Lucy's tryst with her roommate, or Sam's date with the waiter? I try to sink under the table, but Sam is turning her eyes to me. "Oh, I don't think we were done talking about Lucy yet. Now this roommate. I got eye-fucked in the elevator the other day." Tess pipes up. The conversation stops dead. Such an announcement coming from Tess's innocent, heart-shaped lips is even more shocking than Sam hitting on our waiter. Then we're all bombarding her with questions. "When? Where? By who? What did you do?" Tess shrugs, suddenly looking like she desperately wishes she hadn't said anything at all. "It was in my apartment building. This really hot guy got on the elevator with me. He got off on my floor, too. I'm not sure if he's a new neighbor or if he was just visiting someone." "And he eye-fucked you?" Tess nods, her cheeks red. She takes a long drink of her wine. Yup. Okay, tell me what you think that means, Sam asks suspiciously. What did he do exactly? Well, he didn't really do anything, she admits. It was more the way he looked at me, like he was mentally taking off all my clothes and taking his sweet damn time doing it. Ooh, we all chorus. Did you say anything to him? Did he say anything to you? No, I mostly just stared at my shoes. This is typical Tess. Was he cute? Oh, God, yes. Tess gushes. Gorgeous, actually. Although... What? He looks vaguely familiar. Like I knew him from somewhere, but I can't figure out from where. So then I wondered if maybe I was imagining the eye-fucking thing. Maybe he was just trying to figure out where he recognized me from. No way. Sam shakes her head. There's a big difference between the "do I know you" look and the "can I fuck you" look. Very big difference. Tess considers this, and then nods. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. I haven't seen him again since then. The rest of the night continues in much the same way. Though, believe it or not, we don't spend the entire time talking about men. We talk about our jobs and our families and what we're binge-watching on Netflix right now. By the time we leave the bar, Ahmed giving us one last smile and a finger gun, I'm feeling happy and pleasantly distracted. When I get back to my apartment, I stop in the lobby to check the mail, which I haven't done in a couple of days. I slide my key into the tiny box with only a little bit of drunken wobbliness, then pull out a thick stack of flyers and other junk mail. I flip through and find one phone bill and one bank statement, then go to chuck the rest in the waiting recycling bin. Then I see the thick envelope, pale blue, with my name on the front. I look at the return address and rip it open. My stomach is already starting to sink. I knew this was coming, but I'd somehow forgotten about it. My happy, distracted feeling vanishes. I hold the envelope in my hands and think about tipping it into the recycling bin with everything else, pretending I just never saw it. I don't, though. I keep hold of it and start slowly climbing the 4 flights of stairs back to the apartment.
Chapter 5. Connor. I take the stairs up to the apartment 2 at a time just to prove to myself that I can. If I can do that, it means I didn't drink too much whiskey. I make it most of the way up and only catch the toe of my sneaker on the last step and still manage to keep my balance, so I figure I'm doing okay. I didn't plan to spend the night drinking by myself and getting maudlin, but somehow, that's what had happened. The night had started out okay. I'd taken a dinner meeting with an old colleague from California, one of our investors actually, Jean-Paul K., JP to anyone he wanted to schmooze, which was everyone. He was in town and had gotten in touch to see if I wanted to get together for a friendly drink or two, or so I thought. Halfway through dinner, he started telling me about a new project he was getting in on, some kind of educational software, really going places, already had the interest of the Secretary of Education and so on, the usual bullshit. I nodded politely until he confessed that the current CEO was on a downward spiral and that they were looking to replace him ASAP. I realized this wasn't a casual dinner after all. It was a pitch. Ha! Thanks, but no thanks, I told him. Come on, Connor, you'd be perfect. I'm not interested. You got something else better going on? No, I admitted. I'd come to New York without a plan, and so far that was working out just fine. You've got to do something with your time. You're too talented to sit around on your ass. Why don't you just fly out and meet the team? They're the best of the best. Really, no. I'm happy here right now. For now, sure, but you love the valley, the excitement, the adrenaline. What are you going to do without that? I didn't have a good answer for him. I'd left dinner already feeling a bit out of sorts, so I'd rung up Kyle to see if he wanted to get a drink. It had gone straight to voicemail, though, and I was pretty sure I remembered him saying he was working all weekend. Lucy was spending the night out with friends, and since the sweet siblings represented the sum total of people I know in New York, I was on my own. I didn't want to go back to the apartment, Too quiet without Lucy there, so I just started to walk. Eventually, I'd landed at a little dive bar. Didn't even know what neighborhood I was in, but the drinks were cheap and plentiful, which was all I cared about. And that's how I ended up spending the entire night drinking whiskey and thinking about how just a few months ago, I seemed to have everything, and now I had nothing. See what I mean? Maudlin. Now I fumble the key a couple of times trying to be quiet as I attempt to jam it into the lock. Did this keyhole shrink since I left this afternoon? I swear it used to be bigger. I look at the apartment number again just to make sure I'm in the right place. Yep, number 17, my new home. It's past midnight now, and I'm guessing Lucy will be asleep. I try not to think too hard about her lying in that big bed all by herself. Oh, I definitely try not to think too much about what she might wear to sleep in. Cute little shorts, a lacy nightgown. Maybe she even sleeps naked. With that thought, the apartment door wrenches open, and I stumble into the front hall. I catch myself right before I faceplant into the parquet floor. Then I freeze. I strain my ears, listening into the quiet, trying to gauge whether I might have woken Lucy. But the apartment isn't exactly quiet. There's a low murmur coming from the living room. Did she leave the TV on? Did I? The room is dark. There's a dim blue glow, but it isn't coming from the television. Lucy! What are you doing sitting here in the dark? She looks up from her laptop. Her dark hair is pulled back off her face, which only serves to highlight the fact that her makeup is streaked halfway down her cheeks. Jesus, are you okay? What happened?
Nothing. I'm just watching Titanic.
She points to her laptop with one hand while she swipes at her eyes with the other. I crack a smile. Seriously? Why? She doesn't smile back.
Oh, I just like it. The part where Jack lets Rose go.
She sniffles. On the laptop screen, dark water is washing over a young Leonardo DiCaprio. I chuckle. Are you, maybe a little bit drunk?
No.
She scowls, then laughs.
Maybe a little.
I'm gonna get you some water. I leave her in the living room long enough to get her a glass of water, and when I return, she's scrubbing back through the video to the part where Rose first goes into the water. Yeah, I may have seen Titanic a couple of times. Kate Winslet has a nice rack, okay? Are you actually just gonna watch the same scene again? I ask as I hand Lucy the water. She takes it without looking at me.
I've watched it 6 times in a row now.
I snort. You're weird.
Don't you ever just want to have a good cry?
No.
Oh, well, you don't know what you're missing.
If you say so. By the way, are you making something? The oven is on. Lucy blinks up at me a couple of times, then she leaps off the couch.
My cheesecake!
She scurries into the kitchen and hits the light. I hear a few things get knocked to the ground as she scrambles to get the cheesecake out of the oven. A whiff of chocolate and maybe peanut butter wafts into the living room. Did you seriously make a cheesecake at... I check my watch. 2 in the morning?
Baking makes me feel better,
she says as she fans the pan with her oven mitt. And what did you need to feel better about tonight? I thought you were going out with your friends. I lean against the entryway to the kitchen. You didn't have fun?
I had fun.
She's still staring down at the cheesecake. She inspects a line that's formed in the center.
Oh, it cracked.
What cracked? Oh, the cheesecake? I lean over to get a closer look at the crack. It's barely a hairline fracture, surely not something that would affect the taste. Yet Lucy's lower lip is starting to tremble, and suddenly I know what's coming. It's okay, I assure her. Who cares about a little crack?
I do.
Tears start streaming down her cheeks now. Her chest heaves. I want to gather her up into my arms, tell her that I'll gladly eat anything she makes, regardless of cracks. I picture myself kissing the top of her head, her forehead, the tip of her nose. I imagine kissing away her tears before making my way to her delectable mouth. Instead, I shake my head. I must have had way more whiskey than I thought I did. This is Kyle's little sister, for God's sake. Little Lucy Sweet. Sure, some parts of her are not so little anymore. Some parts of her are quite perfectly formed, in fact. But she's still the girl who sported pigtails and wore plastic butterflies clipped to her sneakers long past the time when it was age-appropriate. Lucy's still crying, and the sound of it tugs at something in my chest. I can't just leave her standing there like this. She looks so damn forlorn. So I take 2 steps towards her and open my arms. She collapses against my chest. She's really crying now. I wrap my arms around her. Her body is so soft against me, all curves and velvety smooth skin. Beneath the warm scent of the cheesecake, I can smell the perfume she's wearing. Something almost as soft and sweet as her baking, but with a sensual edge to it. I breathe as deeply as I dare. I don't want to come across as a creep. It's okay. I try to sound reassuring. I'm sure it's still going to taste delicious. This only makes Lucy cry harder. I will never understand women. Come on, you need something cheerier than Titanic. I steer her into the living room and grab her laptop, then go back into the main Netflix menu and pull up The Office. I set the computer down on the laptop and then pat the couch. Sit. Lucy slumps down onto the cushion as she wipes her face with her sleeve. I flop down beside her and wordlessly hand her the box of tissues from the coffee table.
Thanks, Connor.
Her voice is quiet, but at least she seems to have stopped crying. We watched 2 entire episodes of The Office. Lucy doesn't laugh, but she doesn't cry again either, so I'll take that as a win. Halfway through the 3rd episode, Lucy's head is starting to droop. My own eyes want to close too, but I'm so aware of her presence beside me that there's no way I'd be able to sleep. Every minute or so, I catch myself glancing over at her, taking in her sweet profile, the attentive way she watches the screen in front of us, the way she seems to almost be willing herself to stay awake. At some point, her will is no longer enough. Her head droops and she curls her body to the side. Before I realize what's happening, she's brought her head to rest on my shoulder. I freeze. I'm fully awake now, aware of every muscle in my body, every pulse of blood through my veins. All of it seems focused on the spot in my shoulder, the place where Lucy's cheek presses against my ratty old T-shirt. It would be so easy to sling my arm around her, to pull her against my chest and let her sleep like that. I could probably fall asleep too, and even though sleeping on the couch would probably be hell on my neck, there's a part of me that wants desperately to do it anyway. But the rest of me knows better. The last thing I need in my life is more complications, and getting cozy with Lucy, my roommate, my best friend's little sister, is about as complicated as things get. No, thank you. I moved away from San Jose because I wanted less drama in my life, not more. I slowly ease her back into a sitting position. She blinks at me in confusion.
Connor, what time is it?
Bedtime. I stand and grab her hand to pull her to her feet. She moves easily and then follows me blindly down the hallway. When we get to her room, I plant my feet firmly on this side of the doorway and let go of her hand. She stands there, eyes almost closing, still half asleep, I think.
Thank you,
she says. No problem. My voice sounds gruff. No, get some sleep. She's still standing there looking up at me. Those big brown eyes blink slowly, almost like she's waiting for something. I force myself to turn away. I need to splash some cold water on my face.
Connor.
Her voice makes me stop. Yeah? I don't turn around. I'm afraid that if I do, I might do something I regret.
The cheesecake? It has to go in the fridge.
I let out a breath. Relief. No problem. I'll go put it in right now.
Thanks.
Finally, her door closes. I go cover the cheesecake with foil and shove the whole thing in the fridge. Not an easy feat with the other containers of cookies, muffins, some random lemon things that taste like heaven on a graham cracker crust. I finally wedge the cheesecake in. Then I slump against the closed fridge door. Moving here, to New York, to Lucy's apartment, had seemed like a much better idea a few weeks ago, when I first concocted the stupid plan. Now, though, now I'm not so sure.
Chapter 6. Lucy. Ugh, my mouth tastes like ass. I reach blindly towards my nightstand and find a half-full glass of water. It's been there a couple of days now, but I don't care. I chug it back. Dusty. I touch my head. Not too bad. I thought I'd be more hungover today. I try to remember how many drinks I had last night. 4? 5? I must have drank some water before I went to bed because I don't feel too bad. I try to recall what exactly happened last night. Right. I made a cheesecake, which cracked, which I guess is about what I should have expected. Drunk baking is never a good idea, and cheesecake is notoriously fussy. I try to remember if I at least stuck it in the fridge before I went to bed. I can't recall actually doing it, but... Oh, right. Connor did it. Connor. Oof. The memory of sobbing against his chest comes back to me. Blood rushes to my face, heating my cheeks. I reach for the water glass again, but of course it's empty. Ugh. What did I say to Connor last night? Nothing embarrassing, I hope. At least nothing more embarrassing than crying over cheesecake. I plant my feet on the ground and stand. Okay, still not too bad. The room doesn't spin at all, which is positive. I grab the empty glass and creep out into the hallway. And run straight into Connor. Lucy. He stares at me for a second, then down at the floor. Good morning. Good morning. Long pause. Connor is still staring at the floor. Are you feeling better? I'm fine. Thanks for putting up with me last night. Sorry if I was kind of a basket case. Uh-huh, sure. He still won't look up at me. I'm just going to go for a run. Okay. Have fun. I try to sound cheerful, but I don't get why he's being so weird. I try to push past him, and we end up doing that awkward hallway dance where we each keep stepping the wrong way. Of course, this would be easier if Connor would stop staring at his sneakers. I finally manage to ease past him and head towards the kitchen. As I pass through the living room, I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the window. I nearly drop the glass I'm carrying. What's wrong? Connor races into the living room. I realize I just shrieked. Nothing. Go for your run. At least he's looking at me this time. Only now I wish he wasn't. Because when I walked out of my bedroom, I sort of neglected something. Namely, putting on clothes. Are you sure you're okay? Yep, all good. I cross my arms over my stomach, which, of course, does nothing to hide the fact that I'm standing here in my bra and panties, but still, I don't need him staring too closely at my stomach rolls. Being a baking blogger does not exactly leave me with the svelte body of a swimsuit model. Forget the muffin top, I'm more like a 3-tiered wedding cake. Okay, it won't be too long. Have fun. As soon as Connor is gone, I run back to my room and pull on the baggiest sweatpants and hoodie I can find. What my old roommate Blake once called my lost the will to live uniform. I twist my tangled hair up into a messy bun and then return to the kitchen where I suck back about 4 liters of water, and then 2 slices of cheesecake, and a cup of coffee roughly the size of my head. Breakfast of champions. After I've cleaned the kitchen and started the dishwasher, I'm running low on energy again. I flop down on the couch and grab my laptop. A few cake decorating videos on YouTube should perk me up again. Those are my guilty pleasure. The things some people can do with fondant brings a tear to my eye and a smile to my heart. That's when I see it. The envelope. Pale blue with my name on a neat little sticker. Inside, the invitation. Also pale blue with silver embossing. A wave of bile hits the back of my throat. It all comes rushing back to me. Finding the envelope when I got home from the bar, rage baking the cheesecake, crying and watching Titanic. Connor. Tears are pricking my eyes again, but the door swings open and Connor strolls back in. He's like a whirlwind. Every time he's in the apartment, he seems to take up more space than I expect him to. Like his presence fills the apartment in some way that has nothing to do with his physical size. It's just him, the way he is. His outsized personality, his energy, his Connor-ness. He's always been like that, even when we were kids. I could always tell if he was in the house long before I saw or heard him. I could sense him somehow, like a vibration that started in my feet and went straight to my chest. I hastily wipe my eyes, but not before Connor sees. He looks at me nervously. Can't say I blame him. He's probably expecting me to break down again. I'm fine, I assure him. Okay. He doesn't sound convinced. He pulls his earbuds out and wraps them around his phone. He's still wearing his t-shirt this time, so I guess I can be thankful for that, though it's clinging to his chest in a way that makes me glad that I'm wearing such a baggy sweater myself. Another cheesecake incident? No, there have been no further cheesecake incidents. I debate telling him about the invitation. I'm not sure if I prefer him thinking I'm the crazy lady who cries over cracked cheesecake or if it's better he knows the real reason. Cool. Well, I'm going to have a shower. He's heading to the bathroom when I blurted out. It wasn't the cheesecake, you know. Sorry? He stops and turns around. The real reason I was crying last night? It wasn't the cheesecake. It was this. I nudged the envelope on the coffee table with my toe, which is covered in a pink fuzzy sock featuring dancing donuts with cartoon faces. Connor strolls over and picks up the envelope. He slides out the invitation and frowns. A wedding invitation? Who are Sharon and Gil? Sharon is my ex's sister. That guy Lou? I nod. Connor studies the invitation for another minute before tossing it back on the coffee table. So, were you secretly in love with her or something? I scowl. No, but now I'm going to have to go to the wedding, which means I'm going to have to see Lou. He stares at me blankly for a second. So don't go. I can't not go. Then everyone will think I'm not over Lou. So go. But I'm not over him. Right. Connor frowns. His expression is serious, maybe even a little annoyed. I don't know what to tell you then. I'm not waiting for you to tell me anything. I was just trying to explain why I was upset last night. He shakes his head. Women are weird. We're not weird. Whatever. I huff. Why are we weird? Because who cares if you go to the wedding or not? Just say you can't make it. Send a gift. Best wishes to the happy couple. The end. It's so not that simple. Why not? Because. He waits, then smirks when I don't elaborate. See? Women are weird. I wish I had something to throw at him. Any one of my girlfriends would totally understand why I'm upset right now, but Connor's making me feel like an idiot. What would you do if it was your ex, if you had to go to a wedding where you knew you'd have to see her? I'd go. He shrugs. Then I'd fuck her once, just so she could remember what she was missing. Then I'd never talk to her again. Sure, I would. What if she didn't want to sleep with you? She would. Wouldn't you? He smirks. Despite the arrogance, his words make me squirm. We're not talking about me. We could be. I shake my head. I don't have the mental energy to parse that statement right now. Not the point. The point is, that might be fine for someone like you, but it's different for girls. Because girls are weird. Yeah, you've made your thoughts on that perfectly clear. I roll my eyes, hugging my sweater closer around me. I'm still trying not to pay too much attention to the way Connor's damp t-shirt is hugging his chest. I'm also wondering why the hell I started this conversation in the first place. Temporary insanity, clearly. Look, maybe you should just be more like a guy this once. Go to the wedding, fuck that guy, and then move on. I'm not going to fuck him. I scowl at him again. For some reason, the idea of talking to Connor about fucking someone, even my ex, makes me feel uncomfortable. But maybe he's not wrong about the other part. But what do you mean I should be more like a guy? I mean, forget about the crying and the baking and the watching Titanic or whatever. Man up. He grins. He seems very pleased with himself. Oh, right. And replace it with what? Jerking off? Drinking whiskey? Going for a run every time you start to experience even the tiniest bit of feelings? He looks at me blankly. Yeah, pretty much. I snort. Sounds super healthy. It is. Better than wallowing in it anyway. I don't respond. I don't agree that Connor's suggestion sounds all that emotionally healthy. But what I'm doing isn't working either. It's been 4 weeks now since Lou and I broke up, and I'm still dwelling on it. They say it takes half the length of a relationship to move on from a breakup. Well, Lou and I were together for a little over 3 years, and I sure as hell don't want to spend the next year and a half stewing over this. Ain't nobody got time for that. I don't know if Connor's suggestions have any merit, but at this point, maybe they're worth a try. What would I have to do? I squint up at Connor. He's flipping through something on his phone, but now he looks up at me again. What do you mean? I mean, if I were going to man up, I use dramatic air quotes, what would I have to do? He grins. You're serious? I must be crazy, but yes. No more Titanic, for one thing. No baking at 2 a.m. No more of whatever these are. He gestures to my pink fuzzy donut socks. I like these socks, I say defensively. Yeah, well, you're not going to hook up with anyone while you're wearing them. I'm not planning to hook up with anyone. I use my dramatic air quotes again. Oh, yes you are. If you're going to man up, that means you've got to hook up. Moving on means getting off, sweet. Right. I swallow. I'm not sure about this. No baking? No sappy movies? Wait, what about ice cream? He shakes his head. No ice cream. Sugared cereal straight out of the box is acceptable, however. I wrinkle my nose. Why would anyone eat sugared cereal when they could bake that cereal into a homemade treat? Connor slips into the chair across from me. How about this? I'll put my money where my mouth is. What does that mean? It means I believe in my method. He spreads his hands wide. I bet you that if you do what I tell you, you'll be over this douchebag Lou in plenty of time for the wedding. You might have even bagged a new man that you can take with you. You sound very sure of yourself. There is a tiny part of me that wants to believe him, too. Is it really possible? The idea of going to the wedding, seeing Lou, and feeling nothing is unbelievably appealing. And I've seen guys do it all the time. They seem to get over breakups in record time. So hell, what do I know? Maybe there really is something to Connor's method. How much money are we talking about here? Let's say 6 months' rent. 6 months? My jaw gapes. The whole reason I had to get a roommate in the first place was because there was no way I could afford this apartment and its sky-high New York rent on my own. Paying the rent on my own for 6 months will be next to impossible. But Connor looks so smug right now. So smug. So smug I want to wipe that cocky smirk off his face. Let me get this straight. If I listen to you, you'll help me get over Lou. And if it doesn't work, you'll pay me 6 months' rent? That's what I'm saying. And let's add this. I'll try your method. Watch all your chick movies or whatever. Baked goods and tearjerker movies are a time-honored tradition, I say indignantly. They may well be. Does that mean you're willing to put your money where your mouth is? Connor seems so excited by this idea, and I finally get it. This is a distraction for him. Something to take his mind off his own breakup. And that way, at least, Connor and I are alike. You're going to do the whole sappy movies and baked goods thing? Yup, if you think it'll work, I'll try it. And I have to do your thing. Yeah, I'll coach you through it. Even be your wingman. Ever had a wingman before? No, I can't say I have. I'm very good at it. I can get anyone laid. Even you. Thanks a lot. I shoot him a glare. Lighten up, sweet. So what do you say? Do we have a bet? I blink at him. How would it work, though? What do you mean? Well, how would we know if it's worked? What does winning look like? My air quotes are only slightly less dramatic this time. He sits back, actually looking thoughtful. Well, it would have to be the honor system. But if you move on first, I win. If I move on first, you win. And by moving on, we'll say dating someone new. Not just fucking them, but actually dating. The great thing is, even if you lose, you win. You see? No. If my method works best, I win the rent money. But you're the one who's moved on, so you win too. It's almost like you can't lose. How can you turn down an offer like that? Okay, I say slowly. My mind is turning. No way can I afford the 6 months' rent. But Connor looks so excited that I can't bring myself to say no. Plus, I could use the distraction too. And if there's even a chance I might actually get over Lou, I'm willing to try it. So I let my temporary insanity take over once again, and I reach out and shake his hand. We have a bet. 6 months' rent. May the best man win. Or woman. Sure. But the look on his face says he thinks that possibility is extremely unlikely. Chapter 7. Lucy. Are you sure I can't wear the fuzzy socks? I whine to Connor. He's standing in the doorway to my bedroom. It's Saturday night, which Connor says is the optimum night to hit the bars. The Friday crowds are too preoccupied with blowing off steam from the work week, but by Saturday, no one has anything else in mind except hooking up, which is apparently what I'm supposed to be doing tonight. Still haven't quite wrapped my mind around that. Now he stares in disbelief at the fuzzy socks I'm holding. I thought we talked about this. No fuzzy socks, no socks with cartoon food. Those have both. I know, but I'm going to be wearing boots. No one will be able to see them, and they're so nice and warm. He rolls his eyes. It's not about whether anyone will be able to see them at the bar. It's about later. Later? He sighs, then starts to slowly explain as if my ignorance requires great patience. You know, when you're getting hot and heavy with a guy and he's ripping your clothes off, and then he gets to your feet and sees a muffin staring back at him. It's not hot, sweet. My cheeks flame red. Right, got it. The socks are out. What else are you planning to wear? He peers over my shoulder into the disarray that is my bedroom. I blink. I was thinking this. I spread my hands out to indicate the outfit I'm already wearing. No. Just like that. No? No. I look down at what I'm wearing. Skinny jeans and a black wrap top. Nothing pink, nothing fuzzy, nothing with anthropomorphized food on it. I thought I'd picked a winner. The shirt is okay, he considers. Though, do you have a push-up bra? No. You should get one. But for now, we'll work with what we've got. Gee, thanks. Note the sarcasm. Connor just grins. Don't be offended, sweet. We've got lots to work with, don't worry. His tone has dropped into that lower octave again, the one that I think means he's flirting with me. Or he would be if I were anyone other than Kyle's sister. Thanks, I think. What about the rest of the outfit? He considers me again. The pants have to go. Do you have a skirt? Black, maybe? Something that shows off your legs. Are you kidding? It's cold out. We're in that period of fall where the days can still be warm if the sun is out, but the evenings are ass-chappingly cold. Connor looks like he's about to blow his stack. According to the bet, you're supposed to listen to me, remember? And I'm telling you, you need to wear a skirt. Show off the assets. You've got killer legs. Why wouldn't you want to show them off? Fine. I stomp to my closet and pull out a long black winter skirt. How's this? I don't know. Are you Amish? I glare at him, but Connor is coming into my bedroom now, walking over to my closet and studying the contents inside. Here. He reaches into the very back of the closet and pulls out a little black dress, one I haven't worn in about 3 years. Since before I met Lou, actually. Back then, I had just started the baking blog, and I wasn't living on a steady diet of tester recipes and leftover icing. I'm not wearing that. It's too small. It'll look hot, trust me. No. Fine. Then you can just go ahead and return those checks I gave you, because I guess you'll be covering the rent yourself for the next 6 months. Ugh. Remind me again why I agreed to do this bet. Because you're a sucker for punishment? Must be. I start to shove him out of the room. No, go. I'm going to change. I can wait here. Go! I slam the door behind him and lean against it for a second, just trying to catch my breath. Why do I always feel like I run a marathon after Connor leaves the room? Eventually, I slowly peel off the jeans and the wrap shirt and tug on the dress. As I expected, it's way too tight. I feel like a sausage. My tits are spilling out of the top and my thighs are being squished out the bottom. Super good look, if you're into meat casings. I fling the door open to prove to Connor that I was right about the dress. See? I can't wear this. He looks me up and down, then up and down again. His gaze lingers on my spilling over cleavage, my hips, the bare parts of my thighs. He spends so much time looking at me that I start to squirm. I tug nervously at the hem of the dress. See? I say again. It's too small. It's perfect. He finally draws his eyes back up to mine. They seem darker than they did a few seconds ago, the green narrowing around his pupils. You're wearing it. Do you have boots? Yes. I mean nice ones, not winter boots. Oh, yeah, I think so. Show me. With a huff, I go back to my closet. I rummage around the bottom amid the pairs of kitten print sneakers and bunny slippers. Okay, I do seem to have a lot of clothes that have faces on them. And pull out the knee-high black boots. Connor nods approvingly. I take them to the bed and unzip the first one so that I can pull it on. What are you wearing? Connor doesn't answer me. I look up and find him watching me as I slide my foot into the boot and slowly ease up the zipper. His eyes are glued to my legs. Earth to Connor. I said, what are you wearing? Huh? He rips his eyes away finally. Oh, this. He points his thumb at the black polo he's got on. You don't want to wear something nicer? You made me change. Yeah, but I already look awesome. I make a sarcastic noise, but he's not actually wrong. He does look good. Why is it so easy for guys? Seems quite unfair, really. I get the boots on and stand in front of the full-length mirror. I still think the dress is too small, but otherwise, I look pretty good. Maybe Connor's onto something. Hair down? I ask, fussing with my long curtain of dark locks. Or up? Connor comes to stand behind me. Very close behind me, actually. So close I can feel the heat from his body. He takes my hair out of my nervous hands and lets it fall over my shoulders. Definitely down. Okay. I swallow thickly. And makeup? Let me guess. Red lipstick and smoky eyes? He shakes his head. He's watching me in the mirror. It makes me squirm again. No, I like the natural look. Whatever you normally do is great. Okay. I tug on my dress again and turn back to the mirror. What do you think? I try to joke. I'd do me. I'd do you too. He grins. But your brother would probably kick my ass. Right. I'm sweating now. I desperately need fresh air. Should we go? Connor studies me for another minute, but then finally nods and whisks me out of the apartment. He takes me to a bar called Carbon. It's not the kind of bar I would normally go to. It's got a favorable ratio of men to women, but all the guys look kind of douchey. Shirts made of fabric that's just a little too shiny, cologne that's just a little too strong, hair that's just a little too slick. "Are you sure about this?" I ask Connor, shouting above the bass that's just a little too loud. "You just need a drink." "Or 7. "Come on." Connor drags me towards the bar. We have to push our way through the crowd. There's a small group of people clustered near the DJ booth dancing, but most people are just milling around, half engaging in conversation, but mostly just scoping out the scene. At the bar, Connor orders for both of us, and a minute later hands me a glass of something creamy and white. "Pina colada?" I ask hopefully. When he nods, I grin. "How did you know?" He chuckles. "I just asked myself what was the most syrupy sweet drink they make." I stick my tongue out at him. I can't help it. A girl's got to have her sugar. Connor leans back against the bar and sips his beer. I lean in next to him as he surveys the room. "Now what?" I ask him after a silent minute. He shrugs. "Now we watch and wait." Oh. I don't know what I was expecting, but that seems pretty anticlimactic. "That's it?" "Yup." I keep quiet for another minute, but the whole exercise starts to feel so silly. I suck back my drink just out of boredom. It's a surprisingly good pina colada for a bar that looks like it probably doesn't make too many of them. Are we really just going to stand here? "Yup." Connor's eyes are floating over the bar. I wonder if he's checking out the female clientele. While the guys in here leave a little to be desired, the women all seem to be stunningly beautiful. Form-fitting dresses, sky-high heels, perfectly blown-out waves. I feel more like a sausage than ever. I spend a minute thinking about how mortifying this night is going to be if Connor ends up picking up some random girl and I have to go home alone. I hadn't considered that possibility when I agreed to this dumb pickup thing, but now it seems like an inevitability. After all, what woman wouldn't be willing to completely throw herself at Connor? Even now, I see more than a couple of doe-eyed women sizing him up from out on the dance floor. I squirm uncomfortably. "See anyone you like?" Connor asks. He says it casually, not moving from where he's leaning with his back against the bar. "What?" "Lots of guys here to pick from." "Oh, I don't know." My cheeks feel hot. "Well, look around. All you have to do is pick." I roll my eyes. "Sure, just pick someone." "I'm serious. Half the guys in here have already thought about fucking you. The only reason they haven't come over yet is because I'm here. That's why I'm standing like this, so no one will get the impression that we're here together." I think I need another drink. My mouth suddenly feels so dry. Connor finally looks over at me. "One more," he agrees, "but that's it. You don't want to get too drunk. That's when things go to shit." I don't answer him, just turn around and try to catch the bartender's eye. Connor's still working on his beer, so I only order the one pina colada. I'll try not to inhale this one so fast. When I turn back around, Connor catches my eye. He nods his chin slightly over towards a group of guys sitting in a round leather booth. "What about that guy?" I squint in their direction. "Which one?" He elbows me. "Quit staring. The one in the purple shirt. He's been checking you out." "Shut up. No, he hasn't." My neck feels hot. "Yeah, he has." I have to take another long swallow of my frothy drink. I sneak another glance over towards the table of guys and find the guy in the purple shirt. Sure enough, he's looking straight at me. He grins when he catches my eye. I flash him a shy smile. In response, he takes 2 fingers, spread in a V, and presses them against his lips. Then he wags his tongue around between them. It's so lewd that I let out a little yelp. I look away and shield my eyes with my hand. No, definitely not that guy. Okay, you pick then. Do we really have to do this? Maybe we can just go for burgers or something. Scrap this whole thing. Sweet. Do you want to get over your ex or not? Yes, I mumble. I'm sure Connor can't hear me over the music, but he doesn't have to hear me to know he's already won. Good. Now pick. With a huff, I start scanning the bar in earnest. I tick off the guys as I go. Douchey, douchey, douchey. Looks too much like my dad. Douchey. That guy. I finally decide, pointing to a normal-looking man in a white button-down shirt and a pair of khakis. Seriously? Connor looks at me, appalled. What? I shrug. I like his spectacles. The guy I've chosen has little round glasses. They kind of remind me of Harry Potter. Actually, the guy as a whole kind of reminds me of Lou. Unassuming, polite, normal. The fact that you even just called them spectacles, I can't even. Connor looks extremely disappointed in me. I almost laugh. I think he's more into this challenge than I am. I'm going to pick someone out for you. No way, you already picked Purple Shirt. I'll pick someone better this time. Fine. I fold my arms. But anyone who mimes oral sex is automatically out. Noted. Connor goes back to scanning the bar. I try to follow his eyes, figure out which way he's leaning, but he doesn't give anything away. He's way too good at this. In the end, though, neither of us picks. As we stand there, a guy weasels into the space between us. He leans against the bar, trying to catch the bartender's eye, but after a couple of seconds of a half-hearted attempt, he turns to me. This is why I always do bottle service. He yells, with a smile that I'm sure is supposed to be both sexy and long-suffering. Oh! Excellent comeback, Lucy. I'm Sebastian, he says, reaching out a hand. I try to catch Connor's eye, but the guy between us is leaning in too close. Lucy, I say tentatively, letting him shake my hand. His grip is firm. Nice, I suppose. He doesn't look too douchey, at least not compared to some of the guys in here. His shirt is only a little bit shiny, and he seems to be wearing a normal amount of cologne instead of enough to raise the dead. Come here often? He drawls. I snort. Is that really a thing people say? I try again to catch Connor's eye, but he's facing the bar now. I guess this is really happening. I guess you think that's a corny line, Sebastian says. I brace myself for him to go full-blown douche and call me a dumb bitch or something, but instead he smiles. I guess it is kind of corny, but I'm only asking you because I come here at least once a month, and I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you. For the record, that's even cornier. Guilty, he says, raising his hands playfully. Okay, this isn't going too terribly. Maybe I can do this after all. So what do you do, Sebastian? I ask, leaning in towards him a bit. I work on Wall Street. Of course you do, I think. What about you? Let me guess. You're a model. I snort again. This guy is really turning it up to 11. About the only thing I could model is muumuus. Now that's the craziest thing I ever heard, he says. He leans in closer, reaches out and tucks a lock of hair behind my ear. Other than the hug Connor gave me the other day, it's the first time a man has touched me since Lou. It feels strange. Wrong, somehow. His fingers are too long and his breath is kind of sour, and suddenly all I can see is the way one of his eyelids droops and... What the fuck, man? Sebastian jumps back suddenly, his body coiled tight as a spring. I blink in confusion as Connor picks up the beer bottle that's spilled all over the bar. He hands Sebastian a sodden stack of napkins. Sorry, buddy, he says, though there's a cheerful grin on his face. My bad. I look down and see the huge wet spot covering Sebastian's gray pants. Then back up to his face, which is filled with rage.
Chapter 8. Connor. Sorry, buddy. I say, even though I'm not sorry at all. My bad. At least I keep the grin off my face. No need to further inflame the situation. Wall Street here already looks like he wants to clean my clock. Lucy is glancing back and forth between us in confusion until her eyes finally settle on the rather large wet patch on Wall Street's pants. While I don't particularly like her staring at another guy's crotch, I'm glad to have succeeded in making Wall Street look stupid. Of course, he also looks pissed. Pissed enough to punch me? I'm not going to stick around long enough to find out. I've no doubt that I could take him. He looks like the type that considers arm day to be the day he jerks off 4 times instead of just twice. But I have no interest in dragging Lucy into the middle of a cockfight. I sidestep Wall Street and take her by the arm. Ready to go? I ask her. I think we'll have better luck somewhere quieter. She blinks a couple of times, but I'm not the only one who's noticed that Wall Street is turning from Bruce Banner into the Hulk.
Sure. Bye, Sebastian. It was nice meeting you.
She slams the rest of her drink down on the bar top and slips her hand in mine. We head quickly for the door of the bar. I cast a couple of glances back over my shoulder, but Wall Street isn't following us. He's still standing at the bar, dabbing at his crotch with the soggy napkins I handed him. I'm not going to lie. The sight pleases me more than it should. I'm not really sure what came over me. We had come here with the express purpose of hooking Lucy up. I'd been to Carbon a couple of times in the past when I'd been visiting New York, and it had always been a hot spot for pickups. I checked a few reviews online and found it still had the same reputation. I thought it would be the perfect place for Lucy to find a one-night stand, something to take her mind off that loser ex of hers. It had been going fine, too, until Wall Street had shown up. I was going to pick someone out for her, someone who could get the job done, if you know what I mean, but not someone who'd hold her attention for any longer than an evening. Sebastian was probably that guy, to be honest. Average looks, average height, and, from what I could tell, average moves. Then he made Lucy laugh. She leaned in closer, smiled, and then he touched her, tucked her hair behind her ear, a gesture that was way too intimate for my liking. That's when I sent the beer bottle sailing into his lap. Was it on purpose? An accident? I can't rightly say, but it did something to ease the tightness in my chest. It also put a swift end to their conversation and pretty much ensured there was no way she'd be going home with him, which is quite all right by me. We burst out of the bar and onto the sidewalk beyond. It's almost 11, which means this part of town is getting busy. There are a half-dozen bars on this block alone, all of them clones of Carbon, all of them perfect if you want to go home with someone you can shove out the door the next morning and never talk to again. Any of them would be a viable alternative for Lucy. I could find her a guy in any one of these places, especially looking like she does tonight. Instead, I find myself stepping to the edge of the sidewalk, holding out my arm and flagging down a cab.
Where are we going?
She asks as I hold the back seat door of the cab open for her. You wanted burgers, didn't you? Now get in and slide over. She stares at me for a second and then does as I say. I slide in next to her and give the driver directions to Veneer, the same place I'd met Kyle the other day. Once we're there, we find a booth easily. Veneer is busy, but not packed. It's the kind of place you go with your friends if you actually just want to sit, drink beer, and talk with them. The bar does have a small stage at one end, but it's usually just singer-songwriter types. The vibe of the bar is chill, laid back, which, after Carbon, is a welcome relief, at least as far as I'm concerned. Is this okay? I ask Lucy as we slide into the booth.
It's great. I've actually been here before.
Oh, yeah?
My old roommate had a book launch here.
She laughs to herself about something, her mouth stretching into a wide smile. She has one of those smiles that some people might say is too big, that shows too much teeth, but I think it's the perfect size. It suits her.
But how'd you know about it?
Your brother, I admit. We came here the other day.
Right.
She snaps her mouth closed, frowning slightly.
It must be nice for you to be back in the same city as him.
It is, yeah. Kyle and I had both wanted to end up in New York after college, and he'd worked his ass off to land a residency here. I was supposed to be here a couple of months later. But then SCORE happened, and San Jose seemed like a better spot to give that project a shot at life. It worked out, too. I'd made a fortune on that little app. Hilarious, considering it started out as something I used to procrastinate on when I was supposed to be studying. I actually almost failed my advanced database systems course because I'd spent too much time working on my own project and didn't complete enough of the assignments. I had to convince my prof to give me credit for the outside classwork I'd been doing. He was reluctant at first until he saw what I'd built. He was ultimately the one who convinced me I really had something with SCORE. He even became my first investor. I owed him a lot. The waitress swings by our table, and Lucy and I both order burgers, which arrive piping hot, glistening, and with just the right amount of char. I take a bite and groan. "Oh, that is a damn good burger," I declare.
Oh, yeah? Let's see.
Lucy picks hers up and takes a bite, somehow making the process look dainty. Even kinda hot. Apparently it's been way too long since I got laid. I'm now getting turned on by women consuming literal beef. Lucy's eyes roll back in her head, and a groan slips from between her lips. There's nothing dainty about that sound, but there is a whole lot of sexy. She dabs at her mouth with a napkin, and my eyes follow her every move.
Yup. Whew, that is a damn good burger,
she finally agrees.
What do you think is in there? I taste garlic, salt, pepper, something else too. Maybe a tiny hint of paprika?
You have a better palate than I do. All I taste is deliciousness. We finish our burgers. The conversation between us flows easily. We mostly talk about Kyle and about other people we knew from back home. Lucy asks about my parents, and I tell her about how they've sold their home in Chesterbrook, the one I grew up in, and moved to downtown Philly, into a chic little condo. I'd been trying to convince them to move out to San Jose, but now I'm kind of glad they didn't, I admit.
Do you think you'll actually stay in New York, or is this just a pit stop?
I shrug. The question makes me uncomfortable for some reason. I don't know. I haven't thought about it much. I guess I was on autopilot when I left San Jose. That's an understatement. There was only about a week between the time I discovered Farrah was cheating on me and the day I hopped in that U-Haul with the remainder of my possessions and started hauling ass back to the East Coast.
What exactly happened there?
Lucy asks carefully.
You just quit your job and left everything behind?
Pretty much, yeah, except it was more than quitting. I sold my company, and my apartment, and my car. Everything, really.
Wait, you sold your company? I didn't even know you had a company.
I can't help but grin. For some reason, I like that she has no real idea who I am, or at least who I was out there. Yeah, I built an app called SCORE.
The dating app? That was you?
That's the one. Lucy looks like she's trying not to roll her eyes.
Why am I not surprised that you created a dating app called SCORE?
Hey now, I tease, it's not like that. The whole premise of the app is that it gamifies dating. Every communication you have, in person or online, is rated by the other party. It's meant to encourage guys not to be assholes. Like, if you're sending dick pics, your score drops and you get booted off the app. Likewise, if you go on a date, even if there's no chemistry, there's incentive not to be a douche about it, you know?
Oh.
Her lips are in a thin line. What?
That's just surprisingly nice.
Surprisingly? She shrugs, then changes the subject.
Why'd you choose to come to New York?
I don't know about that either. I just knew I didn't want to be in the Valley anymore. New York is still a big enough city that I figured I'd find something to do here.
Makes sense. Plus your BFF is here.
Yes, but please never call it a BFF again. We're dudes, don't forget. Our friendship is very manly. She giggles.
Right, got it.
The waitress appears and picks up our empty plates, and I mean truly empty. I practically licked the juices off mine.
Would you like to see a dessert menu?
She asks, looking back and forth between Lucy and I. I say no at the same time that Lucy says yes. I chuckle. Yes, I guess we would.
I can't help it,
Lucy says after the waitress has disappeared.
I can't go anywhere without at least looking at the dessert menu. It almost always sparks an idea for a new concoction for my blog.
Fair enough. How'd you get started doing the blog anyway? She shrugs.
Well, I always liked to bake.
Oh, I remember, I grin. Even when we were young, Lucy would trot into Kyle's room, proudly displaying a tray of Rice Krispie treats or some other delectable sweet she'd baked up herself. It was half the reason I liked hanging out at Kyle's.
Well, after I moved to New York, I couldn't find a job. The whole job search process was depressing as hell, so I was baking more than ever. Then I got the idea to put the stuff I was making online. It was just a little blog at first, but then real people, people who aren't my mom, started to find it and read it and leave me comments and ask me questions. I realized this could actually be a real thing.
How do you make money on it? Ads? It's a similar question we run into in app development.
Mostly ads. I have them on the site, though hopefully they're not too obnoxious. I also do sponsored posts.
When she sees my confusion, she continues.
Sometimes a brand will contact me and ask me to create a recipe with their product, and then promote it on the blog. I usually like doing those as long as it's a product I'd actually use. It's a fun challenge to try to come up with an amazing and original recipe that uses... Actually, I have one coming up that uses Icelandic-style yogurt.
I don't even know what that is.
Exactly, lots of people don't. So I'll make something with it, and then people can see how accessible it can be. And then the brand pays me for doing it.
That's really cool. I actually mean it too. I love that she cares so much about what she does. The waitress returns with the dessert menu and Lucy snatches it up right away. I watch her face as she studies it. Her front teeth dig gently into her lower lip as she reads, and her long dark hair spills down around her shoulder. You'd think I'd take this opportunity to check out her rack without her noticing, since it looks damn fine in that tight dress she's wearing, but it's the thoughtful expression on her face that captivates me. When she looks up again, her chocolate brown eyes are sparkling.
They have a strawberry kiwi cheesecake.
Oh? I can't say that really interests me, but the excitement on Lucy's face does.
I think we need to try it.
We definitely do, I agree. I flag the waitress over again and order a piece. She returns just a couple of moments later and deposits it on the table in front of us. Lucy grabs the fork and breaks off a huge bite, taking care to get a chunk of strawberry, a hunk of kiwi, and a dollop of whipped cream. I can't look away as she takes the entire bite into her mouth. I watch her lips wrap around the fork, the slow way she slides the utensil back out. There's a tiny dot of whipped cream on her upper lip, and I have a sudden vision of leaning across the table and licking it off for her. Instead, I ball my fists up under the table and remind myself that this is Lucy Sweet we're talking about here. Little Lucy Sweet. Not the kind of girl you lick whipped cream off. How is it? I ask, mostly to distract myself.
Really good,
she says. She appears to be considering the question seriously, turning the flavors over on her tongue.
Maybe a little more kiwi flavor would be good, or a splash of amaretto in the whipped cream, just to give it some unexpected depth. Here, tell me what you think.
She breaks off another piece, taking just as much care to get an equal distribution of ingredients. I expect her to hand me the fork, but instead she holds it up. I blink, then I lean forward and let her feed me the cheesecake. She watches expectantly while I chew and swallow. I take my time, not because I'm really trying to analyze the flavors, but because I'm trying to process the fact that this woman just fed me cheesecake, and that I think I'd like her to feed me a whole lot more than that.
What do you think?
She asks, after I've been silent for too long. Good, I say gruffly. But like I said, you have a better palate than I do, so I can't offer you anything more helpful than that.
Oh.
She purses her lips as if she can sense my change in tone.
Okay. Well, just trust me then. A little amaretto would make this the bomb.com.
If you say so. I get the waitress's attention and give her the universal signal for check, please. Lucy finishes the cheesecake while I settle up the bill. Ready to go? I ask as soon as she's finished the last bite. She nods, but then licks her finger and dabs it in the crumbs left on the plate and then licks those off her digit. I cast my eyes toward the door. Much easier than watching her suck on her finger like that. When she sees how impatient I am, Lucy slides out of the booth and follows me towards the exit. Out on the street, I realize just how cold it's gotten. It's after midnight, and the air is frigid. Just a few more weeks and it'll be winter. Lucy hugs her little jacket around her shoulders. I feel guilty now for making her put that outfit on, especially because there wasn't anything wrong with what she was wearing before. I'd never tell her this, but the fuzzy socks are actually pretty fucking cute. "I'll get us a cab," I say, and she nods. Her teeth are chattering. I shrug off my jacket and drape it over her shoulders. She snuggles down into the fabric and grins.
"Wear the dress, Lucy," she mimics. "Well, look where that got me. No one's tearing off my clothes and I'm freezing."
"Yeah, sorry, my bad," I grin. "Guess it was an off night."
"I thought you could get anyone laid." She pokes me in the ribs. "You fail as a wingman, Pratt. Big time. I didn't even get a kiss tonight."
She pretends to pout, and the way her bottom lip sticks out fries the rational part of my brain. It must, because the next thing I know, I'm pushing her up against the brick wall of veneer and covering those lips with mine. Lucy is so surprised, she doesn't move for a second. Then her body eases, and she kisses me back, her lips pressed against mine. So soft and sweet and perfect, her body so warm and curvy against me. Kissing her feels all kinds of wrong and yet so damn right. Her breath comes in short pants against my mouth, and it takes me a second to realize she's laughing.
Okay, she says. "I get it. I got my kiss. You don't fail as a wingman."
I recover, plastering a smile on my face. "Good. Just didn't want you to end the night with nothing."
"I appreciate it."
She's looking towards the street already, waving one arm towards a passing cab, but with her other hand, she's pressing her fingers to her lips. She doesn't look at me.
Chapter 9. Lucy. I stare at the contents of the fridge, blinking. I know I opened the door to get something, but damned if I can remember what that something is now. My eyes skate over the various cheeses, yogurts, creams with differing fat percentages, whipping cream and half and whole milk. I'm starting to think I should buy shares in a dairy farm. Beside my stuff is Connor's stash, which he's slowly been accumulating over the last couple of weeks. Not beer and leftover pizza like I expected, but bags of baby carrots and green apples and a carton of something called bone broth. Just my luck that he would turn out to be a health nut. Maybe that's the California influence. It makes me feel even more frumpy to look at his groceries, practically luminescent with their healthy vibes, next to my full-fat ricotta and my creme fraiche. Ricotta, right, that's what I open the fridge to find. I pull the container out. The carrots sit in silent judgment. For a second, I consider making a giant carrot cake instead of crepes. Then we'll see who's laughing. "I'm going out to get coffee. Do you want some?" Connor appears at the entrance to the kitchen, startling me out of my carrot Cold War. For a second, I just gape at him. "You kissed me last night," I want to say. I have a million questions swirling around in my mind. Questions like, did the kiss mean anything? And did you lie awake thinking about it all night like I did? Except, if I know Connor, and I think I do, I'm pretty sure the answer to those questions is nothing and no. So, instead, I keep my mouth shut about that and force a stiff smile. "Yes, please, the biggest one you can find." Connor grins. I try to rip my eyes away from his lips, but all I can think about is the way they felt against my mouth last night, the way his tongue felt sliding past my lips. The 15-year-old Lucy wants to shout from the rooftops that Connor Pratt kissed me. But the semi-sensible 26-year-old me is determined to play it cool. "Milk, sugar?" "Yes and yes. 2 sugars and lots of milk." "Got it." "Connor?" He swings back around the corner. "Yeah?" "I mean lots of milk." He laughs. "Okay." "Connor?" "Yeah?" "I'm making crepes." His eyebrows go up. "Oh, yeah?" "Just, if you want some when you get back. They're for the blog, but if you can wait while I take the pictures, you can have some." "Sounds great." He waits, as if he's anticipating me calling him back one more time. but when I turn around to face the counter, he bounds out of the apartment. With him gone, it feels like some of the tension evaporates. I get to work on the crepes, mixing the batter, whipping up the lemon ricotta mix, macerating the strawberries. I post 3 recipes a week on the blog, which means I'm always working on something new. And I usually like to do it in the mornings, because the light in our apartment at around 11 a.m. is absolutely perfect for photos. Sometimes I'll have to spend a couple of days or even a couple of weeks perfecting a recipe before it's ready for prime time. But in the case of the crepes, the main crepe recipe is one I've posted before, and I'm only highlighting the topping variation. So today is pretty straightforward. Or at least it would be if my mind wasn't on a certain roommate and a certain bet I'm not so sure I should have ever agreed to. So somehow, even though it should be simple, I still end up oversalting the first batch of crepes and over-lemoning the second one. The third batch turns into something resembling Elmer's school glue. I'm still not sure what happened there. But by the time Connor gets home, I actually have a decent batch whipped together, and I've even successfully cooked a half-dozen of them without burning them or tearing them or otherwise fucking them up. Smells great in here. Connor drops a mammoth coffee down on the counter next to me, and I take it gratefully. I chug down about a third of it in one gulp. Enough milk? I nod, still drinking. Perfect. How are the crepes going? Almost done. I'm just going to do a couple more to make sure I have enough for the pictures. Anything I can do to help? I don't think so. Caffeinating me was already a huge help. I'm happy to caffeinate you anytime. Right. My cheeks turn red. It's such a silly thing, but somehow the way Connor says it makes it sound dirty. Instead of disappearing into his bedroom as I'd hoped he would, Connor parks himself at the kitchen table to watch me work. Great, because crepes are totally a low-pressure food. But despite the audience, I managed to whip out a couple more nearly perfect crepes. I add them to the stack with the others. I planned out the photos in advance, so now I start assembling everything on the table. The artfully folded pink napkin, the gleaming white plate, the intentionally yet haphazardly strewn strawberries, and the dusting of fresh lemon zest that falls from the plate to the table beneath. You'd be surprised how much effort goes into even the most seemingly casual photos. Connor doesn't say anything, just watches me work. And surprisingly, it doesn't bother me to have him there. I love what I do so much that in this moment it even eclipses whatever nervousness I feel around Connor. The photography wasn't a part of this job that came naturally to me. I started the blog because I wanted to bake and share my recipes. But these days, a recipe with no mouth-watering photos is about as useful as socks for a squirrel. It's all about the Instagram, the Pinterest-worthy photos. But it turns out that I actually love the photography aspect. Styling the dishes and then getting the perfect shot of them somehow makes the whole process even more satisfying than just baking something delicious. When everything is arranged just so, I grab my camera, position it on the tripod, and start taking pictures. It takes about half an hour of moving around, zooming in, zooming back out again, moving the props around, getting different angles and different focal lengths. I get some good shots, though. I can always tell as soon as I've captured something that it's going to be good. Connor waits patiently through the entire process, and when I'm finally done, he wordlessly helps me pick up the extra props and store them away while I reheat the crepes, which are now at room temperature. When we finally sit down to eat, Connor takes one bite and groans happily. Another winner, sweet. Definitely worth the wait. Thank you. You've got a real gift, he says, sawing off another mouthful. So, what are we going to bake? We? Connor eyes me. You know, you told me that's what you'd normally do to get over a breakup, so I assume I'm going to have to do it now for our bet. What's it going to be? Maybe some more late-night drunken cheesecake? Oh, right. Part of me wants to call off this whole bet. After what happened last night, I can't believe that Connor still thinks this is a good idea. Actually, scratch that. I can believe it. This is the same guy who once left a blow-up doll in the principal's car. Bad ideas are his forte. He's looking at me expectantly, and I have to avoid his green eyes. Every time I look into them, I seem to find myself doing or saying something stupid. Maybe we should skip this whole bet thing, I blurt. I still can't look at him. I scrape my fork through the leftover whipped cream on my plate. Come on, don't tell me you're going to give up that easily. I shrug. I can't exactly tell him that kiss felt like too much for me, especially not when it was clearly nothing to him. That had been pure torture for me to pretend to laugh it off last night. Just seems kind of silly, don't you think? I say instead. Connor doesn't say anything for a second. Then he grins. Oh, I see. You're just scared. Scared? No. I protest, probably a little too quickly. Connor, you have no fucking idea. Oh, yeah. Scared I'm going to beat you and you're going to owe me 6 months' rent. I don't blame you. I'd be scared too if I were you. Oh, you would you? I would. Because you had fun last night. I know you did. Don't tell me you haven't been thinking about it all morning. Don't tell me that loser ex of yours hasn't been far away. I stop scraping my fork around. Because, as it turns out, he's right. At least about that one thing. Lou has been strangely absent from my thoughts this morning. I've been too distracted by Connor, or more specifically the memory of that kiss, to think about anything else. Damn you, Connor Pratt. Well played. Fine. I stand up, scooping up my empty plate and Connor's too, and take both into the kitchen, where I dump them in the sink with the rest of the dishes. You, me, chocolate chip cookies, when Harry met Sally. You better bring your A-game, mister. I always do. But you might want to give me something harder than chocolate chip cookies. Come on. I shake my head, laughing now. No way. Chocolate chip cookies are classic, and having the perfect recipe is a skill every human should master. At least, every human with a heart that has the potential to be broken. I amend. Okay. I can respect that. So when's this date? Should I wear sweats? Date. I ignore that word and focus on the second part of his question. Yes, definitely, and a t-shirt you'd never be seen in public wearing. I don't think I own anything like that. You know I look good in everything. I roll my eyes. Fine, just wear your oldest t-shirt, something ratty. I'll see what I can scrounge up. Now, you didn't answer my first question. When is this date? Stop calling it a date, I want to tell him. I don't know. When are you free? Saturday night? My schedule is not exactly jam-packed at the moment, as you might have noticed. But okay, Saturday night sounds good. Saturday night, just a week away. A week to forget about that kiss and come to terms with the fact that Connor is my roommate and an old friend and nothing more. Sure, I can do that. I can definitely do that. But come Saturday, I find myself ferrying around like someone who actually does have a date that night. It's silly, really. But I wake up early, and I wash my hair, and then I go to the grocery store and stock up on all the things we'll need to make cookies. I have most of it already, but I'm out of chocolate chips, and I could use an extra bag of flour anyway. While I'm there, I also grab a couple of bottles of wine. I tell myself it's about giving Connor the full experience. If I were doing this on my own, my movie and baking night would definitely involve wine. So I have to make sure his does too. And it has nothing at all to do with the fact that I want to sit next to him on the couch and watch a movie and drink wine and pretend this is something more than it is. When I get home, Connor is out. I'm not really sure what he does all day. If he's out looking for jobs or passing his resume around or if he's working at a coffee shop or what. Most days he disappears for at least a few hours. I try not to think about him having coffee dates or chatting up cute baristas. So not any of my business. To take my mind off the upcoming evening, I spend the rest of the day working on editing the photos for the blog and putting together a couple of slideshow videos. It's strangely immersive work, and I'm surprised that by the time I pull my head away from my computer, it's almost 7 o'clock and my stomach is growling. I emerge into the apartment and find it dark. Connor's not home yet. I flick on the lights, then wander into the kitchen and open the fridge. Cheese, cheese, and more cheese. I'm just about to pop a bagel in the toaster when I hear the front door open. I try not to get excited, I really do, but my heart kicks up a notch just the same. "Who wants gyros?" Connor's bassy voice booms from the living room. I peek my head around the corner. "Gyros?" "Yeah, I hope you haven't eaten. I wasn't sure what the appropriate food for Sapfest was, but I figured you couldn't go wrong with Greek." "No, that sounds great. Thanks." I throw the bagel back in the bag and join Connor in the living room. His face is red from the cold, and when he peels off his jacket, I see he's wearing a long-sleeve, chest-hugging black tee. I try not to stare, but I'm pretty sure that chest is outlawed in several countries. "I have something else for you, too," he says with a sly smile. He holds up a small white square bag. "Oh?" "Well, for us, really." "For us?" Color me intrigued. "What is it?" He hands me the bag, and I poke my nose inside, then burst out laughing. "Really?" I ask, pulling out a pair of pink socks with grinning cupcakes on them. "Those are yours. These ones are mine." He produces a pair of black socks with cartoon fox faces on them. "I couldn't find any smiling food in the men's section, so I hope foxes will do." "They're perfect," I assure him. "They're very cute, actually. The sort of playful thing an impeccably dressed man could get away with wearing, especially if he was gay or just really ironic. On Connor, they'll look absolutely ridiculous, which means I love them all the more. "Go get changed," I tell him, unable to keep the dumb grin off my face. Sapfest starts in 5, 4, 3... Chapter 10. Lucy. When Connor emerges from his room 5 minutes later, the grin falls off my face. Because despite my instructions to wear something he wouldn't be caught dead wearing in public, Connor somehow manages to look, well, delicious. The t-shirt he's wearing is gray, with the word Harvard emblazoned in burgundy across the chest. His college, the one he and Kyle had both gone to. And judging by the look of the shirt, it's been in heavy rotation since then. The neck is frayed, and the hem is too, and it looks like he's put on about 10 pounds of muscle since he bought the thing. Below the shirt, he's clad in a pair of gray sweats. There shouldn't be anything sexy about a guy in sweats. But right now, I'd be willing to forego even the most expensive suits for how Connor looks in those pants. Maybe it's the way they sit low on his hips, the way I can imagine the deep V that would be visible if his t-shirt lifted even a little. "What do you think?" he asks. "Acceptable?" I nod dumbly. I'm not actually sure I could make words come out of my mouth right now. Even the stupid fox socks do nothing to diminish his hotness. How? It's not fair. On any other guy, those socks would be an immediate libido killer. On Connor... It'll do, I guess. Good. So, baking? I nod dumbly again. My tongue feels like it's about 6 sizes too big for my mouth. For a second, I imagined saying that out loud to Connor, and then imagined the dirty retort he'd come back with. The thought makes me snort. "Something you want to share?" "Nope," I say hastily. "Just picturing you in an apron. Here." I toss him my pink one, a vintage flowered thing I pinched from my mom when I moved out. It had been my grandmother's once, and then my mother's, and now it's mine. And it's about my only hope of dimming Connor's hotness. He gamely ties the thing around his waist, and to my relief, it looks completely ridiculous. For the first time in days, I feel like I'm standing on solid ground instead of a tumultuous ocean of inappropriate thoughts. Here's the recipe. I hand him an index card where I've neatly printed out the recipe for him. You can keep that. You never know when it may come in handy. Thanks. His eyes crinkle when he smiles, and the linoleum floor under my feet ripples with those ocean waves again. Do you have a copy you can just email me? I stare at him in horror. Are you joking? No. I plant my hands on my hips. Connor Pratt, the best recipes always come on index cards. Everyone knows that. And they usually come with some sort of grease stain or chocolate smear. Aren't you a baking blogger? There's an app for that, you know. App schmap. Sometimes you just have to go old school. If you say so. I do. Now here. I thrust a glass mixing bowl into his hands. Melt the butter. Yes, chef. He salutes, then opens the fridge and takes out the butter. The galley kitchen is small, barely enough room for two people to stand in, let alone operate together. But somehow Connor and I make it work. He's a surprisingly good listener and a patient student, and he actually tries to get things right. And he does, for the most part. I have to rein him in when he suggests putting dried cranberries into the cookies. Let's walk before we can run there, partner, I tell him. But otherwise, he does a good job. And when we're done and the small apartment smells like a Mrs. Fields store, he actually looks proud of himself. Careful, they're hot. I caution him as he reaches for a soft cookie fresh from the oven. The chocolate chips are practically liquid, but Connor pops the whole thing in his mouth in one bite. I can't believe I made these, he says, swallowing and making a groaning noise that makes the checkered linoleum floor ripple again. You did good. You're a good teacher. Thanks. My cheeks flush with an unexpected pleasure. Now what? Now is the best part. We eat them without caring how many calories are in them or how many hours we're going to have to log at the gym or how we're going to get fat and no one's going to love us ever. Connor frowns. Is that normally something you worry about? I shrug uncomfortably. Sort of. It's a girl thing, I guess. I mean, probably not all girls, but all the girls I know at least. It's part of the breakup cycle. Well, that seems like a dumb thing to worry about. I scowl at him. Wow, thanks. That had never occurred to me before. I'm cured. I'll never worry about my body or my love life again. Connor has the decency to look chagrined. Sorry, I guess that wasn't very helpful. I just find it hard to believe that someone who looks like you do would ever worry about what guys think of her. I mean, that body is the kind of body that men have gone to war over. My skin flushes. The floor beneath me turns to actual water as I'm swept away again. Well, thanks. That's nice of you to say. Of course, I say that as your brother's best friend. To me, you'll always be little Lucy Sweet. But from an objective perspective, I'd say you have nothing to worry about. Right. The ocean beneath me solidifies once again. Why would I ever think that I'd ever be anything more than Kyle's little sister? Of course that's all I am to him. Why else would he be willing to show up in his sweats and stupid socks and spend his Saturday night making cookies and watching cheesy movies? He's on a break from life right now, and spending time with me is probably a little like being a kid again. In fact, I can remember plenty of nights watching movies with Connor and Kyle when we were younger, sprawled on the rumpled old sofa, eating cookies just like these, and dreaming about the days we'd be old enough to do something more interesting with our nights. So much for that. Should we start the movie? I ask, using a spatula to load the still-warm cookies onto a vintage cherry-patterned platter. Sure. What are we watching? I was thinking When Harry Met Sally, one of my favorite rom-coms. Oh yeah? I've never seen it. I forget my awkwardness and stop completely. What? I gawp at Connor. He shrugs. I don't know. Never came up. Oh my God, it's a classic. Billy Crystal, Meg Ryan. I'm familiar with it, I just haven't seen it before. We're definitely going to have to rectify that then. I lead Connor to the living room and flip on the television, then cue up the movie. Do you think we need wine for this? He's untying the apron, which means there goes my best defense line. Oh, we definitely need wine for this. There are a couple bottles in the kitchen on top of the fridge. Got it. Connor disappears and returns a minute later with a bottle of red and 2 glasses. I don't say anything while he pours, and I force a smile when he holds out his glass for me to clink. To the breakup bet, he says. I'm liking it so far. You've had it pretty easy, I point out, smiling despite myself. You got to make cookies. I had to humiliate myself in a bar. Hey, I was teaching you a life skill, just like baking cookies. Asking a guy out is a skill more women need to learn. Fair enough. Now shut up and watch the movie. I hit play, and Connor and I settle in. Even with him sitting so close to me and the wine starting to warm my skin, I'm able to turn my attention to the screen in front of us, watching as Meg and Billy bicker their way to New York City. But when they walk into the deli, I start to squirm. How could I have forgotten about this scene? Harry and Sally start their famous debate about faking it, and then it starts. Meg Ryan's famous orgasm scene. Possibly the most vocal and intense orgasm ever enacted on the silver screen. And I'm sitting here watching it with Connor Pratt. While Meg Ryan lets loose with wild abandon, I sneak a glance over at Connor. I can't help it, I just want to see his face, to see his reaction. But instead, I find him looking at me. I hurriedly look back at the television. I can still feel Connor's eyes on me. Meg Ryan finally brings her performance to a close, but the flush doesn't leave my cheeks. It only gets worse when Connor turns to me. Truth time. Have you ever faked it? I gulp. Feign ignorance, Lucy. Faked what? Come on. Oh, no. I stare down at my wine glass. Really? It's more of a statement than a question. Really? Never. With your ex? No. I shift uncomfortably on the couch. You don't look so sure. Well, I wiggle my toes, staring at the cupcakes on my new socks as if they're the most fascinating things on the planet. Maybe once or twice. Once or twice is downplaying it, of course. I wasn't kidding when I said Lou and I might not have had a hot enough oven. But sex isn't everything in a relationship. It barely even makes the top 5. I'd rather have someone who's dependable than someone who's going to burn me up and then fade away. But Connor looks so smug you'd think I just admitted that Lou had a micropenis. I knew it. Well, you dodged a bullet there, sweet. You deserve to be with someone who can get you off. My face burns. The last thing I need is Connor talking about anything to do with getting me off. I grab my wine glass and take a huge swallow. Too huge. The liquid burns the back of my throat and I start to choke. Before I know it, I'm doubled over, gasping for breath and fanning my hand desperately in front of my face, as if that's going to help in some way. Connor thumps my back a couple of times, but I wave him off. I stagger to my feet and take a few awkward steps, leaning on the back of the sofa and trying to get my breathing back under control. After a couple of excruciating minutes, my throat is no longer on fire and my breath starts to return to normal. Connor's face is painted in worry. Jesus, sweet, you scared me. Sorry, wine went down the wrong hole. You're sure you're okay? He's standing next to me, too close for comfort. He puts his hand on my back and rubs small circles between my shoulder blades. It feels good. Too good. I sag against it for a second. Just a second, though. Then I force myself to stand up straight and plaster on a smile. All better. I'm just going to get some water. I escape into the kitchen and run the water into the empty sink while I try to get my balance back. In addition to the pain at the back of my throat, mostly what I feel is stupid. Why do I let Connor get to me like this? He's been having this effect on me since I was about 10 years old, long before I even knew what an orgasm was. It's really starting to get old. Especially because I know his kind. Handsome, charming, ruthless. He doesn't mean to be callous, I don't think, but he's had everything handed to him his whole life. He's not used to thinking of anyone else. He'd walk all over me if I let him, rip my heart out and blink in confusion if I ever dared to call him on it. No, I've had enough men walk out on me in my life. I don't need to risk everything over a guy like Connor. I grab a glass out of the cupboard and pour myself a huge glass of ice-cold water. I chug it back. It immediately takes some of the flush out of my skin, the wobbliness out of my knees. I hold the glass to my forehead for a second and then down the rest of the water. I paint a bright smile on my face and re-adjourn to the living room. There. Sorry about that. No need to apologize. You sure you're okay? Totally. I flop back down on the couch, keeping a safe distance from Connor. Ready? Sure. Connor had paused the movie, but now he grabs the remote and hits play again, just in time for us to hear the old lady say, "I'll have what she's having." A bit of a blush creeps into my skin again, but I push it away and concentrate on enjoying the movie. By the time the movie is over, I have actually mostly forgotten about the awkwardness of the orgasm scene. Connor's a good movie partner, laughing in all the right parts, getting mad at Harry when he walks away from Sally after their night together. There's nothing worse than showing someone your favorite movie and realizing they don't appreciate it in the same way you do. And the more you love the movie, the more the transgression worms its way into your relationship. Like, could I even be friends with someone who didn't like chocolat? So, what's next? Connor asks when the movie is over. We finished off half the platter of cookies and 1 bottle of wine, and I'd successfully managed not to choke on any of it. Another movie? Oh, you don't have to do that. I don't expect you to give up your whole evening. Are you kidding? I've already got my sweats on. I'm in this to win it. Okay, I say, unable to keep the grin off my face. Let's do another movie. Have you ever seen Sleepless in Seattle? He shakes his head and I sigh dramatically. You're lucky I'm here, Pratt. I am, he says. And there's something in his tone that makes me look up sharply. But when I try to meet his eye, he's already reaching for a cookie, shoving the whole thing in his mouth in one go. I only imagined that, I assure myself as I flick through the movies to find the one I want. More wine? He asks, standing and stretching. Sure. I avert my eyes from his waistline, where his shirt is riding up and revealing the deep V that I knew was hiding just above the waist of his sweats. Connor disappears into the kitchen and then returns with a second bottle of wine. He pours me a generous glass and then one for himself, and we settle in to watch the movie. Maybe it's the wine, or the fact that the apartment is bathed in darkness now, but somehow the space on the sofa between us seems to slowly shrink. I'm not conscious of moving closer to him, and I don't notice him inching over either. But somehow, any time one of us shifts position, we manage to nudge over a little closer until, during the last quarter of the movie, our shoulders are touching. It catches me by surprise, the feel of his light t-shirt rubbing against my upper arm. I hold my glass against my lips and focus on swallowing the liquid and not dying this time. My brain clicks at a frantic pace, as if I'm trying to solve a complicated math problem. Maybe I am. There's a time-space continuum that doesn't seem to apply to me and Connor. I wait out the rest of the movie, but as soon as the credits roll, I leap up off the couch. Well, I'm exhausted, I announce dramatically. I think I'm going to go to bed. Connor looks up in surprise. It's barely even 11 o'clock. I know, but I'm exhausted. All the wine, I guess. Sure. Connor frowns at me. Somehow he looks attractive even when he's frowning. His brow furrows in a way that hasn't changed since he was a kid. Eyebrows knitted together, a single crease perfectly bisecting the width of his forehead. I fake a yawn, as if this proves my point, but Connor still doesn't look convinced. Well, this night was pretty easy, he says, slinging one arm across the back of the sofa. If this is all it takes to win the bet, I bet I'm a shoo-in. You women have it easy. Wine, cookies, movies. This is child's play. I'm telling you, it works. I can't resist a smile. So much better than throwing yourself at someone at some dive bar. He nods thoughtfully. But to be fair, those nights usually end in sex, which is a definite point in favor of my way. Yes, well, I stammer, sex is just a distraction. And cookies are true healing. He chuckles. I see. But don't you think distraction can be good? I can't read the expression on his face, but I know this conversation can't be going anywhere safe. I guess it has its place. I allow. But I'll take sugar and flour over bump and grind any day. Your loss. His grin is maddening, and yet he wears it so well. Bastard. I'm going to bed. Your loss. I grab my pajamas from my bedroom and then lock myself in the bathroom where I can take my time brushing my teeth, combing out my long dark hair, plucking a few stray hairs from my brows, changing from my comfortable sweats into even more comfortable pajama pants, and pretty much anything else I can do to avoid going back out into the apartment where I'll have to see Connor. But, to my delight, eventually he clicks off the television and pads down the hall to his room. When I hear the distinct sound of his door closing, I breathe a sigh of relief. Safe at last. But after I slip out of the bathroom, I have to pass by Connor's door to get to my own room. And from the darkness behind his door, I hear a noise. No, not just a noise. A moaning. A woman moaning. What the? And then I realize what he's doing. Only this time, my first thought isn't to be embarrassed. Oh, no. My first thought is that this isn't part of the bet, and that there's no way I'm going to let him get away with this. Chapter 11. Lucy. I bang against Connor's door. What exactly do you think you're doing in there? There's silence from the other side, complete with a lowering of the volume on his video of choice. You're watching porn, aren't you? 2 weeks ago, I would have been embarrassed to utter those words, especially recalling what happened the last time I barged in on him. Now, I don't care. I'm falling behind on this bet, and no way in hell I'm going to let Connor get away with cheating. You're not allowed to watch porn, you know. That's not part of the bet. I don't watch porn to get over a breakup, so you can't either. You're supposed to be eating cookies or crying in bed. Maybe both. If you feel really bad, then call someone. Hell, drunk text if you need to, but no porn. I don't know what kind of response I'm expecting. Some sarcastic retort? For Connor to bellow at me to piss off and mind my own business? Instead, the door opens and I go sailing into the room. I right myself just before I end up sprawled across the floor. Connor's ditched the t-shirt and is standing there bare-chested. The fox socks are gone too. He's still got the sweats on, though, slung low over his hips, and they do little, no, make that nothing, to mask the bulge beneath. You're right, Connor says. What? Sorry? I lick my lips, trying like hell not to stare at his crotch like a total creep. You're right, he says again. I'm not supposed to be watching porn. But you are. Excuse me? Instead of answering this time, he grabs my wrist. I'm too stunned to react properly, so I let him lead me all the way into the room and push my shoulders down so that I'm sitting on his bed. The sheets are gray and clean, but warm from the heat of his body, and I try not to think about what was just going on in here. Except that's impossible when I catch sight of the open laptop at the foot of the bed. The video's paused, and of course, it's on a shot of a woman with long dark hair, her head thrown back as a silent moan of ecstasy escapes her lips. I stare at the long line of her throat for far too long. My knees are sweating now. I shift on the bed. Connor sinks down behind me, then reaches forward to grab the laptop. "What are you doing, Connor?" I say indignantly, making to get off the bed once some of my senses return. "I'm not going to watch porn." "Sure you are. You want to win the bet, don't you? And more importantly, you want to get over the loser ex of yours, right? The one who couldn't even make you come?" "I never said that," I mutter, trying to keep the shock out of my voice. He's not wrong, but neither is it any of his business. "That was your inference." "Well, I infer now that he's an asshole and you don't need him. What you need is what anyone else needs. A couple of good orgasms under your own power. Take your control back and get it out of your system at the same time. Win-win." "No." He seems undeterred. "Trust me." I can't see his face, mostly because I'm staring intently at the jersey sheets. But then Connor scrubs back to the beginning of the video and hits the play button. "Now, this is called fixing her pipes. See, this nice lady here has found herself in need of a plumber." He points to the screen where the dark-haired woman is wearing a silk robe and staring in befuddlement at her kitchen sink, twisting the taps again and again and finding that no water will come out. She throws her hands up in exaggerated exasperation. Oh, God. I pretend to sound disgusted, but then the camera pans down the smooth lines of her bare legs as she walks to the phone. "Connor, this is gross. I don't want to watch this." But there's something husky in my voice that I don't know or even recognize. Instead of answering, Connor pulls me against his chest. I bristle at the feel of his naked chest behind my thin pajama top. He rests his hands lightly on my thighs, which are clad in, of course, donut-patterned pajama pants. He doesn't do anything untoward, just lets his hands sit there. But for just a second, I wish he would. On the laptop screen, the plumber arrives. He's dark-haired like the woman, with a thickly muscled chest and arms of steel. "I got a call that someone needed their pipes fixed," he says gruffly. I actually giggle. Yes, she needs her pipes fixed, all right. But what kind of tool could you use to fix something like that? I pretend to muse. Connor chuckles. "Oh, I'm pretty sure he has the right tool for the job." I hope so. I mean, she wouldn't want to have to call in a second plumber. That's the sequel. Oh, there's a sequel. Good. There's always a sequel. Now be quiet and watch the movie. You're going to be confused, and I don't want to have to explain the plot to you. I snort. I think I can follow it. But still, I turn my attention back to the screen in front of us. Though it's hard to concentrate with the feel of Connor's solid chest warm against my back, I follow along with the woman. Mrs. Roberts, apparently, or at least that's how she introduces herself to the plumber, who turns out to be called Hank. As he settles in to work, she offers him a glass of iced tea. Iced tea. I snort again. Sure. Look, maybe they're thirsty, Connor says innocently. You don't know. True. I guess I'd have to wait and see what happens. Oh no, look, her rope fell off. That's very common, you know. Don't tell me your robe has never just fallen off like that. I can't say it has, actually. Well, I don't know what to tell you then, because it happens to me all the time. I mean, look at me now. That's true. You do seem to have lost your shirt. It's a curse. I agree noncommittally, because right now it doesn't feel much like a curse. Without thinking, I press my body closer to him. He stiffens for a second and then relaxes. His hands seem to feel heavier on my thighs now. Or is that just my imagination? Mrs. Roberts is handing her handsome plumber a glass of iced tea. But the way he's looking at her seems to suggest he has a lot more in mind than her hospitality. She's still not wearing her robe, which seems rather bizarre to me, but I tell myself not to question it too much. This is fantasy, right? And I guess the male fantasy is to be served sweet tea by a woman naked from the waist up. Who am I to judge? The plumber examines the pipes in record time, and when he stands and loosens his belt, I know we're really getting down to business. What's he doing now? I pretend to whisper to Connor. Well, see, Lucy, he keeps his tool in his pants. So if he's going to fix those pipes, he's going to have to take them off. Oh, I see. I feign innocence. But what kind of tool would he keep in his pants? Oh, I say again, as the tool in question is revealed in all its fully erect glory. That would be the tool right there. Yes, I see that. Very impressive. It's not so impressive, Connor says with an air of indignation, and I have to stifle a giggle. Men. I hope he's trained with this thing, I say worriedly as our plumber lifts Mrs. Roberts and plops her on the kitchen table in front of him. I'm sure he has, Connor reassures me. He's a professional, after all. Thank God. The last thing you need in this situation is an amateur. That's what I was trying to tell you earlier, Connor says. There's a note of flirtation in his voice that makes my stomach flip even more than the scene playing out on the laptop screen. You shouldn't be going to amateurs to do the job of a professional, of a real man. Well, if I ever find one of these real men, I'll let you know what happens. Connor grunts something unintelligible and shuts up. I should feel satisfied. I mean, I do. I feel satisfied. On the screen, the hard-working plumber is covering the woman's torso in kisses, stroking his tongue along her skin as he slides her panties off. It's surprisingly tender, or at least more tender than I expected from a movie called Fixing Her Pipes. That's sweet, I say to Connor. I admire his dedication to foreplay. I told you, he's a professional, Connor says smugly. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Oh wow, he's really going for it, isn't he? The man has his head buried between the woman's thighs now. The camera pans in for a close-up as his tongue tickles her swollen pink clit. Between my legs, my own pussy throbs. It isn't exactly the couple on the screen that's making me shiver, but the sudden image of Connor doing that to me. Him kneeling in front of me, spreading my thighs, sweeping his tongue over my part, suckling at my clit. I'm sure a guy like Connor has plenty of experience in that department. A professional, so to speak. Without thinking, I wiggle back against him again. That's when I feel the hard outline of his erection pressing against my lower back. I swallow. It's just the movie, I remind myself. He watches porn to get off. Getting an erection is kind of an essential part of that. It has nothing to do with me. But Connor's hands seem to have traveled further up my thighs. They still aren't anywhere inappropriate, not quite, but I can feel the warmth and the weight of them through the fabric of my pants. This is Connor, I remind myself. Kyle's best friend. Connor, who saw you through braces and bad perms and who just thinks of you as the weird girl who makes brownies all the time and likes socks with food on them. It's not like anything's going to happen. Do you like the movie, Lucy? Connor's voice seems very close to my ear, and it sounds darker and huskier than it normally does. I suppose, I answer noncommittally. Does it turn you on? I don't know. Not exactly a lie. I don't know if it's the movie or Connor's proximity that's making me drip. You don't know, or you don't want to say. I shrug, then I realize he can't really see that. I don't know, I say again stubbornly. You can touch yourself, you know. Connor, I say, appalled. What? It's part of the bet. I'm just saying that if you wanted to, you could. It wouldn't have to mean anything. Well, I'm not going to do that. My throat seems to stick around the words. Okay. His hands, though, are moving further up my thighs, closer to my core. I squirm against him. He doesn't say anything. I can feel his breath against the back of my neck, his hard chest pressed against my spine, and still his erection digging into me. Larger now, it seems. Dear Lord, grant me strength. I let my hands fall down to my own thighs. My fingers brush against Connor's. He twists his hand up so that he's holding mine, and then he moves it further up my thigh. So close now. So close my pussy squeezes around nothing. So close I let out a whimper. Lucy. Connor breathes. I don't say anything. I just shift my hips, and together our hands move again. They press against my heat. Connor's hand is on top, but I don't know which of us is doing it. I press my pelvis now, wanting to feel Connor's touch or my own. I don't even know. I swallow, try to pay attention to what's happening on the screen, but the plumber and Mrs. Roberts are really going to town now, and it's not doing anything to dampen my feelings of desire. Then my hand and Connor's are sliding up over my pelvis to the waist of my pajama pants. Then, together, they're slipping inside. I'm not wearing any underwear, and I can feel my own fingers gliding over my mound. I let out another whimper, and then Connor's mouth is on my neck, his rough lips grazing the smooth skin there. Connor pushes my fingers down, sliding them over my cleft and against my clit. I can feel his own hand there, too, his large fingers covering mine, making the soft skin of my pussy tingle every time he brushes against it. I know I should stop this. Tell him it isn't a good idea, that nothing good can come of this. But in that moment, I don't want him to stop. I want him to keep doing whatever he's doing, touching me this way, or making me touch myself this way, or whatever it is we're doing. Maybe it's the fact that it's wrong that makes it feel so good. Maybe Mrs. Roberts and I actually have something in common. I'm sure she knows she shouldn't be fucking that plumber. But is she going to let that stop her? No, she isn't. At least not by judging what's happening on the screen right now. I swallow thickly and let Connor press my fingers against my own clit. Another whimper escapes my lips. You are so damn sexy, you know that? Connor groans. Stop, I'm not. My cheeks are turning red. I'm usually someone who can take a compliment just fine, but Connor Pratt calling me sexy just feels too weird for words. Hell yeah, you are. Do you feel how hard I am right now? That's all you. As if to prove his point, Connor shifts his hips, nudging me in the back with his rock-hard erection. Somehow, thinking that I had anything to do with that makes me feel more confident. I'd like to see what you could do with that someday, I murmur. Connor groans. His fingers press harder against mine, swirling them around my clit. My pussy clenches and trembles. Don't tempt me, he growls. I'd love to show you how a real man fucks. There'd be no need for faking. I wouldn't stop until I made you come at least 3 times, just from my hands and mouth. By the time I put my cock in you, you'd be jelly. You'd be begging me to fuck you. I want to beg him right now. This dirty talk is turning my body into a pool of molten hot lava, and Connor is the only thing that can cool it. I move my other hand, still locked with his, to join the first. I press that hand lower, finding my entrance, using my own finger and Connor's to tease the opening. Connor groans again when he realizes what I'm doing. See? He growls. Sexy as fuck. With his finger pressed close to mine, he pushes both of them inside me. The angle is awkward, but I lift my hips slightly, and then he's fucking me with his finger and my own and rubbing my clit, and the feeling of both our hands locked together like that is turning me to jelly, just like Connor promised. I want to feel you come, he says, his voice hoarse against my ear. His breathing sounds thick, short. Connor. Yes, he says firmly. Make yourself come. With one more whimper, I let go. My torso arches, my head coming back to rest on Connor's shoulder as my body shakes and shudders. The roar of pleasure nearly consumes me completely, rushing through my ears as loud as the ocean. I rock against Connor again and again until every last inch of pleasure is wrung from my body. When it's over, all the expected awkwardness comes roaring up to greet me, just as ferociously as the orgasm had. I carefully pull my hands out of Connor's, and then out of my pajama pants. On the laptop screen, Mrs. Roberts and her plumber are still going to town, now in a position that looks extremely uncomfortable, at least for her. I know the feeling, I want to tell her. I can't look at Connor, I just can't. And even though it probably makes things even more awkward, I stand up from the bed without saying a word, then hightail it back to the safety of my own bedroom. Chapter 12. Lucy. I successfully avoid Connor for a whole day. The day after the fixing her pipes incident, I get up early and Tess and I spend the morning at the Brooklyn flea market. It's the second to last weekend before it closes for the winter, and I'm hoping to score some new pieces for my food photography. Food blogs are all about the photos, for pinning and Instagramming, and good photos are all about the styling. I have an ever-growing collection of cute plates and bowls, aged metal serving platters, vintage linens. You're quiet today, Tess laments as I half-heartedly paw through a basket of old cutlery. I shrug. Do you like the rosettes better, or these little stripy things? I hold up 2 beautifully patinaed old spoons. Way to change the subject, and I like the stripy things. Me too. I root around for a matching knife and fork, then take them over to the dreadlocked woman manning the booth to pay. When my new old utensils are tucked safely in my bag, Tess and I keep walking. I clutch my coffee as if it's the only thing keeping me alive, and right now, it feels like it actually might be. I barely slept last night. After I had finished with Connor, quite literally, I had bolted into my bedroom and closed the door tightly behind me. I didn't even say goodnight to him, just left him sitting there alone with his laptop. I imagine he was asleep within minutes. I, on the other hand, lay there on my bed for hours. Hours and hours and hours. Every time I closed my eyes, I could feel his hands on mine, feel his fingers pushing inside me. My entire body still pulsed with the fire of his touch. Even alone in my bed, I could feel it. The heat of his body against mine, the rasp of his stubble against the back of my neck. But mostly, it was the hitch in his voice that I thought about. The hitch that seemed to say more than the words did. The hitch that promised something even more. But that's crazy, right? Because this is Connor we're talking about. Connor, who's known me since I was 4. This can't happen. It just can't. Yet my body still tingled, and the longer I laid there, the worse it seemed to get. Which is why I ended up staying awake until the sky was starting to turn pink, and only then did I fall into a restless, fitful sleep. And which is why I'm now clutching my coffee like it's the lifeblood of the gods. So, how are things going with Connor? Tess asks. Did you tell him to install a lock on his door yet? No. But I think I've learned my lesson about barging in on male roommates. I feel guilty for lying to Tess. I debate telling her about what happened last night, but even the thought of it still sets my skin on fire, and I can't imagine trying to spell it out for poor, sweet Tess. I can, however, imagine what she'd say. That it's a bad idea to get it on with your roommate. That I'm vulnerable right now and on the rebound. That I need to put my foot down and tell him there'll be no more funny business. Which is totally what I'm going to do, of course. As soon as I get home. Probably. There's a good chance he already knows anyway. I'm sure he feels as weird as I do about the whole thing. You know, he's going through a breakup too, I say instead. Oh yeah? Let me guess. Some gorgeous LA celebutante broke his poor widow heart. My stomach turns. I hadn't pressed too much about Connor's ex, but Tess is probably right. She's probably a beautiful blonde glamazon skilled in the art of sexual gymnastics and X-rated tongue maneuvers. Yeah, something like that. We stroll across the pavement, warm from the late October sun, and browse the last few couple of booths, but I don't find anything else I like. What do you want to do now? I ask Tess as we make our way back to Front Street. She glances at the time. Well, I was going to go walk the dogs. I'll come with you. Really? Tess arches an eyebrow. She works at an animal rescue group called Old Dogs New Tricks that specializes in finding homes for senior dogs. Well, I use the term works loosely here. She devotes nearly 100% of her non-sleeping hours to them, while they pay her for a scant 15 hours a week, which is all they can afford. It's not at all unusual for her to be going in on a Sunday to walk the dogs just because. What is unusual is for me to offer to go with her. It's not that I don't like dogs. I like seeing dogs on television and in funny YouTube clips, and I think the charity is amazing, and what Tess does for them is even more amazing. It's just that dogs in real life kinda scare me. Even the old arthritic, slow-moving ones like Tess works with. You can't tell people that, though. You tell someone you aren't a dog person, they automatically assume there's something wrong with you. Maybe I had a traumatic incident with one that I can't remember, but for as long as I can remember, I've always gotten a little antsy when a dog gets too close to me, especially one that's not on a leash. I'm more of a cat person. Cats are so much calmer, so much more dependable. Now Connor's probably a dog person. Just another reason we're completely wrong for each other. What's up with you today? Tess says, and then her face softens. I'm sorry, it's Lou, isn't it? Do you still miss him? Yes, I blurt, grateful for the excuse. The truth, I realize with a start, is that I haven't thought of Lou in a few days now. That has to be some kind of record. What do you know? Maybe Connor was right about his approach to breakups. Maybe all you really need to move on is to get off with someone else. Too bad in my case that someone else was my off-limits roommate. I think about telling Tess about the bet, leaving out, of course, the whole kissing and porn thing. But even that makes me hesitate. I can already imagine what Tess would say. Why are you wasting time playing games? You should be focused on yourself. Or some such nonsense. So instead, I say, I was invited to a sister's wedding in a couple of weeks. Ugh, are you going to go? Yeah, I do really like Sharon, and I'm touched that she invited me. I'm just not looking forward to seeing Lou. I'm sorry. That would definitely suck. But are you sure you want to walk the dogs? Right now, I'd do just about anything to take my mind off things. Not a lie, after all. That's how I end up walking a schnauzer named Gristle through Brooklyn Heights, admiring the brownstones with Tess while cowering a little every time Gristle turns to look back at me. I do my best to keep him pacified with a supply of stinky lamb treats, which I pull from a spare fanny pack stuffed with poop bags that Tess insists on making me wear. You can never have too many poop bags, she says cheerfully as she walks 5 different dogs of varying sizes just a few feet away from me. Oh, you can, I mutter. By the time we're done walking the dogs, it's nearly dinner time. Tess has plans with her parents, but instead of heading back to my apartment, I call Sam to see if she's free. We meet at an Ethiopian restaurant where we gorge ourselves on spicy beef and perfectly fried injera. When I can't draw out the meal any longer, Sam is happy to move the night onto another bar and then our favorite dessert place. By the time I get home, it's almost 2 a.m. And that's how I successfully avoid Connor for the entire day. I lie in bed that night thinking that it wasn't really so hard. All I have to do is jam-pack all the rest of my days from now until the day he moves out. Easy as pie. Well, it should be, anyway. Except the next day, Connor wakes me up at 7 a.m. by banging on my bedroom door. "Up and at 'em, sweet." I pull the pillow over my head and groan. What in the name of Sarah Lee does he want? "I'm sleeping," I grumble, or at least I think I do. "No, you're not. You know how I can tell? Because you answered me." "I sleep answered you." "I'll take it. Now get up." "Connor, go away." I brace myself for more pushback, but it's quiet on the other side of the door. Curious, I open one eye and stare at the door, half expecting it to burst open at any moment. It remains closed, though, and the silence continues. I can't have offended him, can I? I'm just about to throw my legs onto the floor when the entire apartment starts to throb. Rap music blares through the walls, reverberating into my room and actually making my bed vibrate. I bound out of bed and stalk out into the hallway. Connor leans against the wall, looking extraordinarily pleased with himself. "I love the smell of 90s rap in the morning, don't you?" "Oh my God, we have neighbors, you know." I find the source of the music, a pair of Bluetooth speakers set on the television stand, probably controlled by Connor's laptop. I yank the plug out of the wall. The music keeps playing, but it's much quieter now and streams harmlessly from Connor's room now that there aren't speakers amplifying it throughout the entire apartment. "Rump shaker?" I glare at him. "Really? Of all the songs I've ever woken up to, what can I say? I was inspired." He gives me a look that's entirely inappropriate for 7 o'clock in the morning. For any time of day, really. My skin buzzes. All I can think about is his hands on my skin, his lips on the back of my neck, his cock pressing into my back. "I'm going back to bed," I announce. Well, it's true that I definitely need to lie down right now. "Oh, no, you're not." Connor grabs my arm as I try to edge past him in the hallway. For a minute, we both just look down at his hand, his fingers wrapped around my forearm. Thankfully, I'm wearing a baggy sweatshirt and even baggier sweats, not risking a repeat of the underwear episode of the other day. "Get dressed," Connor instructs. "Why?" Do I sound suspicious? I wonder why. "We're going running." I look at him as if he's just suggested we light our own farts on fire. "Don't give me that look." What makes you think I would want to go running at 7 a.m? At any time of day, really. What makes you think I would care what you want to do? This is part of the bet. Oh, I snap my mouth shut. What part? It's a guy thing. Once you've eaten all the cereal and drank all the beer and you're starting to feel like a disgusting slob, you hit the gym. You work it all out there till your muscles burn and you're covered in sweat. And of course, you spend a lot of time thinking about all the women that are going to throw themselves at you once you're ripped, including your ex. "Oh," I say again, because I'm still stuck on the image of Connor covered in sweat. Actually, I guess women aren't so different on that one. There are a lot of miles logged on the treadmill when you're trying to burn off all that Ben & Jerry's. "See, now you're talking. So go get changed. We're leaving in 10 minutes. "Fine." I grump and close myself in my bedroom. Once we're out on the street, I'm beginning to doubt this idea again. I don't really have any cute workout clothes, so I look and feel ridiculous in my leggings and oversized cartoon donut t-shirt. Yes, more cartoon food. This one says, Do not worry, be happy. Connor had rolled his eyes at it, but at least he'd kept his mouth shut. He, of course, looks effortlessly cool in a pair of basketball shorts and a white tank. Ready? He asks, obnoxiously cheerful. Shouldn't we, stretch or something first? You want to stretch? We can stretch. He easily throws his foot back and pulls it up against the back of his thigh, stretching out his quads. Show off. I bend down and try to touch my toes, and then quickly realize that's not going to happen. I stand back up again in a huff. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go then. I promise I'll take it easy on you. I want to tell him he doesn't need to do that, but truthfully, I have no idea how I'm going to make it through this. I don't exactly do running. The last time I ran was for a bus, and spoiler alert, I didn't catch it. But I put on my game face, or at least the closest I have to one. We start off slow, just running to the end of the block. Then we walked across the street, run the next block, walked across the street. It's not terrible. We cover about 10 blocks that way before we finally come upon Cadman Plaza Park. I'm feeling pretty good about myself until Connor says, Okay, warm up over. I gape at him. He looks confused. What? We're at the park. It's the perfect spot to do an easy 5 miles. 5 miles? My voice is strangled. Right, perfect. Looking forward to it. But when Connor takes off at a jog, I just stand there. He makes it about 100 feet before he realizes I'm not following him. He jogs back to where I'm standing, then continues to run in place while I glare at him. Something wrong? Yeah. I'll make you a deal. 1 mile, and then we go for breakfast. How about this? 1 mile, breakfast, and then we run back to the apartment. Fine. I can handle that. Besides, no way is he going to want to run after eating a huge breakfast. Connor lets me set the pace, and we take off on a slow, very slow, glacial even, run around the park, fueled by thoughts of pancakes and bacon.
Chapter 13. Connor.
This is torture.
Lucy laments as we climb the stairs back up to our 4th-floor walk-up apartment. It's torture, all right. I can't take my eyes off her ass as we trudge up the stairs. In those leggings, the curvy roundness of it is perfectly, delectably visible.
My thighs are screaming,
she huffs. Mine too. Except it's not my thighs that are the problem. I adjust my shorts and try to ease some of the strain on my poor dick. Bet you didn't think I was going to make you run all the way back here.
No, and running after that many waffles is a particularly cruel form of torture. I can't wait to get in the shower.
She pulls the key out of the pocket of her leggings while I try to push away the image of her climbing naked into the hot stream of the shower. Me too.
Well, I'm going first.
She unlocks the front door and stumbles in, kicking off her sneakers immediately and sighing in relief. It's stupidly cute like pretty much everything else she does. Go ahead. I'm going to do some push-ups. Anything to take my mind off the girl in front of me and the fact that she's mere seconds away from stripping off her clothing. Lucy disappears into the bathroom and I hear the water start. My imagination is in overdrive. I can picture every single movement behind that closed door. Lucy peeling off her t-shirt, then her leggings, unknotting her hair, climbing naked into the warm water, sighing happily the same way she did when she eased off her sneakers. My dick twitches with every image that flashes through my brain. Not good. So not good. I shove the coffee table up against the couch to make some room, then drop down and do a dozen push-ups. It takes my mind off Lucy for about 10 seconds, but mostly it just sends more endorphins to my brain, which in turn sends more blood to my cock. I try a dozen more, and then I keep going until I hit 50, and then 100. The water is still running in the bathroom. What's she doing now? Washing her hair, soaping her tits, sliding her hands between her thighs? The memory of the other night metaphorically whacks me in the face again, and then the floor actually whacks me in the face as I drop out of my push-up. Lucy and me on my bed, our hands locked together as she got herself off, with an assist from me. I'd barely even touched her, and it was still the hottest experience of my life. What I wouldn't give for a repeat of that night. A chance to do more than slip my hands beneath the waist of her pajama pants. A chance to see that body in all its glory. Every ripe, round curve. Every sweet plane of skin. And it's so close. She's so close. Right now, at this moment, that body is just behind the door. A door made of nothing but cheap plywood. A door that, like every other room in this apartment, doesn't lock. I pull myself up off the floor and walk like a zombie towards that door. I'm not actually doing this, I tell myself, but my feet move regardless. I take silent steps until I'm standing on this side of the door. From here, I can hear the thrum of the water, and beneath that, the sounds of Lucy singing something to herself. My hand reaches for the knob. I tell myself no. There are 100 reasons why this is a bad idea. 1,000, probably. Not the least of which is that Kyle would kill me if he knew I was messing around with his little sister. Not to mention the fact that Lucy is a friend, and the last thing I want is for things to get awkward between us. But neither of those things are enough to stop me. Somehow my hand still twists the knob. I still push the door open. I still step into the steamy bathroom. Through the pink gingham shower curtain, I can see the outline of Lucy's body. Her arms are up as she moves her hands over her head, and her chest arches out slightly. And all I can think is that I would die a happy man if I could just step behind that curtain with her. Which means there's no way I can turn around now. I'm done. I close the door behind me. The sound it makes is soft, but Lucy freezes. "Connor?" "It's me." My voice sounds hoarse, heavy. She yanks back the curtain just enough to stick her head out. Her dark hair is covered in soap, and when she wipes the water from her eyes, she ends up with a dot of soap on her nose, too.
What the hell are you doing?
She doesn't sound mad, exactly. Nervous, maybe? To be perfectly truthful, I feel nervous, too. Not a usual feeling for me. "Joining you?"
Oh,
she says. She swallows. I can actually see her throat bob.
okay.
Okay? Well, that's good. It's better than chucking the soap at my head. My blood surges. I strip off my shirt and then my shorts. My cock springs up eagerly. And when I look up, I catch Lucy staring at it, wide-eyed.
Oh, you were right,
she whispers. About what?
That plumber wasn't anything special.
I grin at that, and then push open the shower curtain and step into the stream with her.
I just have to rinse out my hair,
she says, moving towards the water, but I'm already reaching for her. I take her face between my hands, her soapy, warm, soft, beautiful face, and bring my mouth to hers. I've been thinking about this ever since that night outside Veneer, and I don't know how I managed to restrain myself since then. Nerves of steel, I guess. But now I kiss her hard enough to make up for all that lost time. All those days when I wanted to be kissing her but wasn't. All those times I had to watch her bite her lip in concentration, or run her tongue over them when she thought no one was looking. For a second, she just stands there in surprise. But then she's returning the kiss, giving as good as she gets. Lucy should feel like a little sister to me. But there's nothing little sister-ish about this. Her wet, naked body in front of me is making it hard to think, hard to even stand upright. I slide my hands through her soapy hair and down to her shoulders, then cup her tits in my palms. She arches her back, her mouth never leaving mine, her chest straining towards me. I run my thumbs over her pert, rosy nipples, eliciting a groan that comes straight from her core. The water pelts down on us, drips in my eyes, over our joined lips, but there's nothing I can feel except the goddess in front of me. There's not an inch of space between us now, and the way my dick is pressed against her warm stomach is driving me half mad. I push her up against the wall, that horrible peach-colored tile that looks like it was installed in the 70s, and bring my mouth down over her perfect tits. Taking one nipple into my mouth is even more glorious than biting into one of her perfect brownies. I run my tongue over the nub, making Lucy arch her back even more, pushing her breasts into my face. I really could die happy, I think deliriously. I could drown in this shower, and it would all be worth it. Lucy's nipple hardens under my tongue, and I can't resist nipping at it gently. She yelps and then laughs, her skin flushed and hot. I lavish equal attention on the other one while she pushes her hands through my wet hair. I want to spend all day on her tits, but I tear myself away and keep kissing a trail down her stomach. Every curve and bump sends a lick of fire to my groin, and by the time I get to her soft mound, my dick is hard as steel. I want to just turn her around and push into her, but the sight of her swollen pink pussy right in front of my face is way too sweet to resist. I nudge her legs apart, and she immediately and obediently shifts her position, angling her hips to give me better access. I run my thumb over her plump pink folds, and she whimpers. "Connor," she breathes. I look up to make sure she's okay, but the look of lust I see in her eyes tells me she's more than okay, that she's about to be destroyed and she knows it. I spread her lips gently, revealing her plump little clit. My tongue lunges for it instinctively, swooping across it, swirling over it, painting in long strokes and short, teasing her and making her squirm against the tile. Her hands are in my hair again, holding my head against her. I want to tell her she doesn't have to bother, because there's no way in hell I'm going anywhere but right here, right now. I bring one hand up to join my tongue and my lips, and I find her center. I tease her a little, until she arches her hips closer to me, jamming her mound against my teeth, desperate for more of what only I can give her. I push 2 fingers inside her, and she squeezes me right away, forcing me deeper inside her, her muscles already starting to spasm. I pull her clit into my mouth and suck, while I use those 2 fingers to fuck her mercilessly. Lucy's legs start to shake, and her grip in my hair tightens. "Connor," she breathes again. "Oh, Jesus, Connor." Music to my ears. So is the loud keening noise she makes as her body starts to shudder against me, as her pussy clamps tightly around my fingers, as her clit swells between my lips. Her orgasm seems to go on forever, shudder after shudder. With each one, she seems to slip further down the tile. I'm almost afraid she's going to pass out. Finally, she rights herself. I look up, feeling rather pleased with myself, but I find her shaking, lips chattering and everything. That's when I realize that the water has gone cold. More than cold, really. Freezing. And I hadn't even noticed. Oh, shit, you're gonna freeze. I hit the tap to turn off the water, then grab a big towel and wrap it around Lucy's shoulders. I rub the towel, trying to warm her up, but she's still shaking. I'm not sure how much of it is the cold and how much of it is the orgasm. The dazed expression on her face is definitely from the orgasm, I think smugly. "Come on, you should get some clothes on." I help her out of the shower. Not exactly how I wanted to wrap up this session, but I can take a hint. A cold shower is a sign from the universe, right? Has to be. Lucy lets me walk her to her room. She sits on the bed, the towel still wrapped around her, her long dark hair hanging down over her shoulders, dripping water trails over the rise of her breasts. "Do you want a tea or something?" I ask. She looks up at me in surprise, and her eyes move over my body. It occurs to me that I'm still completely naked, and that even the surprise cold shower hasn't done anything to, diminish my lust for Lucy.
"No."
She licks her lips, still checking out my body. The intensity of her gaze makes my cock surge. Suddenly, I just want to throw her backwards onto that bed and fuck her until she can't remember her own name. Until I can't remember that I ever thought of her as just little Lucy Sweet. Fuck! What am I doing? She is little Lucy Sweet, whether my dick agrees or not. She's Kyle's sister. That's something you don't do to your best friend. You don't bang his sister, even if she's staring at your dick and licking her lips like a fucking vixen. Well, I'm gonna get dressed. I have to get out of here before I do something I really regret.
"Okay."
Lucy says, but she doesn't take her eyes off me.
Or you could get over here and finish what you started.
Chapter 14. Lucy. I don't understand the words coming out of my mouth, and I don't recognize the voice that's saying them. Get over here and finish what you started. Did I just proposition Connor? Surely not. That's not something I would ever do. Even if he did just give me the greatest orgasm of my entire life. Even if he is standing there in front of me with a dick so thick and hard that it's making my mouth water. Even if I want him so bad in this moment that I'd be willing to give up chocolate and sugar and butter and everything else forever and ever, amen. Connor is looking at me with an expression of consternation, like he's torn between taking me up on my offer and leaving this apartment and never coming back. I can't say he's the only one, either. What will this do to our friendship? Connor's been in my life since I was just a kid, and the thought of making things weird between us is almost more than I can bear. Then again, things are already going to be weird between us, right? Especially now that I know he can do that with his mouth. There's no coming back from that. I could tell him never mind, I think. Take the pressure off both of us. Laugh it off like I was joking. That would be the smart and responsible thing to do. And it seems like it's what Connor might want, given the way he's still standing there, stock still and stark naked, staring at me like I'm a line of cocaine he doesn't dare touch. But instead of doing the nice thing and letting him off the hook, I stand up from the bed and let the towel fall away. Connor's eyes widen as he takes in my naked body, his eyes roving from my shoulders to my toes. But let's be honest, giving most of their attention to my chest area. I pad silently across the room, my eyes never leaving his face. Tell me not to, I think silently. Tell me that we shouldn't do this, that it's too weird. He doesn't say anything. He just turns slightly so that he's facing me, and he looks at me with a gaze that's so fiery, so lustful, that I know that whatever misgivings I have, whatever ones he has, we both want this. I want Connor Pratt, and he wants me. I drop to my knees in front of him and grip his shaft in my hand. The surrealness of the moment catches me for a second. This is Connor. Connor who I've known forever. Connor, whose dick is right now between my fingers, dripping with a tiny dot of pre-cum that's just for me. Instead of dwelling on how crazy that is, I lean forward and wipe the dot away with my tongue. Connor growls. It's such a primal sound, so manly and wild and primitive that it makes everything in my body tense. I run my tongue over the tip of his shaft in earnest now, teasing the ridge before popping the entire head into my mouth. Connor's head drops back, and the growl turns into a groan. Just as primitive, just as primal, just as much of a turn-on. I use one hand to grip the base of his cock, while the other one fondles his balls, which are heavy and huge. I take him deeper into my mouth, as far into my throat as I can. He lets me set the pace, moving up and down on his cock, taking him in slowly and then with more speed. A loud banging comes from the living room area, the apartment door. I freeze and look up, my lips still wrapped around Connor's dick. He moans. We can ignore that, right? Please tell me we can ignore that. I'm about to nod, and then I remember the delivery. My yogurt. I groan, pulling reluctantly away from him. Yogurt? Yeah, I'm getting a delivery. Remember I told you about that sponsored product thing for the blog? They send me this yogurt, and I come up with a recipe for it. Connor's eyes roll back in his head. It can wait. I heave myself to my feet. Not really. If I'm not here to get it, it's going to go to the delivery depot where I'll have to pick it up. But last time that happened, it wasn't at the depot until the next day, and by then the soy milk, it was soy milk that time, had turned all funky. Well, we don't want funky yogurt, do we? He sighs. Go. But then you get that sweet ass back in here because we're not nearly finished yet. I poke him lightly in the chest. Oh, you're right about that. I grab my cherry red robe off the back of the bedroom door and pad quickly to the apartment door, running my fingers through my wet hair, hoping I don't look like someone who is just in the middle of some afternoon delight. My mind is racing with thoughts of the naked man waiting for me in my bedroom, my skin still flush from his touch, my mouth still tingling with the musky taste of him. thinking about all the things I'm going to let him do to me when I get back there. Kyle! I pull the front door open and stare in surprise at my big brother. I blink a few times and try to get my mind to get up to speed with this rather unfortunate turn of events. "Oh, look, it's Kyle," I say, way more loudly than necessary. I picture Connor in my bedroom, right down the hall. My bedroom, the door of which is perfectly in view from where Kyle and I are currently standing. Then I think of Connor's clothes, still in a pile on the bathroom floor where we'd left them earlier. "Yeah, it's me, you weirdo." Kyle shakes his head. His dark brown hair, the exact same color as mine, flops over his forehead. That hair is way more movie star than ER doctor. "Is Connor here? We're supposed to see a movie this afternoon." "Right! You're supposed to see a movie this afternoon," I say again, extra loud. "Connor's here. I think he's in the bathroom. Actually, while you're here, can you help me get something in the kitchen? I'm too short to reach it." "Why didn't you just ask Connor? He's the same height as I am." "I know, but I didn't think of it till just now." I put my hands on my hips and try to look as indignant as possible. Years of being Kyle's little sister have given me plenty of practice in that regard. "Can you just come help me?" "Sure, whatever." He follows me into the kitchen and then looks around. "Well?" "Well, what?" "Well, what do you need me to get?" Kyle's exasperated voice is coming out now. Something I'm sure he's had equal amounts of opportunities to perfect. "Oh, that." I point to the bullet-style blender on top of the fridge. He raises one eyebrow. "You can reach that. It's heavy." He picks it up easily and sets it dramatically down on the counter, flourish and all. "There. Is that it?" I try to listen for Connor, to see if he's made it out of my bedroom yet, if he at least found some clothes. "Maybe?" He shakes his head. "Well, you let me know if you think of anything else." "Connor!" He yells into the general direction of the bathroom as he walks back into the main living area. "Are you ready yet, man? We're going to be late." Connor emerges from the bathroom, tugging on his t-shirt. Yeah, I'm ready. No need to get your panties in a twist." I can feel Connor looking at me, but I can't meet his eye. I know if I do, I'll see him the way he was mere 5 minutes ago. Naked, hard, and looking at me with the kind of lust that I've never seen in real life before. My skin burns at the memory. "You want to come with us, Lou? We're going to see the new Dwayne Johnson movie." "The one where he saves the world from an asteroid?" "No, the one where he saves the world from a series of earthquakes." No thanks. The last thing I want to do is sit in a dark movie theater between Connor and my brother. "You sure? It's going to be badass." "Lucy's waiting for yogurt," Connor interjects. "Yogurt?" I breathe a sigh of relief, a perfectly legit excuse. "Yeah, I'm waiting for a delivery, some yogurt for a blog project. I have to be here to get it, otherwise it goes rancid, and who wants rancid yogurt? You're a doctor. You should get that. Rancid yogurt can kill, Kyle. It can kill." My brother frowns at me. Yeah, okay. I'm glad you're so committed to food safety." He sounds earnest, but I'm pretty sure I hear him mutter the word weirdo under his breath. "Speaking of food, Mom wants to know if you've decided what you're bringing to Thanksgiving dinner." Crap, right. Mom and I had been texting about it, but I told her I wanted to try out a couple of new recipes so that I could post them on the blog if they worked out. Even holiday dinners aren't a safe space when it comes to my baking experiments. I haven't decided yet. I'll text her tomorrow. "Cool. We're still driving down together?" "Yeah, of course." Kyle is the only person I know in New York who actually has a car, and going home with him is so much better than taking the train. "Great. Hey, you going home for Thanksgiving?" Kyle turns to Connor. "You need a ride?" No. My parents are going to be in Florida this year. My dad's sister bought a new condo down there." "Oh, yeah? Surprised your parents haven't done that yet." "Me too. Anyway, so I'll just be hanging out here." Dude, no. Why don't you come to Philly with us? You know Mom would love to see you. There's plenty of room, and you know with this one, there'll be plenty of food. Kyle tips his chin towards me. I try to smile, but my stomach does an uncomfortable little flip. Thanksgiving dinner with Connor? A whole weekend with him, Kyle, and my mom? Connor looks just as apprehensive about the idea, but I can tell by the desperate look he shoots me that he can't figure out a way to say no. So eventually, he smiles. Yeah, sure. Thanks for the invite. Sounds great. Kyle and Connor head out to catch their movie, checking one more time to make sure I'm not interested in joining them, but I don't relax until I hear them make it all the way down the stairs. I run to the window and watch them leave the building, head left down the street towards the subway. Then I get back into the shower. It's the only way I can think of to erase the feel of Connor from my skin. Chapter 15. Lucy. The next time I see Connor, I've firmly and deliberately put yesterday's whole shower and blowjob thing firmly out of my mind. Not to mention that I've made an absolutely delectable clementine yogurt coffee cake with a tangy yogurt glaze, thanks to the delivery which had finally shown up. It took me 3 tries to get it just right, but the work was a welcome distraction from the completely inappropriate thoughts that insisted on running through my mind. Entirely, thoughts of Connor and me. What a huge mistake. What a colossal lapse in judgment. Apparently, this breakup has me doing crazy things. All I ever really wanted was to get over the heartbreak stage so that I could maybe actually start thinking about dating again. So that I could go to the wedding without being miserable. But Connor's turned everything on its head. And not in a good way. Definitely not in a good way. Even though what happened yesterday felt beyond good. Orgasmic, really. Literally and figuratively. But no, this recipe can't turn out. Mixing Connor and me together and hoping to get something good? That's like mixing oil and water, olives and chocolate, pralines and Parmesan cheese. Me and Lou, we made sense together. Connor and I are just... I don't even know what we are. We're like a kid in the kitchen, throwing random ingredients into a bowl and calling it cookies. You know those things are going to taste absolutely vile. So when Connor gets home from his run, sweaty and with his long-sleeve shirt clinging to his chest in a way that is, vile, sure, I tell him, I think we should call off the bet. Connor blinks at me, still catching his breath. He looks down at his watch, seeming more interested in his split times than in my proclamation. Did you hear me? He glances up. I heard you. So, I think we should call it off. I hadn't exactly been planning on saying that, but now that the words were out of my mouth, they felt right. Or at least like I better stick to them. But Connor just grins at me, 2 fingers to the side of his neck as he checks his pulse. Getting nervous? His drawl is infuriating. No. I toss a plate in the sink with more force than I intended, and it clatters loudly. I just don't think it's a good idea. Remember what happened yesterday? Oh, I remember. Not something I'm ever likely to forget, let me assure you. Yeah, well, my cheeks color. I'll admit it was nice. In some regards. But you can't tell me it wasn't weird having Kyle show up. Don't you think that was a sign? Connor shrugs, dropping his hand away from his neck, apparently satisfied with the pace of his heart rate. I wish I could say the same about my own. A sign? A sign of what? That this is a bad idea, I huff. Does he really not get that? Connor finally seems to stop moving and actually pay attention to me. He looks concerned, or as much as someone like Connor ever looks concerned about anything. Why'd we start this bet in the first place? Huh? The bet. Why'd we start it in the first place? Oh, because you think you know everything? He smirks. Besides that, we started it because you wanted to get over that douchebag what's-his-name, and I wanted to get over Farah. Remember that? Of course. Well, have you thought about douchebag what's-his-name lately? I purse my lips together. I don't really want to answer that, because answering it means admitting that Connor is right. Of course, my silence is enough of an answer for him. That's what I thought. Remember, that's the beauty of this bet. Even if you lose, you win. Now, what's the next thing on the list? The list? Yeah, you know. What would you be doing right now to get over douchebag what's-his-name? I run water into the sink, rinsing off the plates and the cutlery while I think. I guess I'd probably be in the venting stage. So I'd go out with all my girlfriends and bitch about how evil he is. Connor folds his arms. Perfect. Then that's what we'll do. We'll go out and I'll bitch to you all about Farah and why it's probably for the best that we broke up. Great. I try to smile, but the idea of hearing Connor talk about Farah all night makes my insides twist in a strangely unhappy way. Where shall we go? You pick the place, he says with an easy shrug. I want the full Lucy Sweet experience. I don't miss the flirtatious tone in his voice when he says that, and despite myself, my cheeks start to heat up. Well, we'll see about that, I tell him, refusing to meet his eye. I come up with a perfect place to take Connor. New York has a million quirky little spots, and this is one of my favorites. What is this place? Connor asks incredulously as we step inside the warmly lit interior of Let Them Eat Cake. It's a Marie Antoinette-themed cake and karaoke bar. That is possibly the strangest combination I've ever heard of. He's not wrong. The bar is a bizarre little amalgam of hipster trends, historical accuracy, and good old-fashioned kitsch. The room is lit entirely by candles, both real and electric. Candles on the tables, candles on the gilt chandeliers, candles in small alcoves cut into the walls. It would almost be romantic, except for the fact that everything else is so over the top. The pale blue ceiling with the painted grinning cherubs, the taffeta-trimmed chairs, the cocktails that come served in vintage gold-rimmed teacups. It started out just as a Marie Antoinette cake bar, I explain as our elaborately dressed server leads us to a tiny little table in the back. But I guess they weren't making quite enough money, so they started doing karaoke once a week. It really took off, and now they do it almost every night of the week. Well, except when they're doing open harp night. Open harp night? Like open mic night, but for harp players. I grin, and Connor laughs. How the hell did you find this place? I'm very finely tuned to all the cake in this city. It's like a cake radar. If there's a place that's even remotely worth trying, I'm going to try it. And believe it or not, this bar has some of the absolute best cake in the city. Wait till you see them. A few minutes later, when our cakes arrive, Connor is suitably impressed. I get pink velvet, covered in a thick ivory fondant and decorated with the most ornate sugar roses you can even imagine, while Connor gets my favorite lemon white chocolate angel food cake. It's the lightest thing on the menu, and it's still beyond intense. The cakes are technically meant for 2, or even 4 or 6, depending on how delicate you plan to be, but I make it a personal point of pride to never share a cake from here. I take one bite and let my eyes roll back in my head. Remind me to come here with you more often, Connor says, watching me eat. That look is almost worth these uncomfortable seats and whatever that is. He gestures towards the makeshift stage where a couple is painfully working their way through an off-key rendition of Bust a Move. Hush, I tell him, at least they're trying. Now shut up and eat your cake and tell me about Farah. Connor groans, then takes an exaggeratedly long time sampling his cake and drinking his beer. Served, of course, in a faux pewter stein decorated with tiny naked cherubs. Come on. I kick him under the table as he lingers. Fine, fine. What do you want to know? I want to know about Farah, I tell him, even though that's actually the last thing I want. Who was she? Why did you guys break up? He sighs. She was a party girl. A professional one. A professional party girl? That's a thing? In Silicon Valley, yes, it's a thing. What does that even involve? You literally get paid to be hot and go to parties with nerds. Oh. I swallow a bite of my cake. So Connor's ex was hot enough to get paid for it. Wonderful. Why would I expect anything less? Connor looks about as uncomfortable as I feel. Yeah. We met at a party and kinda went from there. How long were you together? About 6 months. My longest relationship ever, believe it or not. Oh, I believe it. The words sound meaner than I intend them to. So, did you love her? Please say no, please say no, please say no. I don't know. Oh. I stab at my cake. Why'd you break up? Connor laughs bitterly. Well, in addition to being a party girl, Farah is what we like to call a founder-hounder. What the hell is that? Kind of like a gold digger, except they chase after the founders of startups. They like the adrenaline and the drama of the culture. Plus, of course, they like that most startup CEOs are spending ridiculous amounts of money to live a splashy lifestyle and prove to everyone that they're the next big thing. That's kinda gross. Tell me about it. So anyway, she was content with me for a while, but I guess I didn't splurge on dumb shit enough for her liking. See this watch? He holds out his wrist, where a battered leather watch is strapped. It's the same one I've been wearing since high school. No stupid-looking blingy Rolexes for me. I can't even be bothered upgrading to an Apple Watch. I love this old thing. She broke up with you because you wouldn't get a new watch? He shrugs. She was unhappy because I'm not the kind of guy who wants to drop a shitload of cash on a new watch just to prove to everyone that I can. So she found herself someone who would. Gregor Kowalczyk. He spits the name out bitterly. Unfortunately for me, she decided to take up with him before officially ending things with me. Guess she wanted to make sure she had the next fish securely on the line before releasing the old one. God, Connor, I'm sorry. That's a really shitty thing to do. He shrugs. I can't be too upset about it. I figure she did me a favor. After all, if she hadn't dumped me, I wouldn't have moved to New York. And then I wouldn't be sitting here in the middle of a sea of pink taffeta eating cake with my favorite baking blogger. Right. I bite back a reluctant smile, trying to remind myself that Connor's smooth talking means nothing. It comes as natural to him as breathing does. Is that the whole reason you decided to move? Were you that devastated by the breakup that you couldn't even stay in the city? I say it as a joke until I realize it might actually be true. Maybe, partially. But I was tired of that place. Everyone there has something to prove. It's almost like LA. The second you meet someone, they want to know who you are, what you do, who you work for, who's got money invested in you. It's all so shallow and materialistic. New York felt real, you know? Do you think you'll stay here? I ask, then realize I'm holding my breath, waiting for the answer. For a while. I haven't exactly figured out what I want to do here yet. I spend most of my days walking around museums and going to parks and trying to feel inspired again. Well, at least that answers the question of what Connor does all day when he's not at the apartment. I hate that I feel relieved that he's not out banging baristas or anything. Do you think you'll ever want to run a company again? I ask to redirect the conversation. I don't know. He actually seems to consider the question. I got a job offer a few weeks ago, actually. Another gig out in the valley. I turned it down, but my contact's been keeping on me about it. There are moments that I'm tempted, even just so that I have something to do with my time. Right, which would mean going back to California. At least the weather would be better. I try to smile. Yeah, I hate some aspects of life out there, but the weather isn't one of them. The food's not bad either. You'd love it, actually. Oh yeah? If there's dessert, I probably would. The best you can imagine. Maybe we'll go sometime. Right. The bullshitting really never stops with this guy. It's like he can't turn it off. But right now he's smiling at me, and there's nothing bullshittery about it. It's just Connor. I realize in that moment that that's how Connor's always been. Even back in high school. So easy with everyone. So smooth talking that you could forget you were just his best friend's little sister. Kyle. He was your typical popular kid. Football quarterback dating a cheerleader, or more accurately, a series of them. He could be a jerk, too. And I'm sure he tormented his share of less popular kids. Not horrifically so, but it was no secret that he knew there was a hierarchy in that school and he was in the top tier. Connor was different. Just as handsome, smart, and funny as Kyle, but somehow he didn't get pigeonholed the same way. He had his finger in every pie. Drama club, track and field, even the more stereotypical nerdy stuff, like the chess club and the AV club. Somehow, those things didn't take away from his coolness. They added to it, if that's possible. What was even more amazing about Connor was that he still maintained his popularity after he quit the football team. In his senior year, his parents decided he had to trim his extracurricular activities to focus on his studies. And just like that, he stepped down. He gave his notice, jetted off for a family ski vacation to Aspen, and when he came back to school 2 weeks later, it was as if nothing had happened. Maybe it was Kyle's effect rubbing off on him, but more likely it was just Connor himself. He's always been this way, able to spin people into his orbit, able to make them feel special and like he was genuinely interested in them. I, on the other hand, was your typical chubby cookie-baking misfit. Still am, I guess, if we're being honest. When Kyle and Connor were graduating, I was a freshman. While most of the girls in my year were gamine sylphs with blonde highlights and overpriced pink lip gloss and long, colt-like legs, I was more like a sack of potatoes. Lumpy in all the wrong places. Hips that were way too wide. The kind of breasts that could best be described as pendulous. The only thigh gap I possessed was the gap between the thighs of my imagination and the thighs of my reality. Is it any wonder Connor barely noticed me in all that time? Not only was I just Kyle's little sister, I was also the weirdo who spent her weekends trying to perfect the Rice Krispie square, who would blush every time he stepped through the door and into our little apartment kitchen. I grimace in embarrassment just thinking about it. Best case scenario, Connor was oblivious to my little crush on him. Worst case scenario, he was fully aware and polite enough to ignore it. Actually, worst case is imagining him and Kyle laughing about it. Maybe with some of those hot blonde cheerleaders they always seem to have on their arms. God, he must have seen me as such a chubby little loser. The thought causes me actual physical pain now. Connor frowns. What are you thinking about, sweet? I shake my head. Obviously, I can't tell him what I'm really thinking. So instead, I say, I was thinking about how in high school you seemed to get along with everyone, even after you quit the football team. People never stopped worshiping you. Connor rolls his eyes. I laugh. It's true. I would have killed for even a percentage of your popularity. No, you wouldn't have. Trust me, I would. You have no idea what it was like to be the girl whose only claim to fame was a perfect grade in home ec. Acing home ec seems like something to be proud of. It's not, trust me. Well, it was no walk in the park being me either. I snort. Sure. You and Kyle basically owned that school. Everyone wanted to be you. That's because they didn't know me. What's that supposed to mean? Connor doesn't answer right away. His expression is far away. I decide not to make one of my usual stupid little jokes and instead just wait for him to talk when he's ready. Connor sips his beer and looks around the bar. It's emptied out considerably since we first arrived. Every time someone opens the door to leave, we're hit with a gusty breeze from outside. The evening air is frigid, and I shiver in my seat as another couple bundles up and heads out into the night, gasping in surprise at the chill, and then laughing as they dash off. Do you want to know the real reason I quit the football team? Connor's voice is softer than usual. I look at his face, his beautiful face. Only if you want to tell me. I quit because I couldn't handle it. I thought your parents wanted you to cut back your activities. He shakes his head. That's what I told people. The truth is, I just hated the pressure of it, constantly feeling like I was letting people down if I didn't perform well enough. We were only 4 weeks into senior year, and I'd already given myself an ulcer. So one day I just walked into the coach's office, threw my helmet down on the desk, and told him I quit. I had no idea. No one did. I'm not sure even Kyle really got it. He thought I was an idiot for quitting. He kept asking me why I'd want to give up my ticket to Pussytown. I laugh and groan at the same time. That was a sentence I never really needed to hear, especially as it relates to my brother. Connor chuckles. Yeah, sorry. Your brother had a pretty one-track mind back then. Still does. I roll my eyes, still giggling, and still slightly grossed out. But I don't want this conversation to be about Kyle. So, did quitting help? Sort of. What helped more was this retreat thing my parents signed me up for. Those 2 weeks I told everyone I was in Aspen, I was actually in an outdoors course for stress-case teenagers. Somehow, this surprises me even more than the real reason he quit the football team. He must be able to see the shock in my face because he grins ruefully. This is why I didn't exactly tell people back then. It was beyond humiliating. What kind of guy can't handle being on the football team, right? He doesn't wait for an answer, just cracks his knuckles. The place was out in Oregon, and it was taught by this old guy named Spencer. Actually, he seemed old at the time, but in retrospect, he was probably only about 35. To me, at the time, that seemed old. Funny how that works, isn't it? I muse. Yeah. Anyway, it was filled with all these neurotic kids. Thumbsuckers, shoplifters, you name it. Even a few kids with drug and alcohol problems. Kids who'd been to rehab and were there to learn new coping mechanisms. Anyway, the whole thing was pretty woo-woo, but he shrugs. He looks self-conscious, like he wishes he'd never brought any of this up. I, on the other hand, am enjoying this glimpse into another side of Connor. Not that I'm glad to hear he struggled with stress or anxiety or whatever, but just that there's something comforting about knowing he wasn't the perfect prince I'd always chalked him up to be. There's more to him than that. And you found this retreat helped? What kind of things did they teach you? He shrugs. The usual stuff. Meditation, breathing exercises. But the guy who led the thing, Spencer, he had this thing he was always saying. Life is a game. Don't take it so seriously. I started saying it to myself whenever I'd start to get stressed, about people's expectations or my own expectations or whatever. Life is a game. It helped me stay out of my own head as much. By the time I went away to college, I'd pretty much grown out of the whole thing. But I do wonder sometimes what my life would have been like if I hadn't gone off to Oregon for those 2 weeks. Wow. I guess it's no surprise you ended up designing an app that was all about gamification. He grins. You know, I never thought of that, but I suppose you're right. Life's a game. You know it's sweet. He pauses. There. Now I've bared my soul. You have to bare yours in return. I shake my head swiftly. That's not how this works. Tonight is about you. He waves a fork full of cake, which he's still working his way through, at me. You can't tell me that when you go out with your girlfriends, one person does all the talking. I'm sure there's lots of mutual sharing going on. Well, yeah. Out with it. Tell me one of your deep, dark secrets. Heat grows in my cheeks. I imagine myself saying something truly mortifying, like, I can't stop thinking about you, or I'd let you fuck me in this bar bathroom right now if you wanted to. Instead, I blurt out, I used to have a huge crush on you in high school. I expect Connor to laugh knowingly, or maybe even roll his eyes as if to say, no duh, but instead his mouth gapes open. You did? My cheeks feel redder than ever. I did. I was sure you knew. I was kind of pathetically obvious about it. He shakes his head. He seems almost kind of sad. No, but like I said, I was pretty wrapped up in my own head for a while there. It wouldn't have been hard for me to miss. Well, there you go. That's my secret. Huh. He grins. Well, now I wish I'd known. Why? It's not like anything would have happened. I'm sure you barely even noticed me. But I hold my breath, a tiny part of me wanting to hear him say that I'm wrong, that he did notice me. You're probably right, he says with a sigh. But you can't blame me for that. You were only, 14 or 15 when we left for college. I'd have been a creep if I saw you as anything other than Kyle's little sister. But... What? Connor's eyes gleam. In that second, in the glow of the candlelight, I think his face has never looked more beautiful. There was that summer I came home from college and you were working at the Tasty Delight. The ice cream shop. Oh, God, I think I blocked that place out of my memory. So many sticky children. So many sticky children. Well, it stayed lodged in my memory. Especially that uniform. I recall it vividly. Pink short-sleeved cardigan and tiny white shorts. White-brimmed visor. My brown ponytail pulled neatly through the top. I hated that thing, but I loved the weekly paycheck, and I kept myself amused at the job by imagining the wildest ice cream flavor combos I could come up with. Kyle and I had swung by one night. I don't even think we were getting ice cream. I think we just had to drop something off for you. And then I almost didn't recognize you. Last time I'd seen you, you were a kid, and suddenly you were... He trails off. His expression is far away. Suddenly I was what? I prod. Suddenly you were a fucking tasty delight. Shut up, I say, but I'm glowing with the compliment. I'm dead serious. I had no idea where that body came from, but suddenly I was way less interested in hanging out with Kyle and way more interested in hanging around your kitchen, trying to sample your sweets, if you know what I mean. Well, I don't seem to be capable of forming any other words. Well, so, any chance you still have that uniform? I ball up my napkin and throw it at him. He laughs and ducks it easily. I'm just saying, it could be an important part of your breakup recovery process. Mm-hmm. So, is that a yes? You're incorrigible. You love it. I clamp my mouth shut at that comment. Connor smiles at me, and for the first time in maybe as long as I've known him, there's nothing cocky or smirky about it. It's just... Connor. Chapter 16. Lucy. Are you sure you want to do this? I clutch the bottle of wine to my chest and peer up at Connor. Absolutely. All in the name of the bet, right? Right. It's just, we could go home if you want. I totally get it. We're not going home. Come on, what's the apartment number? 306. Connor hits the buzzer and Tess's voice comes over the intercom. It's Lucy, I shout. And Connor. That part comes out more quietly. I swear I hear muffled giggling on the other end, but finally Tessa's voice comes back. Yay, come on up. I let Connor drag me to the elevator. It's not too late to change your mind, you know, I tell him. I could say you were feeling sick, or I'll say I was sick. Horrible diarrhea, the kind that comes out like a fire hose. I'll get really descriptive and everyone will be too scared to ask questions. Would you stop being so ridiculous? Connor holds the elevator door open for me. I told you, one of the things guys love most about breakups is that you can do all the shit your girlfriend never wanted to do with you. Since you said Lou never wanted to hang out with your friends, then you have to revel in the fact that you don't have him dragging you down anymore. This is an important part of your recovery process. Can't be skipped. But you don't have to come with me. Consider me your supervisor, or your coach. Right, and my friends are going to consider you my date. We get off the elevator and head down the hallway toward Tessa's apartment. While we make the long march, I can't help but look at the other doors on her floor, wondering if one of them belongs to Mr. iFuck. I'll have to ask her if that's still going on. Tessa's door flies open before we even knock. Lucy, so happy you could make it. She doesn't look at me, of course. Her eyes are locked on Connor. Ugh, this is exactly what I was afraid of. I don't think he has any idea what he's in for tonight. Hi, I'm Tess, she says sweetly. Welcome. It's not fake exactly, because no one is genuinely sweeter than Tess, but there's a gleeful note in it that makes me feel slightly queasy. Thank you for having me. These are for you. Connor produces an arrangement of flowers that he'd insisted on picking up at one of the corner markets on our way over here. Oh my gosh, you're so sweet. You know, we never even met Lucy's last boyfriend, and now here you are bringing me flowers. I shoot her a glare. I'd been very clear with all of them that I was bringing Connor as my friend and roommate and nothing more. But there's a very obvious suggestion in the way she just said last boyfriend. Here. I shove the bottle of wine into her arms and push past her into the small but cute apartment. Everyone else is already clustered in Tessa's living room. They're all there, Olivia, Kennedy, and Sam, and they're already into the wine. I see at least 2 empty bottles on the coffee table. This is going to be a long night. I force myself to smile, though I suspect it's more of a grimace. Everyone, this is Connor. I introduce my friends, and he shakes hands with them all, and I ignore the pointed looks they try to give me when he isn't watching. I need a drink. You know where to find the glasses. Tess snuggles into one end of the sofa opposite Olivia, who's in the other corner. Kennedy is on the love seat, and Sam is in the armchair across from them, waving her empty wine glass at Olivia for a top-up. I know exactly why they want me to leave the room, so that they can harass Connor without me interrupting them. Luckily, it takes me only about 5 seconds to grab a couple of glasses from the cabinet over Tessa's fridge. It's still enough time for them to start in on him. I love my friends, but sometimes they're pure savages. So, you and Lucy grew up together, right? Olivia is asking Connor, who has been yanked down onto the couch between her and Tess. She leans over to pour him a glass of wine, which is when I see the empty glasses already waiting on the coffee table. I stare down at the extra glass in my hand and roll my eyes. Let's not bother Connor too much, okay, ladies? I grab the bottle of wine from her and pour myself a glass, a large glass. Who's bothering him? Olivia asks innocently, blinking her long dark lashes at me. I was merely asking him about growing up with you. Yes, and next you'll be asking him about his educational background, his financial status, and his sperm count. Connor holds up his hand. Let me save you the trouble. Harvard, comfortable, and as far as I know, all systems go. Olivia blinks and then laughs, then shoots me a glance and mouths, "I like this one." I pretend not to notice. So, thankfully, does Connor. Things go smoother after that. We chat about movies and restaurants and about the dating app Connor worked on. Turns out everyone's tried it but me, and they all rave to him about how great it is, which makes me weirdly happy. Then Tess pulls out a homemade lasagna which everyone oohs and ahs over, even before we dig into the cheesy goodness. But when we're all gathered, snugly, around Tess's tiny little dining table, it starts up again. "It must be fun living with Lucy," Olivia says, taking another slug of wine. "Isn't she a great baker?" "The best," Connor agrees amicably. "Except I think I've already gained about 10 pounds since I moved in." "Oh, you can spare it," Sam pronounces as if she were the arbiter of these things. "I'm sure it doesn't bother Lucy." "It doesn't, because why would I care?" I stab at my dinner. "I'm just happy to have someone help get rid of all the leftover baked goods." "Oh, I'm sure Connor does more than that for you." Sam has a smirk on her face, and I look hastily away. I try not to think about exactly what he's done for me lately, including in the shower and in his bedroom. I mean, I had a guy roommate once, Sam continues. It was great. Always someone to open jars or take out the trash. I shoot her a glare. The smirk on her face lets me know that isn't what she's referring to at all, and there's nothing I can say that won't make me sound guilty. "Oh, yeah, it's been great. He's very handy." Olivia snorts loudly, and then suddenly she's choking on her wine. The girls are all snickering and looking down at their plates, and Kennedy rubs her sister's back while not meeting my eye. I cringe as I suddenly remember the story I told them at the bar that first night about walking in on Connor jerking off. I want to crawl under the table and die. God, will this night ever end? I can't believe we're not even through dinner yet. "I think Lucy's really the good roommate," Connor offers, since Olivia's coughing fit has passed. "I've never lived anywhere that smelled so good. Between the baking and the candles, you can hardly even smell my dirty old sneakers." "Thank God." I laugh, immensely grateful to Connor for not making this any weirder than it has to be, and for not being fazed by the fact that my friends are kind of being assholes right now. "Yes, I definitely remember that," Tess says, smiling kindly. "We lived together in college for a while. Best roommate I ever had." I shoot her a cautious glance, but there doesn't seem to be any hidden motive, so I relax a smidge. But by the time dessert is served, the lemon squares I brought plus Tess's usual bottle of Bailey's, I just want to crawl under the table and hide. Or even better, grab Connor and leave this place forever. Just when I think it can't get any worse, Sam slams her hand down on the table. "I just had the best idea," she announces. I automatically cringe, because Sam's version of a good idea usually has very little in common with my version. She looks back and forth between Connor and me. "You should take Connor to the wedding." "Oh, no." I shake my head furiously. I don't even want to go to Lou's sister's wedding. No way in hell am I going to subject poor Connor to it. "Come on, this is perfect. You need a date anyway, right?" I was just going to go by myself. "You can't do that." Olivia looks horrified. "Why not? I'm perfectly capable of eating dry chicken all by myself." "That's not the point. The point is that Lou can't see you there by yourself." "Why not?" "Because." Olivia folds her arms as if this should explain everything. "What if he has a date?" Tess asks, pouring herself a generous glug of Irish cream. "Yeah." Olivia nods vigorously. "What if he has a date?" "Then good for him." "You really don't care." I look nervously at Connor, who is eating his lemon square without looking at anyone. I wish he would look at me so that I could at least tell him with my eyes that I'm sorry my friends are being such donkeys. Donkey being the polite term for jackass, of course. No, I really don't care, I insist. And actually, for the first time, I realize that's true. I hope Lou's happy, even if it's not with me. In fact, it's probably better if it's not with me. Still, this is going to be the first time you see him since the breakup. Way better to show up with a hot guy on your arm. Right, Connor? Connor looks up, his mouth set in a firm line. I desperately try to catch his eye. You'd go to the wedding with Lucy, right? Sam bats her eyes at him. Of course, if she wants me to. They all look expectantly at me. Do I want him to? Whatever, I mumble. Then it's settled, Olivia announces, clapping her hands together. Isn't this great? Now you have a date for the wedding. Yeah, it's great. I glare at her, but she seems happily oblivious. All I want to do is change the subject. I turn to Tess. So, any more eye-fucking in the elevator? Sam snorts out a laugh, and even Connor chuckles. Tess blushes. Maybe a little. And you still don't know his name? She shakes her head, then runs her finger along the rim of her empty glass, licking away the last bead of liquid. No, but I know him from somewhere. He looks so familiar. College, maybe? She shakes her head. I've been racking my brain for weeks now. I'm sure it'll come to me at some point. If only there was a way you could find out his name, Sam says sarcastically. Like, maybe, I don't know, asking him? But that wouldn't work, of course, because then you'd actually have to talk to him. Tess glares at her. It's not that I can't talk to him. It's just that I don't want to. He's too pretty. What does that have to do with anything? Because he's so pretty that he's probably stupid, and then it'll ruin the fantasy. Connor's pretty, Sam points out. And he seems pretty smart. He even writes code. Thank you, I think. Connor looks back and forth between them, still seeming somewhat befuddled by this entire experience. I'm sorry, I mouth when I finally catch his eye. That makes him smile. Somehow, when our eyes are locked across the table, none of this seems so bad. It actually seems funny. I flash him a grin, and he grins back. And for a second, nothing else matters. Connor and I opt to walk home, since Tess's place isn't that far from my own, and even though we're into November now, the evening air is barely more than brisk. We walk in silence for a while, both of us with our hands shoved deep into our coat pockets, our breath coming out in white puffs against the black night air. Your friends are interesting, Connor says after we've gone a couple of blocks. Oh God, I'm so sorry. They were jerks. You know when you don't let kids have sugar and then someone gives them a slab of birthday cake and then they turn into evil little hellions? I think that's what happened tonight. They never got to meet Lou, so you were the first guy I ever brought to them. I knew it was going to be bad. I just didn't realize they were going to sacrifice you and feast on your corpse like that. Connor laughs easily. Don't worry. Didn't bother me at all. They're funny, and they clearly care about you. They do. They just have a funny way of showing it sometimes. And by the way, you really don't have to come to the wedding. I'm going because I feel obligated and because I do still like his sister. But that's not a reason for you to subject yourself to the same torture. I really don't mind, Lucy. I'm happy to go with you. Okay. Then, okay. That would be great. Great. We walk in silence for another few minutes. When we stop at a crosswalk, Connor rubs his hands together against the cold. Your friends really never met Lou? Weren't you guys together for a couple of years or something? 3 years. I tried to keep the note of bitterness out of my voice. Lou's unwillingness to spend time with my friends was always a huge bone of contention for us. He was kind of an introvert, I guess you could say. So when we were together, we mostly just hung out at his place. He wasn't really interested in the rest of my life, and that was totally fine with me. I add in preemptive defense. Huh. What? Nothing. That's not a nothing noise you just made. No, really, it's nothing. What? I can't imagine a guy not wanting to be part of your life. You're so fun. Oh. I'd been prepared to argue with him, but that's such a sweet thing to say that it knocks the fight right out of me. Thanks. I mean it. I can't imagine going to Marie Antoinette cake and karaoke bar with anyone else. Actually, if I had gone with anyone else, I probably would have hated it. But with you, it was fun. A wave of warmth comes over me, despite the chill in the evening air. Anyway, he continues, I just can't imagine why any guy wouldn't jump at the chance to enjoy as much of your time as you were willing to give him. I stop walking. I have to. Why are you being so sweet? I narrow my eye suspiciously, even though my skin is still buzzing with the warmth of his words. Am I? He seems genuinely surprised. Just being honest. You deserve someone better than that guy. You deserve someone who thinks you're the world. That's when I kiss him. I know I shouldn't, but you can't hear things like that and not want to kiss the person who's saying them, right? Especially not when that person is looking at you like maybe, just maybe, he thinks you're the world. I grab the front of his jacket and pull him towards me, and then my lips are finding his. If he's surprised, it doesn't take him long to get over it, because he kisses me back as if he's been waiting for this moment all night. It's the kind of kiss that heats you up all over, from the top of my head to the tips of my toes and all the nooks and crannies in between, especially that cranny. I lean in closer to him, shivering with delicious heat when he wraps his arms around me and pulls me to his chest. Even through the thick layers of my coat and the sweater underneath, I can feel the strength and power of his arms, of the way he cradles me to him. I press my hands to his solid chest, and even through his puffy jacket, I swear I can feel the thudding of his heart. Connor threads his hands through my hair as his tongue invades my mouth. I welcome it. And even though there's something deliciously forbidden about kissing Connor, there's something sweet and right about it, too. I try not to think about that part right now, though. Instead, I turn and pull him back against the cold brick wall of the vegan deli we're standing in front of. People pass by on the sidewalk in front of us, but neither of us notice or care. In this moment, it's just me and Connor and this kiss. He's not my brother's best friend, and I'm not an awkward, chubby teenager, and there's no bet and no exes and no broken hearts. There's only the two of us, our lips locked together, our bodies as close as they can get with all these winter layers between us. Should I get a cab? I pant when I stop to catch my breath. My lips tingle with the feel of Connor. I touch them lightly and try to blink him into focus. Unless you want to be arrested for public indecency, he grins, because that's where we're headed. Not really on my list of things to do today, no. Then we should definitely get a cab, because soon I'm going to be fucking you until you can't stand anymore, and I don't think you want your ass landing on this cold sidewalk. No, I agree. And then, with a trembling arm and on shaky legs, I hail us a cab. Chapter 17. Lucy. We stumble into the apartment like drunken college kids, even though the only thing I feel drunk on is Connor. We hadn't stopped kissing in the cab, not even when we pulled up in front of the building and the driver had to clear his throat a half-dozen times before we realized we had come to a stop. Connor blindly thrust a handful of bills at him, and then pulled me out of the cab. And then we had somehow continued kissing all the way up the stairs to the 4th floor. I'm not even sure how that's physically possible, but there's a lot about Connor that doesn't seem physically possible. Like the way he can light my nerve endings on fire with just a look. He kicks the apartment door closed behind us and then shoves me up against the wall. He grips my chin in his hand, forcing my face up towards him. My lips are parted, my breath coming in short, sharp pants. All I can see is Connor. His face is just inches from mine, his eyes burning into me. We stay like that for a moment. And then he descends on me. His mouth is rough this time. I melt into him, thankful that I have the entryway wall on one side of me and Connor on the other, because otherwise I might just dissolve away into nothingness. The kiss feels unbelievable. Literally, it's the Pegasus of kisses. Surreal and fantastical, and surely something I just dreamed up because I wanted it so badly. Because how can a kiss like this be real? How do you believe in something like this when you've spent your entire life dreaming about that something, about that someone? I spend half the kiss trying to lose myself in the moment, and the other half reminding myself that yes, this moment is really happening. This is real. We're real. At least for right now, we're real. Reality intrudes again when Connor pulls away. His breath is coming as hard as mine is, and I'm glad in that second to know that I'm not the only one who can be so affected by a kiss. He strokes one thumb over my swollen bottom lip. My breath escapes in something almost like a sob. I don't know if I've ever wanted anyone as much as I want Connor. It definitely never felt this way with Lou. Not ever, not even in the beginning. Come on. Connor's voice is hoarse, choked with desire. I let him lead me down the short hallway. We stand there for a second, his bedroom in front of us and mine just to the left. Your place or mine? I try to joke. My voice is raspy and strange in my ears. He doesn't answer, just tugs me into his bedroom and peels his shirt off. I follow him blindly, my eyes already locked to the washboard abs that have been tantalizing me for so long now. I bite my lip and then run my finger over them, stair-stepping along the muscles and lingering in the spaces between. Take that shirt off, he says. His voice is firm. I hesitate for a second, but Connor gives me a look that says there's no point in resisting. So I reach down, grab the hem, and tug the sweater off. I look Connor in the eye, watch as he takes in my body. The rest of it, too. I nod. Whatever shyness I used to feel, should be feeling, seems to have evaporated under the warmth of Connor's burning gaze. I reach around and unhook my bra, then let it slide over my arms. For a second, I think I'm not doing it sexy enough, that I should be putting on more of a show. But the way Connor is looking at me says this is all the show he needs. With my breasts free, I reach for the button on my jeans, and then push those down off my thighs. I stand in front of him wearing only a pair of black lacy underwear, and I thank the heavens that I had the foresight not to wear my donut panties. Yeah. Something tells me Connor would have had something to say about a dancing donut on my ass. Something funny? Connor drawls, and I realize I'm smiling. No. Well, this is kind of funny, isn't it? You and me? I don't think it's funny. I want you, Lucy. I have ever since I got here. Really? Really. He pushes my hair back over my shoulder and traces my jaw with his knuckle. Remember that morning you walked in on me? How could I forget? I nod. It was you I was thinking about. It was? My skin flushes. It was. His thumb trails down my throat. You were making breakfast, and I had this sudden vision of you wearing nothing but that silly little apron. No way could I go out into the kitchen once I had that image in my head. I had no choice but to take care of business. I say, smiling. Well, maybe someday I'll make you breakfast wearing nothing but that apron. He growls in response, letting his hands drop to my breasts and rubbing his thumb over one nipple. You know, breakfast is the most important meal of the day, I inform him as I try not to melt into a puddle of desire. So I've heard. Just no bacon, I qualify. Naked bacon seems like a bad idea. That stuff splatters. Lucy? Yes? Do you want to talk about breakfast foods, or do you want to fuck? Oh. My cheeks heat up along with every other part of me. The second one, please. We reach for each other. My hands fumble at his belt. I can already feel his erection straining behind his jeans, pushing into my belly. The feeling gives me a rush of lust. This is really happening. Me and Connor. Connor and me. He helps me push off his jeans, and then I take a moment to admire his body. Sure, I've seen it once before, but it's like a great work of art. It never gets old. It's a perfect body, lean and muscled in the right places and nice and, thick in others. But looking isn't enough. Maybe looking will never be enough again. Connor and I come together, and then we're falling on his bed, a tangle of lips and tongues and hands. His skin is rough against mine, his muscles hard where mine are soft. I pull him on top of me. I can't get close enough to him. Even with the full weight of his body on mine, it still isn't close enough. Connor kisses his way down my body, his tongue lingering over my nipples, which strain towards him. Every time he teases his teeth over one, it tightens even more, until the skin is pulled so taut I can hardly stand it. I run my fingers through his hair, and then try to pull him back up so that I can kiss him again. But Connor makes his way further south, parting my thighs as he plants a trail of kisses along my stomach and the soft pooch beneath. He breathes in deeply. How do you do that? Do what? You always smell so sweet, more than sweet, fucking delicious. Like cookies? He gives me a smile. Not exactly. Like you, but more so. Is that a good thing? I wrinkle my nose. It's an amazing thing, trust me. He leans his head in and shows me just how amazing he thinks it is. He coats every part of me with his tongue, lapping at my clit, my seam, my entrance. He works his tongue until I'm writhing on the bed underneath him, until I'm seeing stars, until Pegasuses seem not only real, but like something I might just consider buying a farm for, giving up my city life to raise a whole herd of them. The climax rips through me, and I scream Connor's name. I've never screamed a guy's name before, but it's the only word I can get out, the only word that my brain can call up. Connor. Connor. When I stop trembling, he sits up proudly. His hand is gripped around the base of his cock, and it looks harder and fuller than it did before. I realize he may have enjoyed that almost as much as I did, which makes Connor himself pretty much the Pegasus of men. Come here. I pull him to me, finally getting to kiss him the way I want. I can taste myself on his lips, and it is sweet in a way. Strange, but sweet. Connor presses his hips against me, his cock nuzzling in between my thighs. Despite the intense orgasm he just gave me, my pussy is still throbbing, aching to feel him inside me for the first time. I pull him even closer, opening for him. He kisses the side of my neck. Don't move a muscle. He hops off the bed just long enough to grab a condom, then returns to me. He sheaths himself quickly, his hands moving expertly. I try not to think about just how expertly. I guide him back to my body. He rubs his cock along my slit, pushing the head against my clit. He seems to hesitate before going any further, and for a minute, I bite my lip and just watch his face. Maybe he's right to hesitate. This is Connor, after all. Once we do this, there's no going back. There's no rewind button, no takebacks. Do you want this, Lucy? He pushes his cock against my entrance, making me squirm. Tell me you want this. I want this. You want me to fuck you? Yes. You want me to slide my cock into your tight pussy? He torments me by pressing the tip against me. Yes, Connor, God, yes. Like this? He pushes the head past my entrance and stops. More, I pant. More. Another agonizing inch. More, all the way. All the way? He pushes again, slowly, so fucking slowly until he's fully inside me. Do you like that, Lucy? Does that feel good? This time I can't answer. I whimper and nod as my walls clench around him, telling him all he needs to know about just how good it feels. A dazed look comes over Connor's face, and he slowly withdraws, only to slam into me again so hard that the bed rattles. Oh, God! I keen as he starts slamming into me, fucking me with the kind of fervor that makes it feel like he's been waiting forever for this. Maybe I have too. Maybe we both have. I wrap my thighs around him, pulling him even deeper, and he groans against my neck. We move together in a wordless harmony, our bodies coming together like two halves of a macaron, like sugary sweet perfection. When the second orgasm hits, it's even more intense than the first. I claw at Connor's back, shaking beneath him, as lightning courses through my very veins. He slows just enough to watch my face as it happens. His own eyes are dark with lust. When I finally blink up at him, the world coming back into focus, he covers my mouth with his. Then his hips are moving against me again, his cock driving home, thrusting until I feel him shiver and shake and then collapse. I don't come down from that high for several minutes, staring up at the ceiling and wondering if it's possible we left actual scorch marks on the sheets. When I finally look over at Connor, he pulls me into his arms and kisses my temple. That was amazing. I nod dumbly. I'll say. Best you ever had, right? He grins arrogantly, but I can tell he's just playing. Definitely. But considering Lou was your only competition, I'd say it wasn't much of a contest. The grin falls off Connor's face, slowly and then all at once, as understanding dawns on him. He props himself up on one elbow. You've never been with anyone besides Lou? And now you. No. That's it. My number is 2. I smile up at him, but a frisson of light dread is starting to run through me. Why? What's your number? Oh, I don't know. He says hastily, too hastily. Do people still keep track of that kind of thing? They do, unless the number's too high to count. I try to sound light and playful, but I'm pretty sure I fail miserably. No, it's not that high. But it's higher than 2. Well, yeah. A lot higher? He shrugs. It's okay, I say. It's not like it matters, really. This isn't, it's just... I gesture at the bed, at Connor, at me. It's just what? He frowns. It's just whatever, right? Part of the bet. 2 people moving on from bad breakups. Connor doesn't say anything for a minute. I can't read the expression on his face. but he doesn't look nearly as relieved as I expect him to. Something in his face actually looks troubled, but eventually he shrugs. Sure. Great. I let out a breath, then reached to the floor for my t-shirt and my underwear. I yank them on stealthily, half under the sheets, and then paw around for the rest of my clothes. Where are you going? Connor blinks up at me. Back to my room, I say in surprise. I'm exhausted, all that food and wine and sexual intercourse. He shakes his head. You're weird. I know. So, thank you for that. For the sexual intercourse? Yup. Good night. I hightail it out of Connor's room before he can say anything else or before I can start to wonder too much about the look he's giving me right now. The look that says he doesn't like the direction this conversation went. To be honest, I don't like the way it went either. I can't believe I brought up my number, I think bitterly as I snuggle down under my flannel sheets. Especially in front of a guy like Connor. Of course his number is loads higher than that. Of course it is. It's Connor Pratt, for God's sake. His number is probably in the hundreds, thousands. Why did I have to throw myself at him like that? Was I really so desperate to become just another one of those numbers? But I knew this from the beginning, really. I knew it was going to be hard. Impossible, really, to keep my crush on Connor from bubbling back up to the surface. He's always had that effect on me, turning me from a halfway competent person into a blathering schoolgirl. Well, at least when I was a schoolgirl, I had an excuse. Now I'm supposedly a grown-ass woman, and I'm throwing myself at him like I'm still that sad little girl, desperate for a man's approval, his attention. I blame the bet. Maybe Connor and I could have survived as roommates, but then he had to conceive that stupid bet. And then he had to kiss me like that, and touch me like that, and go down on me like that. The fact is, Connor and I don't belong together. I'm the good girl with a slightly quirky side. He's the player with a slightly obnoxious side. Chocolate and olives. If we were a recipe, we'd be on a fail blog. We'd be one of those #NailedIt memes with a cake that's supposed to look like a chocolate hedgehog and instead looks like a creature that devours dreams and small children. That's Connor and me in a nutshell. Creepy evil hedgehog meme. It pretty much doesn't get any worse than that. And now I just pretty much went and proved it.
Chapter 18. Connor. On the day of the wedding, the city is pelted with freezing rain. Buckets of it, making the roads slick and coating the power lines outside our apartment in glossy sheens of ice. Lucy hems and haws about traveling all the way out to Jersey, making constant trips to the living room window where she stares down at the street.
I should go,
she says, mostly to herself.
I should definitely go.
You don't have to go, I try to assure her, but she looks at me suspiciously.
You don't have to come if you don't want to.
I didn't say that. I just said that if you're worried about the weather, we can stay here. She doesn't answer, just goes back to her room. Things have been cool between us since the other night. Not cold exactly, just cool. I can't quite put my finger on it, and I keep trying to tell myself I'm imagining it. I don't think I am, though, but I haven't brought it up with her. Coward? Who, me? Well, yeah. These last few weeks with Lucy have been great, but they've also been strange. Like we're living in some semi-dream world where nothing is entirely real and nothing means quite what you think it does. It's all because of this stupid bet, too. Seemed like such a bright idea in the beginning, but now I'm kicking myself for it. Because what happens when the bet is over? What happens when one day she announces that she's met someone else? The other night, I thought maybe we'd moved past that. It felt real between us, you know? And then she got weird, or cool, as I keep thinking. I'm still kicking myself for bugging out a bit when I found out she hadn't been with anyone other than Lou. It's not like that kind of thing bothers me. It's not even that my number is embarrassingly high. It's probably not even as high as you'd think. It's just that, Well, if I had known that I was only her second, maybe I would have tried to make it more special. Maybe I would have tried to make it more about her, not rush things so much. And maybe I would have found a way to go back in time and kill Lou so that there was no one else but me. Don't get me wrong, I know I can't think like that. No one else but me is never going to be a thing with Lucy. It can't be. Because whatever my feelings are, she's still Kyle's sister. There's still a whole bro code and all that. And the bro code is pretty clear when it comes to issues of banging your buddy's sister. Oh, and don't think that just because Kyle is a respectable ER doctor with a fancy medical degree and a Fifth Avenue apartment that he wouldn't still rip my balls off and shove them down my throat. That fancy medical degree probably means he knows even more gruesome and effective ways to torture a man. Ugh, I shudder at the thought. I go to my room where I lie on the bed and stare at the ceiling and listen to the ice pelting against the window. My suit is hanging on the closet door, waiting for later today. I didn't tell Lucy this, but I had to go out and buy one since I hadn't bothered bringing any with me from California. They'd all gone to a charity that helps homeless men prepare for job interviews. In retrospect, it probably would have been smart to hang on to at least one, but I couldn't feel too badly about it. Next to me, my phone rings, jittering off the nightstand. I catch it just before it hits the floor. Hello? Connor, JP here. JP, hey. The investor I'd had dinner with a few weeks ago. You in town again? No, but I wondered if you thought any more about what we talked about. No. Was I supposed to? I thought I'd been pretty clear that I wasn't interested in the job when he first asked me, and in response to the 3 emails he'd sent me since then. Of course, this doesn't faze JP. It's just things are really coming to a head out here. So not my problem. The rest of the investors are getting nervous, he says. And if they pull out, I'm going to be out a shit ton of money. Well, you win some, you lose some. I shouldn't sound so cavalier, but JP's got his fingers in so many pies. I doubt that one bad investment is going to tank him. Yeah, that's true. But I don't like to lose. He pauses. They're calling a vote tomorrow, the other investors. Some of them want to get rid of Gregor. But the rest of them won't vote him out unless they know we've got someone at the ready. Someone who could step in and right the ship. You know what I'm saying? Someone like you. JP's words are flowing through the phone, but none of them are registering in my brain. Not since he said the word Gregor. Gregor Kowalczyk? I hope my voice doesn't sound as weird as I think it does. Yeah, I know you guys have some bad blood. But if it's any consolation, that babe Farah did the same thing to him as she did to you. Only it's got him twisted all inside out. I don't know if he's coming back from this, but no one wants to see him take the company down with him, know what I mean? Yeah, I say dully. I do. The thought of taking Gregor's job fills me with a sick sort of satisfaction. It would only be karma, right? This is the right time to come on board, too. We're meeting with the Secretary of Education next month. They're looking at putting this app in school systems across the country. It'll be huge. Ah, that was for real? I say in surprise. I had figured it was just JP's usual bullshit. Yeah, this is the real deal, man. Government money, huge, plus, helping kids and shit. Right. Outside my door, I hear Lucy traipsing into the living room again. I hear her sigh as she stares out at the rain and the heavy sound of her clomping back to her bedroom. I'll have to think about it, JP. Thanks for the offer, though. Sure, but soon, okay, man? I need to give them an alternative toot sweet, if you catch my drift. The only thing worse than a wedding where you don't know anyone is a wedding where the only person you kind of know is the ex-boyfriend of the woman you just slept with. And yet, here I am, slurping a shrimp cocktail and smiling at strangers and trying not to look like I'd rather be anywhere else. It had finally stopped raining around lunchtime, and Lucy had decided it was a sign from the universe that we were meant to go to the wedding after all. So here we are, standing awkwardly together in the reception hall. Are you okay? She picks at her cocktail, eyes darting around the room and landing on everything but me. Yeah, just dreading the moment we have to meet your ex. She grins ruefully, this time deigning to cast a glance toward me. Me too. So far we had seen Lou only briefly. Lucy pointed him out during the ceremony. Not up at the front with his sister or as one of the groomsmen as I'd expected, but sitting in the pews about halfway back. He'd been looking wildly around and had seemed to relax when he spotted Lucy, another fact that made me dislike the guy. Add it to the very long list of things I don't like about him. Lucy looks like she's dreading the moment of contact almost as much as I am. She keeps looking around the reception hall, a pink-carpeted, white tableclothed little slice of hell, and gnawing on her bottom lip. She's not one for nervous gestures, so I know she's bothered right now. She still looks beautiful, of course, and I hate that there's a tiny little part of me that wonders if it's for him. Her glossy dark hair is pulled up into a high twist of some kind, and the black dress she's wearing shows off every delectable curve of her perfect body. It's not too low cut. I can't imagine Lucy ever wearing anything too risque to a wedding, but somehow that makes it even hotter. Knowing what's underneath that swath of black fabric, knowing the hills and valleys of her body, the perfect rosiness of her nipples, the sweet honey of her pussy, the ahem. I adjust myself slightly, trying to look nonchalant. Okay, man, time to think about something else. There'll be plenty of time for that later, hopefully. I sneak another glance at Lucy and wonder for the 1,000th time what she's thinking, what she's feeling. Incoming, she hisses. She gestures furtively to our left, where, sure enough, the douchebag is swiftly approaching. Smile! I give her a very large, very fake smile. She returns the first genuine smile I've seen in days, and then she quickly plasters it over with something more stiff and polite. Hello, Lou. Lucy, it's great to see you. He leans over and gives her a kiss on the cheek, and I rip him limb from bloody limb. Okay, I don't really, but I think about doing it. Up close, he looks even more dull than he did from afar. Dull and smarmy, if that's even possible. I wouldn't have thought it was, but Lou seems to be working that particular combination pretty hard. Lou, this is Connor. She gestures toward me. I note with satisfaction that she didn't tell him it was nice to see him, too. A small win? I'll take it. Lou gives me the once-over, and I hold my hand out, determined to be the bigger man. He reluctantly reaches out and shakes mine. I make sure to squeeze twice as hard as necessary and bite back a smile of satisfaction when he grimaces. Did I say the bigger man? I meant the stronger man. Sharon looked just beautiful, Lucy is saying. What a lovely wedding. Yes. Lou sounds distracted, mostly by me, it seems. His gaze keeps drifting over to me, trying to size me up, like he's trying to figure out just who I am to Lucy. Join the club, buddy. You aren't the only one who'd like to know. Eventually, he seems to decide that I'm not a threat. You look great, he says to Lucy, leaning in way too close for my liking. Oh, thank you. She tugs at the hem of her dress. She doesn't look in my direction, and I can't tell if she's flattered or uncomfortable. I know which one I am. We're saved by the sound of clinking glasses from the front of the room. A mustached man who seems to be the MC announces that dinner's going to be starting soon, and we should all take our seats before the happy couple makes their entrance. Shit, I guess I have to go, Lou says, looking pissed that his sister would have the temerity to direct the course of events on her wedding day. He turns back to Lucy. But I hope I'll see you later. I think we have lots to catch up on. Sure, she says mildly. She still won't look at me. He starts to leave, and I start to sigh in relief, but then he turns to face her again. I miss you, Lucy, he murmurs. There's a limp smile on his smug face. Maybe we made a mistake? Oh, fury runs through my veins. Maybe I'm not Lucy's boyfriend, but he doesn't know that. So saying that in front of me is pretty damn presumptuous. But I'm even more pissed off on her behalf than on my own. After all he put her through, the guy's the nerve to say something like that to her? Lucy's a hell of a lot better off without this douchebag. Thank God she knows that. Maybe, she says softly. My fury turns to something ice cold. Lou flashes me a smug smile and turns away, and it's a good thing he does too, because I'm about ready to slug him. Come on, Lucy says to me after a bit. We should go find our seats. Did you mean that? I say without moving a muscle. Mean what? That maybe it was a mistake to break up with Lou. I never said that. She looks stunned. Well, he said it, and you agreed, so that's essentially the same thing. No, it's not. I just wanted him to go away. I didn't feel like it was an appropriate time to say, we are never, ever getting back together. Why not? If that's what you meant, you should have just said it. She doesn't respond. She's tugging at the hem of her dress again, and this time I know that I'm the one who's making her uncomfortable, but I can't stop. Lucy? Is it what you meant or not? I don't know why I'm pushing this right now. Everything in me is telling me this is not a good idea, to let it go, at least for now, at least until we can talk about it in a less emotionally charged environment. But I can't stand this tension that's lingered between us since last weekend. Maybe it's better just to get everything out into the air, crack it open like an egg.
I don't know,
she whispers. She looks absolutely miserable. You don't know. I swallow. I feel just as miserable as she looks. You'd actually consider getting back with that guy? After how he treated you?
No, she says hastily. That's not what I meant. I don't want to get back together with him. I don't know what I want.
Let it go, Connor. Don't do this. But I'm on a roll now, and I can't stop. So what about us?
What about us?
She squints at me.
There isn't an us, is there?
You tell me.
Maybe we should just find our seats.
She's looking around the room instead of at me. You tell me. I say again. I realize my hand is on her arm, and we both look down at it at the same time.
No, there's no us,
she says finally.
We're chocolate and olives, Connor.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
It means I'm chocolate, and you're olives, and those two things don't go together.
What are you talking about? I don't even fucking like olives.
That's not the point.
Explain it to me then, please. What the hell do chocolate and olives have to do with anything?
It's a metaphor, Connor.
She sounds exasperated. That makes two of us.
For two things that don't belong together.
So you think we don't belong together?
You do?
She looks amused and saddened by this, both at the same time. I know I've had more fun in these past few weeks than I ever had with any other woman. I'm myself around you.
Exactly.
She folds her arms, a satisfied smile on her face, as if that proves something. Exactly what?
You got your heart broken by that Farrah person, your party girl, and now you're rebounding with me because I'm safe, because I'm Kyle's little sister, and because I remind you of home, because I'm not the kind of girl who would ever be capable of hurting you.
You're hurting me right now. I say it so softly that I'm not sure she even hears. Suddenly, the first strains of the wedding march blast out over the reception hall speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the mustached man on the makeshift stage bellows. Final warning to please take your seats as we prepare for the bride and groom.
We should sit down,
Lucy whispers, reaching for my arm, but I pull away from her. I think I'm just gonna go.
Connor, please.
What?
Please don't be like this. Let's just eat the damn dry chicken, and we'll talk about this some more later.
I don't think so. The double doors of the hall are swinging open, and I know that if I don't leave now, I might not get another chance. So before the wedding party can start their parade into the reception, I duck through the doors and away from Lucy.
Chapter 19. Lucy. I watch Connor's back as he disappears out of the reception hall. The heavy double doors swing closed behind him. Let him go, I tell myself. This is for the best. It's painful, but it's for the best. We're too different. I don't know what we had, but it wasn't anything real, that's for sure. But the ache in my chest says otherwise. The way I can barely seem to catch my breath. The way tears are pooling in my eyes, threatening to destroy my mascara by spilling over. Maybe I should go after him, at least talk about this some more. But as I think that, the doors swing open again. Ladies and gentlemen, your wedding party, the mustached MC declares. Through the door where Connor just left comes the elaborately dressed bridesmaids in their purple taffeta, the many groomsmen in their steel gray tuxes. Great, now there's no way I can get out. I move discreetly off to the side so I'm standing against the wall near the bar. I force myself to smile when they slowly parade their way up to the head table. Why are there so many of them? Have they multiplied since the wedding? Okay, there are only 8 of each, but they seem to just keep coming. Then the bride and the groom make their grand entrance. Sharon and her new husband Gil smiling tenderly at each other and looking disgustingly happy. They stand in the doorway blocking my exit, while everyone in the reception hall comes to their feet to give them a standing ovation. By the time they finally clear the doorway and I escape into the lobby, Connor isn't there. I scan the room frantically, but there's no sign of him. I bust through the front doors onto the steps outside. There's no one there except a tiny old woman bunched up inside a fur coat. She has curly white hair and looks like someone's adorable cookie-baking grandmother, except she's smoking a cigarette and blowing nasty yellow rings into the evening air. "Hi, have you seen a man come through here? A man wearing a silver tie?" "Oh, yes, dear, I did. He got into a taxicab." "He got into a cab, so he left?" "Yes, dearie, that's what I just told you." She takes a long suck on her cigarette, then starts to hack. I turn away and stare out at the empty road. I can't believe Connor just left me here, alone, ditched at a wedding, in New Jersey. How depressing. Then again, I don't know why this surprises me. I knew Connor was that kind of guy. I've known it all along. Sure, he's been sweet for the last few weeks, but like I told him inside, that's because his ego's bruised from getting dumped by his party girl ex. I make him feel good. But Connor's the kind of guy who only wants you for as long as you make him feel that way, which is bound to be a very short time. Then he's on to the next girl, and the next one, and the... "Lucy, what are you doing?" The male voice comes from behind me, and I spin around in relief. Only it isn't Connor standing there. "Oh, hi, Lou. I saw you rush out here, and I thought something was wrong. You okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." I try to smile. "You must be freezing. Here." He drapes his jacket over my shoulders. It's a sweet gesture. Very sweet, actually, especially coming from Lou, who has never been much for sweet gestures. "Thanks." "Come back inside. They just started serving the soup. Where's your friend?" "Oh, he had to leave." "Good riddance, then, am I right?" Lou smiles. I try to smile back, try to remember how much I used to like that smile, how much I used to crave it. I don't get anything, not even a crackle of electricity, not even the tiniest of sparks. Dead air. "Lou," I say before I let him lead me inside, "when you said you thought we made a mistake, did you mean that?" His eyebrows go up. "Yeah, I think I did, yeah." He thinks. I shake my head, astounded by just how oblivious he is. "We didn't make a mistake, Lou. You did. You broke up with me, remember? I would have been happy going along with how things were. You were the one that ended things." His face is twisting into something surlier. I recognize the look. It was the one I always got when I tried to get him to do anything he didn't want to do, like hanging out with my friends or have dinner with my brother. The look that said I was inconveniencing him somehow. He starts to say something, but I hold up my hand. "Whatever you're going to say, don't bother. You did me a favor by ending things, Lou. I didn't realize how unhappy I was with you. I can't believe it took me so long to see it. Maybe it's because now I know what it's like to have someone who enjoys my company, who makes an effort with me, who can make me laugh. Someone who can make me come so hard I forget my own name," I can't resist adding. It's pretty sad when my roommate can make me feel better than my own boyfriend ever did. Lou is gaping at me, jaw hung open. I'm not sure I ever said anything this blunt to him in the entire time we were together, so I understand his surprise. But he needs to hear this. Or at least, I need to say it. "Lou, we are never getting back together. Ever." I think about getting in a cab right then, but I still haven't had a chance to speak to Lou's sister, and I refuse to let this douchebag ruin that for me, especially not after I've trekked all the way out to Jersey for this. Besides, if I go home, I'll have to face Connor, and I have no idea what to say to him right now. So instead, I hand Lou back his jacket and then push past him into the hall. "Excuse me," I say primly. I'm going to offer my congratulations to the happy couple. Have a nice life," I add, as I let the door swing closed behind me, Lou still gawping like a fish. I ease open the door of the apartment and find it pitch black. I hit the hallway light switch and blink against the sudden brightness. "Connor?" There's no answer. I had tried calling Connor from the cab on my way home from the reception, but all 4 times it had gone straight to voicemail. I still don't know what I wanted to say to him, but I knew I had to say something. I hated how we had left things, and even though he was the one who'd walked out, I knew I was just as much to blame. I had expected to find him in bed when I got home, but now dread starts to pull at my stomach, making my gut feel heavy and full. I go down the hall without taking off my coat and find his bedroom door partially closed. I push it open. The room is dark, but I can tell in the glow of the moonlight streaming in from the window that he isn't here. His bed is neatly made. His room has never had all that much stuff in it, but somehow it feels emptier in this moment than it did even before he moved in. I scan his bookshelf. All the same books are there. Nothing out of place as far as I can tell. I spin wildly around. The closet. I pull open the door. It still has clothes in it, sweaters and a few jackets, and on the floor a rack with a bunch of those sneakers he loves. It's all still here. Then I turn again, back to the bookcase. Yoda. That stupid little figurine that was sitting there, the one I wouldn't let him put in the living room. It's gone. I take a few numb steps towards the shelf, tracing the place it used to be. There's a thin layer of dust on the shelf, absent in that half circle where Yoda used to sit. A choked sob escapes my lips. He's actually gone. He didn't just leave the wedding. He left. Kyle. He must have gone to Kyle's apartment. I fumble in my bag for my phone and then hit my brother's contact info. I don't care that it's late. Kyle keeps weird hours. He's probably working now anyway. He answers on the second ring and it catches me off guard. I had half expected it to go to voicemail. "Hi, it's me," I breathe, trying not to sound frantic. "Is Connor with you?" "No, I haven't seen him." Okay, this is okay. Maybe Connor went to his place. Kyle just doesn't realize that because he's still at work. "Where are you? At the hospital?" "No, I'm at home. Why?" My stomach sinks. "You're at home?" "Yeah." "And you haven't seen Connor? Haven't heard from him at all?" "No." "What's going on? Are you okay? You sound out of breath." "No, I'm fine. I'm just a bit concerned. Some of his stuff is gone." "Really? That's weird. Want me to call him?" He's not answering. Although, maybe he's just not answering for me. Actually, yeah, could you try calling him? "Sure, I'll call you right back." I hang up the phone and pace around the apartment. I haven't even taken my coat off yet, but I don't bother. All I want to do is find Connor so that I can apologize for being such a dumbass. He was nice enough to come to that wedding, which couldn't have been fun for him, and then I acted like a pouty bitch. And why? Sure, Connor and I might not work as a couple, but that didn't mean I had to be rude to him. If I can just apologize, I know I can still fix this. We can go back to being friends and just pretend these last few weeks never happened. The phone rings and elation bursts through me. Connor. But when I look down, it's just Kyle calling back. "Hi, anything?" "Yeah. Sorry, this is kind of awkward and he feels really bad. He had to go back to California unexpectedly. They couldn't wait on the job offer anymore. He says he left you a note and a check for the rest of the rent money he owes you." "He's gone?" The words sound thick and impossible coming out of my mouth. "He feels really bad about it," Kyle assures me again, as if that makes things better. "But you know what they're like out there in the valley. Everything's such a big deal. I guess they had investors who were going to pull out if he didn't agree to come on board. He says he had no choice." Right. Are you okay? What's wrong? I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. I flopped down onto the couch. Are you worried about finding another roommate? Something like that. If you have any trouble with the rent, just let me know. I can always help you out. But Connor said he left you a few months' worth, so you should be good for a while. Right, I say again. Listen, while I've got you, are we still driving down to Philly next weekend? Oh, Thanksgiving. I completely forgot about that. I guess so. Come on, you love Thanksgiving. Don't you always say it's your favorite food-related holiday? Yes. I try to smile. I guess I'm just not feeling all that festive at the moment. You'll get there. We'll play card games on the way. It'll be fun. Sounds good. This time I force myself to smile, even though he can't see me. We'll touch base early next week, okay? Sure. Talk soon. As soon as I hang up the phone, I stomp around the apartment, turning all the lights on. The darkness seems oppressive all of a sudden. Who can think in darkness like this? It's when I come back into the living room that I see the envelope sitting on the coffee table. It's got my name on the front in Connor's handwriting. The rent check. Great. I grab the envelope and slide it out, and a piece of notepaper comes out with it. With trembling hands, I unfold it. Dear Lucy, here is 6 months' rent, the agreed amount from our bet, since I'm bailing early and all. I'm really sorry about all this, leaving you in the lurch like this. I'm sorry about a lot of things, actually. I hope someday you can find someone who fits your idea of the right guy. A guy who isn't olives, whatever that means. Yours, Connor. P.S. I just hope it isn't Lou, because he doesn't deserve you. Never has and never will. By the time I finish reading, tears are streaming down my cheeks. Connor. The letter seems to vibrate with all the things left unsaid. For a second, I let myself think that maybe Connor and I could actually make this work. Maybe we could be something real. Then I think about who he is and who I am, and I know that's just wishful thinking. Connor's right, that Lou isn't the guy for me. But that doesn't mean he is either. Even if he does make me feel funny and sexy and smart, even if he does make me laugh more than anyone I've ever known, even if he does seem to appreciate my cartoon food clothing and my obsessive need to master the art of the perfect cake crumb. But at the end of the day, he's still Connor, and I'm still Lucy, and there isn't a world where those ingredients go together. Well, maybe there is, but it isn't this one. Maybe someday I'll meet a nice, sensible guy and be able to settle down. Or maybe I'll just get a half-dozen cats. I sit there on the couch forever, until the sun has come up and the apartment is bright again. Then I go around and turn off all the lights. I take off my coat. I'm still in the dress I wore to the wedding, still in my heels and my grandmother's pearl necklace. But instead of changing, I go into the kitchen. I grab my pink apron off the hook, tie it around my waist, and open the fridge. Eggs, butter, milk. Chapter 20. Lucy. When I meet the girls at Sam's apartment, I'm laden down with bags and bags, and even more bags, all of them filled with sweets. Containers and containers of sweets. Squares and cookies and brownies, oh my. I'd run out of Tupperware at some point and had started wrapping things in empty cracker boxes, aluminum pie plates, rinsed-out yogurt containers. I can barely carry all of it, and when I stomp into Sam's living room, I set everything down with an exaggerated huff. The girls exchange a look. What's all this? I've been baking. This is excessive even for you, Olivia says, carefully pulling open one of the bags as if something in it might attack. Well, I've had a lot of time on my hands lately. Anyway, how are you guys doing? No one answers me. All 4 of them are still pawing through the bags, taking inventory of the delivery. I admit it is a tad excessive, but like I said, I've had a lot of time on my hands. Plus, when I stop baking, I start thinking about Connor, and that never leads anywhere good. So I figure it's just easier not to stop baking in the first place. Brownies, blondies, cookies, cookie bars. What are these? Tess holds up a container. I squint at it. Oh, those are pecan and paprika lemon drops. Tess grimaces, but I ignore that. I'm not sure they were a good idea. I've just kind of been trying things, some more successfully than others. The baking had become a compulsion over the last week, and when I tired of the usual fare, I started going further and further afield, until I was mixing random things that had no business being in a recipe together. I was unstoppable. I actually had to go to a different grocery store partway through the week, because I'd literally bought all the flour and sugar from my usual spot, and they were starting to look at me suspiciously when I put one of every single spice jar in my basket. Are these gingerbread men? Christmas is right around the corner, you know. I go and dump my coat on Sam's bed with the others, then march back into the living room. I had to start testing things. Right. My friends exchange another look. I feel my cheeks redden. Honey, are you sure you're okay? You seem a bit manic, Olivia says gently. She puts a hand on my arm, but I shrug it off. I'm totally fine. Just being really productive lately. That can't be a bad thing, can it? Now I need a drink. I go into Sam's kitchen and start banging open cupboards in search of booze. I got those margarita cocktail things you like, Sam calls out from the living room. They're in the fridge. I poke my head back around the corner. Thanks, but I think I need something stronger. Like what? Like, do you have any gin or tequila? The girls exchange yet another glance. Olivia mouths something to Sam, but I can't make out what it is. No tequila, Sam says finally. But gin, sure. Do you want a gin and tonic? Just the gin is fine. I'm in the mood for the hard stuff tonight. I hate the way they're all looking at each other, as if I'm someone's doddering grandmother who needs a babysitter. Did something happen? Tess asks delicately. At the wedding, maybe? Is it Lou? Was it terrible seeing him? The wedding was fine. Why would you think that? Well, because we've all been trying to get in touch with you since then, and you haven't returned any of our calls. If you hadn't shown up tonight, we were going to have to call your mother, and none of us wanted to have to do that. I'm fine. I come back into the living room with a glass of gin and ice in one hand and the bottle of Bombay Sapphire in the other. I finally take in all their faces. They really do look concerned. I laugh. I'm really fine, you guys. I'm sorry if I made you worry. I've just been in this really awesome baking frenzy. Okay, if you're sure you're okay. I'm totally sure. I lift my glass toward the girls. To us. To us? They all lift their glasses cheerfully enough, and I take a happy sip. Then another. Then another. I drain the glass and slam it down on the coffee table with a whoop. Tess looks like she's going to say something, but then apparently changes her mind. How's Connor? She says instead. It was really great meeting him. He's a sweetie. Oh, Connor left, I informed them, filling my now empty glass with another generous slug of gin. He left? There's a shocked silence around the living room. What do you mean he left? He had to go back to California. Something about a job offer, and they didn't want to wait for him any longer. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Kennedy looks like she's going to cry, which makes me laugh again for some reason. Why are you sorry? It's no big deal. Oh, here we go. They're exchanging looks again. I guess we thought maybe there was something going on with you two. Olivia seems reluctant to be the one answering, but everyone else looks too afraid to do it. Where'd you get that idea? I laugh lightly. It sounds slightly more maniacal than I intended. Connor and I are just friends. Well, from the way he looked at you, for starters. Tess supplies oh so helpfully. And the way you looked at him, Kennedy pipes up. And the way you both seem to forget the rest of us were even here half the time, Sam points out. We had to keep picking on you just to get you to remember we were in the room with you. I was afraid you were going to start banging on Tess's kitchen table. Me too. Tess giggles, then stops abruptly, trying to sound serious again. I guess we all just thought, well, we did have a little fun, I admit. But can you imagine me ending up with someone like Connor? I wait for them all to laugh, but no one except me does. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? I echo. It's Connor. We're like chocolate and olives. It's still the best metaphor I can think of. What does that even mean? It means we don't go together. Olivia rolls her eyes. People aren't ingredients, Lucy. They're more than their objective qualities. So? So? She sighs in exasperation. So, chocolate and olives are inanimate objects. They can't fall in love or decide to be together. And neither can Connor and I. Why not? Because I'm supposed to end up with someone like Lou, that's why. Oh, God, would you cut that out? That's over. I'm not saying Lou himself, just someone like him. Why would you want to end up with someone like that? Lou was an asshole. I know that now, I start. Then I blink. Wait, you all thought he was an asshole? The whole time? They exchange a guilty look. Well, we thought it was weird that we never met him. Olivia starts. That was kind of shitty, wasn't it? I consider, shaking my head. I guess I chalked it up to him being an introvert. My ass, Sam declares. He just didn't care enough about you to make any effort. Exactly, Olivia nods. He only ever wanted you on his terms. He didn't give a shit what you wanted. I look around the room and find Tess and Kennedy nodding in agreement. So you all feel that way? You never liked him? They all nod. At least they have the decency to look guilty. Why didn't anyone ever tell me? You probably could have saved me a lot of time. We didn't want to hurt you, sweetie. We kept hoping things would get better, that maybe he'd come around. I guess that never happened, I say bitterly. I console myself with another healthy swallow of gin. But hey, at least I know now. Lou is an asshole, and everyone but me knew it. Anything else you want to tell me? Sam elbows Olivia, who clears her throat. She's twisting her wine glass in her hands, though she doesn't seem interested in drinking from it. I, on the other hand, am knocking back this gin like it's water. Connor's not your father, sweetie, Olivia finally says. She uses her best grown-up voice, the one she usually uses to lecture Kennedy, which is how I know she's serious. And which is why I probably shouldn't laugh, but I do. I laugh. I know he's not my father. Do you? The room is suddenly uncomfortably quiet. Of course I do. Because sometimes it seems like you don't. Well, I do. How stupid do you think I am? Not stupid, Olivia says hastily. I just think you have a tendency to go for guys that are what? A bit dull, Tess admits. Safe? Kennedy amends. Complete losers, Sam chimes in. Olivia glares at all of them. I think that sometimes you pick guys you think are non-threatening, who you think won't hurt you. Like Lou. The guy barely had a pulse, for God's sake. And I'm sorry to tell you this, but he didn't stay in that relationship because he loved you. He stayed because you made things so easy and pleasant for him that breaking up with you would have been too much work. I can see Olivia grimacing and I know she doesn't relish saying any of this, so I don't throw my drink at her, which is kind of what I want to do. Except I also want to keep drinking it, so there's that too. Of course, Olivia isn't finished yet. She takes another deep breath. It seems like maybe you think that because Connor's hot and charming and maybe he used to be kind of a player or whatever, that he's obviously wrong for you, that he's going to break your heart the same way your father did to your mom and you. I feel like all the air is sucked out of my lungs. I can't look at any of them. I know I said I wanted real talk, but this is pure torture. Is this really what you guys think of me? That I'm some sap with daddy issues? God, no, they all scramble to reassure me. But Sam squints at me. Yes. Olivia smacks her on the thigh and glares, but Sam waves her off. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying we all have our issues. The others are still glaring at her, but she shrugs. Come on, she says eventually. You know I'm right. Take Tess, for instance. She's so naive she thinks hot action is a guy staring at her in the elevator. Tess glares at her. Sam keeps going. And Olivia is so bossy that there isn't a man in the world who can keep up with her. It's Olivia's turn to glare. Kennedy, though, is smirking. Well, I'm in a happy relationship, so I guess I don't have any issues. Sam snorts. Yeah, and you've been with that guy since 9th grade. Good luck with that. Plus, let's not forget that you believe in healing crystals. Kennedy clamps her mouth shut. Olivia pats her sister's leg and glares at Sam again. So, what's your issue then? I suppose you don't have any. No, I do. Sam thinks. I'm so perfect that no guy can ever live up to my impossibly high standards. We all glare at her now. But then, after a moment, the glares somehow dissolve and then we're all laughing hysterically. Because maybe it's true. Maybe we all have issues, and the key is just finding the person, or people, who can look at all those issues and still see the amazing soul beneath. Maybe for me, it's my friends. And maybe that's all I need. Chapter 21. Lucy. The banging on my door the next morning draws me out of sleep and straight into hell. A very specific and vicious kind of hell known as the hard liquor hangover. I touch my head gingerly. Yes, it's still there. And yes, my scalp seems to only be covered in hair and not tiny metal spikes, despite my feelings to the contrary. This is a start. It's not a good start, but it's a start. The pounding comes again, and I force myself to plant my feet on the floor. Just that small amount of motion makes me feel like I might throw up. I take a few deep breaths. Then a thought hits me. Connor. That's Connor at the front door. He's here. But then, why wouldn't he use his key? The rational, not still a little bit drunk part of me wonders. But I ignore that voice and lunge over towards the front door, yanking it open with a mix of happiness and terror. Oh, it's you. My brother looks me over from head to toe. You don't look so good. Yeah, well, neither do you. Which is a lie, of course. Kyle is practically a J. Crew model, especially in his gray cardigan and perfectly swooped hair. He looks like he should be in a catalog shoot picking out Thanksgiving pumpkins with a perfectly coiffed blonde woman in a Fair Isle turtleneck. Oh, God. Thanksgiving. You forgot, didn't you? No. Technically true. Yesterday, I remembered. Yesterday, I baked 2 pies and a pumpkin loaf. Then last night happened, at which point all data seemed to be wiped from my short-term memory bank. Go get dressed. We'll pick up coffee and bagels on the way. And Advil and Gatorade? Anything you want. An hour later, Kyle is driving, and I'm leaning my head against the passenger side window. I've been fortified by coffee and blue Gatorade. I don't know what that flavor is supposed to be, but God, it tastes delicious. Especially today. I keep myself busy thinking about how I could incorporate blue into a recipe somehow, while Kyle maintains a steady stream of anecdotes about the hospital and all the crazy things he sees in the ER. Neither of us mentions Connor. I don't know if he knows anything about what happened, but I'm not interested in finding out. I just want to put that entire thing behind me. Except I don't seem to be doing a very good job of that. Last night comes back to me in dribs and drabs. The girls' shock when I told them that Connor had left, their disbelief when I said I didn't care. I wish I could say that it doesn't matter to me what they think, but it does. Their words got to me. Or maybe more specifically, they made me face up to something I really didn't want to face. I miss Connor. Even though I know I shouldn't, even though I know he's entirely wrong for me, I still miss him. I miss the way he made me laugh, the dose of excitement and fun he brought to my life. And, of course, I miss the way he made me feel. And I'm not even talking about in the bedroom, though, yeah, I miss that too. I miss the way he made me feel like the best version of myself. But that doesn't change the fact that he's wrong for me. Olives and chocolate, I remind myself. Olives and chocolate. Yet the thought of going back to someone like Lou, someone who on paper is completely right for me, doesn't feel nearly as appealing as it used to. "Oh, did Mom tell you Pete is going to be at dinner?" Kyle asks, interrupting my musings. "No, he is?" Pete's the guy Mom started seeing this year. Neither Kyle nor I have met him yet, and I'm dying of curiosity. Mom never dated all that much after Dad left, not even after Kyle and I were older. So the fact that she's bringing this guy to Thanksgiving dinner means she must be pretty serious about him. "What does he do again? Do you remember?" I try to remember what Mom's said about him so far. I think he runs a sporting goods store. Oh, right. Pete's Pro Sports or something. That sounds right. Great. Do you think he's some jock asshole? I wrinkle my nose. I don't know. I can't see Mom picking a guy like that, can you? No, you're probably right. Except once I've said it, I realize I have no idea what kind of guy she'd go for. Our dad was clearly no prize, so there's no telling what this Pete person might be like. Maybe he is some jock asshole. I gnaw on my thumbnail and drink my magical blue Gatorade and consider the possibilities. At least contemplating Mom's love life gives me something to think about other than my own. As soon as we get to our little house in Chesterbrook, I'm immediately filled with a sense of calm. Even with the question of Pete still looming on the horizon, there's something about being home that just feels good for my soul. I don't get back here as often as I'd like, but somehow it still feels like coming home. It's not the house we always had. After my father first left, we had to sell the house we were living in, and for a while we moved from apartment to apartment. But Mom saved up, and eventually she was able to make a down payment on this little bungalow. We moved here when I was 11. So even though I didn't really grow up in the house, I still think of it as my childhood home. Maybe because Mom always worked so hard to make it a special place for us. And as soon as we step inside the hallway, all the familiar sense of home envelop me. Lemon pledge and those cardamom candles Mom likes, and something less definable and more ephemeral. Something that just smells like home, like family. And layered above that, the sharp golden scent of a roasting turkey. "Mom, we're home," Kyle yells out. "It smells amazing in here," I add. Mom bustles out of the kitchen, a pink apron almost identical to mine tied around her waist. "There you are. I was just about to text you. There was an accident on the turnpike and I was worried you'd get delayed." "Didn't see anything. We must have just missed it." Kyle gives her a long hug. "Oh, good. Are those the pies?" She turns to face me and gives me a hug too, even though I can't hug her back thanks to the armload of pies. "They are?" I hand them off to her as soon as she lets go and she plants a kiss on my cheek. "You are a wonderful daughter. Do I tell you that often enough? Yes, Mom. Good. Now come on into the kitchen, you two. The guys are both in there. There's beer and wine in the fridge. The guys? I rack my brain trying to remember if she ever mentioned Pete having a son or something. Who else would be here? The answer comes to me immediately. Maybe because the deep voice echoes from down the hallway and every cell in my body prickles. Connor. He's here. He can't be. Why is he here? He's supposed to be in California. I follow Kyle and my mother numbly down the hallway. Part of me wants to turn around and run out the door, hop in Kyle's car, and drive all the way back to the city. But I suppose grand larceny isn't a great way to kick off the holiday. Mom is introducing Pete to Kyle and me, but all I can do is stare at Connor. He catches my eye briefly, but mostly focuses on the bottle of beer in his hand, which must be beyond fascinating given how intently he stares at it. Hi, I say dumbly, shaking Pete's hand and trying to smile. It's nice to meet you finally. You too, Lucy. Your mom tells me you're a baking blogger. How cool is that? Yeah. I tuck my hair behind my ear. I try to focus on Pete, but my eyes keep drifting over to Connor, who's now reaching into the fridge to get Kyle a beer. Want anything, Lucy? My brother asks. Connor still hasn't said anything. Ugh, no, I'm sticking with water for now. Mom is magically already thrusting a glass of water into my hands while she tells Pete all about the pies I brought, and he makes polite and interested noises. He seems like a nice man, truly. Kind blue eyes and laugh lines around his mouth, and he listens attentively to Mom and shows an interest in me and the pies. But all I can do is sneak furtive glances at Connor while we talk. He and Kyle are leaned up against the counter, casually shooting the breeze, like nothing ever happened. Must be nice, I think bitterly. Must be nice for this to feel like any other day, to not feel like your heart is being shredded to ribbons. I chug back my water defiantly. Can I help with anything, Mom? Peeling potatoes, stuffing things? She shakes her head. I think everything's under control. Pete came over early this morning to help me start prepping. She smiles warmly at him, squeezing his shoulder with one hand while she sips her wine. I'm happy for her, truly. But right now, I can't focus on anything but Connor. I need to not be in the same room with him. I was thinking I would make another pie, I say desperately. I'm not sure the ones I brought turned out all that well. Maybe the guys should all go in the living room and I'll just whip up a new one real quick. Mom shoos me with a dish towel. I'm sure your pies are fine. I don't want you spending your whole holiday taking care of things here. Now, why don't you, Kyle, and Connor go relax, and Pete and I will put together some snacks. Dinner won't be for another couple of hours at least, so you'll have lots of time to hang out. Great, I grumble. The last thing I want to do is sit in the living room with Connor and Kyle and hang out. But I refill my water glass and trudge into the living room after the guys. Kyle flicks on the television, turning to the parade, and then flops down on the sofa, sprawling across it the same way he did as a teenager. Connor takes one of the armchairs, and I take the other one. For the first time, I notice that he doesn't look nearly as comfortable as I initially thought. Good. We all lapse into silence while the television announcers make inane observations about the parade going on down on the street. We're still sitting there when Mom reappears with a platter of crackers, cheese, sliced sausage, and, black olives. I don't think I've ever heard you kids so quiet, she chuckles, setting the platter down on the coffee table. Lucy's hungover. Kyle blabs, and I glare at him. Connor sneaks a glance at me, which I ignore. Just went out with the girls last night, and things may have gotten a little too celebratory. I feel fine. Epic lie, but whatever. Well, don't you worry. Sit back and enjoy the parade. Pete and I are going to wash some dishes. I'll help. I nearly throw myself out of the chair, but Mom pushes me back down. You will not. Sit. Enjoy yourself. Have some olives. I wince. I can't look at Connor, though I think I hear him making some sort of snorting noise. After Mom's left the room, I force myself to turn to him. How's California? Oh, great. Yeah, great. He nods. Very sunny. I bet. I didn't think we'd see you back here. He shrugs. I had a craving for pumpkin pie. Of course, they don't have those in California. They don't have your pumpkin pies. Oh, that shuts me up. I go back to looking at the television. You didn't cash the check I left you. I shrug. It's true, I haven't. Even though I could definitely use the money, and I'm still not totally sure how I'm going to cover the rent without it, it feels weird to take Connor's money this way. Whether it's for a bet that never should have happened, or just guilt money for everything that did happen, it doesn't feel like something I want. You should cash it, Lucy. I'm sorry I left you in the lurch with the rent. It's fine. I don't need your money. I managed just fine without you before, and I'll manage without you now. Somehow, when I say that, I try to make it mean more than just the money. Because I was fine before Connor came into the picture. Sure, I was upset over Lou, but I never felt anything like this. I never felt like I couldn't breathe. Right, of course. I sneak a glance over at him and find him looking at Kyle, who appears to have fallen asleep. Connor lowers his voice. Really, though, are you doing okay? I'm fine, Connor. Really. I'm gonna go see if Mom needs any help in the kitchen. I get up and cross the living room, but I have to walk right past Connor's chair to get to the hall. He reaches out and grabs my wrist. The feeling of his fingers on my skin send dual daggers of pain and longing shooting through me. Lucy. Connor, don't. I warn him. But, just don't. He nods and unclasps his fingers. My skin still burns all the way to the kitchen. The shredded ribbons of my heart lift and settle as if on a breeze.
Chapter 22. Connor. As soon as I emerge from the wedding reception hall and into the main lobby, I know I've made a mistake. A big one. I shouldn't have jumped down Lucy's throat just because she didn't want a huge confrontation with her ex in front of a bunch of strangers. Sure, I'd like to see her tell him off. For that matter, I'd like to do it myself. But I feel stupid for letting my own insecurities get the best of me. What I should do is go back in there and eat dried chicken with her and laugh at the drunk uncles and their corny toasts. Except when I turn around, I find myself right in the midst of the wedding party. All 8,000 of them. Jesus, there didn't seem to be so many of them during the ceremony, but now I'm swarmed by women in extremely puffy purple dresses and men who are tugging at their bow ties and looking desperate to crack a beer. The doors of the reception hall are flung open, and the wedding party starts their slow march in. I wait there, trying to see over them, to catch a glimpse of Lucy. I don't see her anywhere. The longer I stand there, the more I doubt what I'm doing. I want to be reasonable about this. I want to say that douchebag Lou doesn't matter, but when it comes to Lucy, my reason seems to get tossed away like yesterday's empties. The thought that she might have any leftover feelings for that guy makes me want to cut something, or someone, preferably him. As I stand there watching that wedding party, I realize I'm in way over my head. We were just supposed to be roommates. Maybe she was right, too, that initially I'd moved in with her because the thought seemed comfortable, easy, but nothing about this is easy anymore. Everything seems messed up. How the hell did that happen? I'd come up with the stupid bet. I think that's when it started. Or maybe it started when I kissed her that night outside Veneer. Or maybe it started the day I walked into that apartment and saw her standing there, wringing her hands on that stupid apron and looking so sweet. God damn it, I can't go back in there. I can't, because if I do, I'm going to fight for her. And what then? Either she turns me down and I go back to, what, being her friend? Or she reciprocates and we both have to admit that it can't ever happen, even if we want it to. There are no good options here. No way this ends in anything other than a mess, in one more round of broken hearts. No, the cleanest thing to do is just pull the plug on the whole thing, and it'll hurt less now than it will if I let it go on any longer. I can take the job in California, go back to doing something I know I'm good at. So even though every instinct is telling me to go back in there, to tell her that we have something worth fighting for, I don't. I walk out the front doors and into the cold New Jersey night, and I climb in a cab and head back to the city. I stare down the empty apartment and sigh. So this is what my life has come to. I cross through the small kitchen and the compact living room and head straight into the bedroom, where I drop my duffel bag. I flop down on the small bed and study the small room. Taupe walls, wood furniture, beige curtains, a beige lamp, a beige rug. But for now, it's home. When my parents bought this place a couple of years ago, they had promised me the guest room was mine whenever I wanted it. So for now, I'm going to take them up on their offer, even though they're currently down in Florida visiting my aunt. I can even live with the beige. It suits my mood right now. Kyle had called while I'd been at the train station, waiting for the next train to Philadelphia. It had taken me by surprise. If anything, I'd expected to hear from Lucy herself. But then I realized that of course she would call Kyle. If anything, it reminded me that I'd done the right thing. It reminded me that whatever my feelings for Lucy, she was still Kyle's sister, still off limits in the grand scheme of things. When I heard his voice on the other end of the line, I panicked. I didn't want to tell him why I'd come back to Philly, so I scrambled for an answer. The job offer came to me in a flash of genius. It was a perfect excuse, and much easier to explain than telling him that I'd done the asshole thing of falling for his sister, and that now I was back in Philadelphia licking my wounds. Plus, I knew he'd pass the info along to Lucy. Better she'd think that I left for a job than know the real reason, which is that I'm a coward. With a sigh, I reach down and unzip my duffel bag, then root around until I find Yoda. I stare at him for a second, then set him down on the wooden nightstand in my temporary beige bedroom. Doing it makes me think of Lucy, of course, of the cute way she'd wrinkled her nose at him, of the cute way she did everything. I force myself to stand up and shake it off. You know how to do this, Connor. You're an expert in breakups, remember? Whiskey, porn, cereal straight out of the box. All good things. I reach into the bag and yank out my running shoes. I've got this. Sure. 2 days later, I'm out for a run. I've already logged more than 30 miles since I've been back in Philly, when my music stops playing. Incoming call. My first thought is Lucy, and my heart thuds in my chest for a second, but when I yank the phone out of my armband, I find it's not Lucy, but Kyle. Hey man, how's it going? I huff. Dude, did I interrupt something? You sound out of breath. Yeah, I'm jerking off to your mom's picture. Not cool. We both laugh. No, I'm just out for a run. What's up? I just wanted to see how California's treating you. Oh, it's great. You know, sunny. Hot. I look around the gray downtown street, all the pedestrians bundled up in winter coats already. Sounds awesome. It's fucking freezing here. Sucks to be you. Yeah, well, he chuckles. Listen, I'm just calling to confirm you aren't coming to Thanksgiving dinner anymore. Shit, I'd completely forgot about that. Dinner, right. It's no big deal. I was just going to call Mom and tell her you weren't coming, but then I figured I'd check in with you on the off chance. I thought you might want to take your private plane out for the day. Ha! Yeah, I snort. Kyle liked to poke fun at the Silicon Valley lifestyle, but he isn't far off. I never owned my own plane, but I'd been on plenty of chartered flights in my time out there. I'll just tell her you won't make it then? Sure. I stare down at the gray sidewalk in front of me. One of my sneakers is coming untied. Actually, you know what? Tell her I'm coming. Oh yeah? He sounds surprised. That's great. Gas up the jet, right? Right. Maybe going to dinner is a huge mistake. Maybe it's wrong to want to see Lucy again. Maybe I should accept that all the reasons I walked away are still valid and that nothing good can come of this. And maybe I don't care about any of that. Maybe I just need to see her anyway.
Chapter 23. Lucy. Dinner is surprisingly far less torturous than I'm expecting. The food is delicious, and Mom is practically glowing, and Pete is sweet and attentive and tells me my pies are the best he's ever eaten. Even Connor is on point, keeping everyone amused with some of the absurdities of his life in Silicon Valley. Even though my heart is aching to watch how he laughs, the easy way he keeps up the conversation, I find myself smiling. Then I find myself admiring the line of his jaw, the way the veins in his neck pulse when he laughs, the way his shoulders flex under the loose button-down he's wearing. We've barely finished dessert when I shoot up out of my seat and start clearing dishes from the table. "Since you wouldn't let me help with dinner, I'm taking care of the dishes," I announce, throwing everything loudly into the sink. "You all should go relax in the living room. I've got this." The men all pat their stomachs and attempt to heave themselves out of their chairs. Mom, though, starts helping me clear the table. "Go," I try to shoo her away. "You've done enough." "I'm not going to let you stay in here by yourself cleaning. Don't be silly." I already know there's no point in arguing with her, so I shrug and let the hot water run into the sink. Mom doesn't believe in dishwashers because she says hand-washing dishes is a form of meditation for her. Even though I hated it when I was a teenager, right now I'm thankful for any excuse to lengthen my stay in the kitchen. "What do you think of Pete?" Mom asks as she sidles up next to me with a dish towel ready to start drying. I can tell she's trying to sound casual, which is, frankly, adorable. I smile. "He's great, Mom. He seems like a really nice guy." "He is," she gushes. "Oh, Lucy, I'm really happy." I get a wave of feel-good goosebumps. "That's great. I'm happy for you." "This was a great day," she decides. "And it was so nice seeing Connor again. My, how he's grown up now. It must be at least 5 years since I've seen him." "Yeah." My stomach dips at this new direction in our conversation. I concentrate on scrubbing gravy from the dinner plates. I can see why Mom calls this meditation. It's surprisingly easy to lose myself in the basic motions. But maybe I get a little too into the zone because suddenly I blurt out, "Don't you think Connor reminds you a bit of Dad?" I hadn't been planning on saying that, and Mom looks confused. "Your father?" she says, as if there are various people I might refer to as Dad. "Yeah." "God, no." Now she just sounds incredulous. "In what way?" "In that he seems like someone who would just up and leave you with no warning," I want to say, although it would be too awful for both of us if I actually said that. So I shrug. I don't know. The way he's good-looking, but, he knows how good-looking he is. Mom laughs as she reaches for a dinner plate to dry. "Well, they're both handsome, if that's what you mean. And yes, I'm sure Connor knows he's got that going for him. But no, in most ways, I'd say they're complete opposites." I don't dare to breathe. Mom almost never talks about Dad, especially not in a real way. It's usually just factual things. "Make sure you wear sunscreen because melanomas run on your father's side of the family." Or, "No wonder you have a sweet tooth. Your father couldn't say no to the stuff." That kind of thing. She doesn't continue right away, and I think she's not going to, but then she sighs. "Your father was selfish. Maybe he was missing that part of himself that would let him care about other people. Or maybe he was just unkind. I don't know. But I do know that my life got very small when I was with him." Mom doesn't elaborate, but I'm dying to know what she's talking about. So as I start loading the sink with cutlery, I say, "How so?" She sighs. "Are you sure you want to hear all this?" I nod quickly. I really do. She considers me for a second, then nods. "Okay. I met your father when we were in college. Actually, I was in college. Your father had all but dropped out at that point. He was a brilliant man, but he had no focus, no discipline. Going to class every day didn't suit him, and forget actually turning in a paper on time. Responsibility was for other people. My mouth is a grim line. What she's describing sounds so much like Connor. The turkey and mashed potatoes and stuffing I'd eaten earlier, all the foods that had tasted so delicious, now roll like bitter poison in my stomach. I was flattered that he wanted to go out with me at first. All the girls in my dorm were so jealous. Mom has a faraway smile on her face. Then she shakes her head. And things were good in the beginning, until I started to notice that we only spent time doing the things he wanted to do with his friends. He had no desire to learn anything about my interests, or even really care that I had them to begin with. Do you know what I mean? I nod. I do, sort of, because that part reminds me of someone else. Not Connor, though. It reminds me of Lou. Lou never had Dad's looks or his charisma, not on the surface anyway. He was a plain sort of man with a plain sort of face and a plain sort of job. That's why I thought he was safe. Vanilla to my chocolate, a perfect pairing. I was so young then, I didn't realize how bad it was. Mom is saying. It wasn't until I got pregnant with Kyle that I realized he had no interest in the responsibilities of real life. He was a child, basically, who wanted someone to take care of him and always put his needs first. You can't have that attitude when you have kids of your own. And I think it was a rude awakening for him when I started dedicating more of my energy to your brother and then you. Mom concentrates on wiping down the counter, even though it's been clean for 5 minutes now. I realize I'm standing there with my hands in the soapy water, not actually washing anything since the sink is empty. I pull my hands out and dry them on the towel, then lean against the counter. To my horror, I realize I'm blinking back tears. It's not my father I'm thinking about, though. It's Lou. I think of what Olivia had said the other day. He didn't stay in that relationship because he loved you. He stayed because you made things so easy and pleasant for him that breaking up with him would have been too much work. What a depressing thought. And even more depressing to think that with all my efforts to avoid ending up with someone like my father, I'd somehow gone and ended up with someone exactly like him. Mom stops what she's doing and pushes my hair back off my face. It's such a sweet and motherly gesture that the tears that are pooling spill over and start to roll down my cheeks. I'm sorry, sweetie, she says. I shouldn't have told you all that. I'm sure it's not pleasant to hear all that stuff about your father. And you know what? He could be sweet sometimes, too. Remember the time he bought you that dollhouse? God, you loved that thing. Mom, you don't have to do this. I wipe my tears away. I feel ashamed of crying over this. After all, she was the one who lived through it. I was just peripheral damage. To my horror, I realize my mother is blinking back tears of her own. Whatever happened, I don't regret being with Bruce. After all, I got 2 wonderful children out of it. I wouldn't trade you or your brother for anything. You were my silver lining, my light. That's why I named you Lucy, you know. It means light. Oh. I suppose I knew what my name meant. I'm sure I looked it up at some point in my life. But hearing the story behind it makes it mean even more. Mom laughs and wipes away another tear, then starts clearing the table of the rest of the dinner stuff, putting the condiments back into the fridge and folding the placemats. Anyway, back to your original question. God, I can't even remember what that was now. I sniffle softly. I don't see any of that in Connor. Just the opposite, really. Connor. My heart stutters at his name. Really? I say carefully. How so? Oh, he has such a generous spirit, she says, holding the butter dish against her chest. She hesitates for a second. You know, there was a time I worried your brother was turning out to be a bit like your dad. He was a good kid, don't get me wrong, but he definitely had a selfish streak. But Connor was so good for him. That kid was never afraid of hard work. Do you know how many weekends he'd come over and cut our grass for us? She chuckles. I think it eventually shamed Kyle into picking up more of the slack around here. I didn't know that, no. My voice is thick with emotion, so many emotions. Anyway, I'm not sure exactly why you're asking, Mom says, though there's a suspicious twinkle in her eye that says maybe she has a theory. But no, I think Connor was a good kid, and I think he's turned into a good man. I give her a watery smile. I need to talk to Connor. I need to tell him that I've been an idiot. I have no idea if he'll forgive me or not, but I at least owe it to him to say it. Thanks, Mom, I say. And then before I leave the kitchen, I stop. If I was an ingredient, what do you think I'd be? Pardon me? She blinks. An ingredient. Like, do you think I'm salt or, I don't know, butter or canned tomatoes or... She gives me an odd smile, then takes my face between her hands, planting a kiss on my forehead. You, my dear, are more than an ingredient. You are a whole, perfect, beautiful cake. It's corny, but it still makes me tear up again. I swipe at my eye and laugh. Thanks, Mom. You're welcome. Now go find that man. Excuse me? You know what goes great with cake? She winks. A nice, tall, strong cup of hot coffee. I don't ask how she knows. I don't ask because she's my mom, and somehow she always knows. Instead, I just go find Connor. Chapter 24. Lucy. I find Connor along with Kyle and Pete in the living room watching the football game. They all look up as soon as I appear in the doorway, halting their conversation about the Jets versus the Giants. Can I talk to you? I look at Connor, but he still points a finger to his chest. Me? Yes, please. Sure. He stands. I notice that he doesn't glance at Kyle, but that Kyle looks back and forth between the two of us. But then, apparently, something of great importance happens in the game because he and Pete suddenly groan at the television and curse under their breath. Connor and I sneak out of the room unnoticed. In the hallway, I look around frantically. Not much privacy in a one-story bungalow, so I pull him to the end of the hall and push open the door that leads to the attached garage. What's up? Connor asks as soon as we're inside. I'm sorry, I say just as quickly. God, Connor, I'm so sorry about everything. I realize I'm already crying and I take a deep breath. I have so much more I want to say. I can't choke now. Connor realizes I'm crying and goes to hug me, but I push him away, even though it kills me a little bit to do it. I just need to get this out, I tell him. I nudge him, and he sits down on the stack of Mom's summer tires that are leaning against the back wall. I pace back and forth in front of him for a minute. He waits patiently. I'm an idiot, I blurt finally. I look to Connor, but he doesn't say anything. A complete and total idiot, I add. Connor still doesn't say anything. Please say something, I want to beg. Please at least tell me with your eyes that you understand. But he stays still, silent, his face inscrutable. I sigh. I lean against the bumper of Mom's car so that I'm facing him. I've come to realize that I maybe have been projecting some things onto you that you didn't deserve. Things that are all mixed up with my dad and with Lou and I guess my feelings about men and relationships in general. The olives thing. I try to smile. The olives thing. I still don't totally understand that. That's okay. It was dumb. I just had this idea that we were too different. That you were maybe like my dad. That you were the kind of guy that would hurt me. And what about now? Do you still think that? I don't know, I admit. But what I realized is that you're just a person, just like me, and that it's wrong for me to not trust you when... When what? I take another deep breath. When you've proven to me again and again that you're not like that you're one of the good guys. I try to be. I know. I don't know why I couldn't see it. Do you ever feel like you're wearing blinders and you don't even realize it? Like your view of the whole world is distorted, but it's the only way you've ever seen it, so you have no idea it could look any different? Connor doesn't answer for a minute. Then he sighs. Funnily enough, I know exactly what you mean. I wait for him to elaborate, but he doesn't. I rub my palms over the thighs of my jeans. My hands are sweating. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that, I guess. That I'm sorry I pushed you away. Connor's face is still unreadable. What about Lou? He finally asks. His voice is absolutely level. I shake my head so hard my ponytail whips me in the face. God, that's so over. Turns out he's not really such a great person. I can't believe it took me so long to notice it. Well, I'm glad you finally did. He doesn't deserve you. I only met the guy for 5 minutes, and even I could tell. It's the most he said since we stepped into the garage. Yeah, well, I take a long breath. I had to figure that out on my own, I guess. Sometimes I'm slow like that. But I think I'm getting there. I just had a really good talk with my mom, actually. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Turns out we're both still recovering from things that happened 20 years ago in some ways. I pause. But I think there might be hope for both of us. Pete seems nice, he says, changing the subject slightly. I want to scream at him. I'm trying to bare my soul here. Instead, I just smile. Yeah, he does. I'm glad my mom's happy. We're both quiet. Then Connor sighs and stands. For one horrible moment, I think he's going to go back into the house. But instead, he just paces in the small space between the car and the rest of the house. I guess I should apologize, too. For what? For walking away like that. Oh, you don't have to apologize. I get it. You had to go for the job. Connor looks chagrined. He shoves his hands deep into his pockets. Well, that's the thing. There's no job. What? What do you mean? Well, there's a job, but I didn't take it. I've been staying here in Philadelphia, crashing at my parents' condo while they're in Boca Raton. Oh. My gut starts to churn nervously. This is what I was afraid of, it seems to say. I was worried he was going to leave, and he did. He just left. Not for any good reason, but just to get away. I had to get away, Connor says, confirming my worst suspicions. Oh, I say again. I find a tiny spot on my jeans and rub at it. Not like that, he says. He runs his hands through his hair. He looks worried now. I just mean, it was too hard. It hurt too much to be with you, but not to really be with you. Oh, I say again for the 3rd time in a row. And for the first time, I allow myself a glimmer of hope. Hope that maybe there really is something here between us. Do you think that... I don't get to finish my sentence. I don't get to finish it because suddenly Connor is there in front of me, leaning into me, his hands on the bumper on either side of my hips, and he's kissing me. He's kissing me, and it takes every word and thought out of my mind. Connor, I breathe in between kisses. Then his tongue is pushing into my mouth, and I'm running my hands through his messy hair, and I'm feeling his chest against mine. My entire body is buzzing with hope, with love, with... What the fuck is going on in here? Connor and I break apart so fast that my head spins. He jumps backward about 10 feet, almost tumbling back over the stack of tires where he'd been sitting earlier. Both of us stare at Kyle in a dazed, guilty stupor. What the fuck, man? His anger seems largely directed towards Connor, although I'm tempted to point out that it takes 2 people to kiss. Connor doesn't answer him, so I try to jump in. I'm sorry, Kyle, but this isn't any of your business. Like hell, he says, though he still doesn't look at me. He's glaring at Connor, and I'm half afraid he's going to haul off and slug him. I'm not sure if they've ever gotten into an actual fist fight before, and I don't want this to be the inaugural occasion. That's my sister, Kyle spits. You think I don't know that? Connor says back, just as angry. You think I wanted this to happen? I don't know. You sure looked like you wanted to be there, pawing all over her like that. My cheeks flame red. That kiss had meant everything to me, and now Kyle is making it sound like this cheap and tawdry thing. Why don't you just stay out of this? I tell him. I'm so mad that I'm starting to shake. Lucy, go back in the house, he commands, and I sputter with angry laughter. Go back in the house? I'm not a child, Kyle. He seems to look somewhat chagrined, but then he directs another angry glance at Connor. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound like that. I just think you don't know what you're getting into. Maybe I don't, I spit, but that's my decision to make. And if it's a mistake, that's mine to make too. I realize as I say them just how true the words ring for me. I have no guarantee that Connor won't turn out to be a mistake. But it's my mistake to make. I'm not my mom, and Connor's not my dad. We're our own people, capable of making our own decisions. Not chocolate and olives. Not even cake and coffee. Just 2 people. 2 people who want to try. Look, I never meant for this to happen, Connor is saying, trying to smooth things over with my brother. You have to believe that. If I had known when I moved back here that I was going to end up falling in love with your sister. You're in love with her? Kyle's voice is incredulous. Thanks a lot, brother. No need to sound so surprised. But then I blink. Wait, you're in love with me? Now I'm the one who sounds surprised. I'm sorry if that's weird for you, he says, directing his comment to Kyle before turning to me. And I'm sorry if it's weird for you, too. This is all your fault, though. My fault? I glare, even though I'm not actually mad at him. It's just that my entire body is still trembling with adrenaline. I can't even look at Kyle. Yes, your fault. You and your whole talk about your feelings thing. Well, now I've got all these feelings, and as much as I've been trying to push them down, I can't. I can't, Lucy. I'm in love with you. You know when you said earlier that you feel like you've been wearing blinders? That's how I felt when I showed up at your apartment that first day. Like I've been wearing blinders my entire life. And suddenly I could see. I could see you. Oh. I open my mouth and then close it again. Really? Really. I love you, Lucy Sweet. Oh. I can't keep the smile off my face now. It bursts wide across my face like the sun coming up over the ocean. I love you too. Ignoring Kyle, Connor crosses over to me where I'm standing. He presses his hands to either side of my face. For a long time, or what feels like a long time, he just looks into my eyes. I see everything written there, every truth I've been trying to ignore, every secret wish I never dared to hope. Connor slowly lowers his lips to mine. I forget about Kyle and about everything. I just kiss him. Well, shit, Kyle says after an unknown number of minutes have passed. I can't help it. I start to laugh against Connor's mouth. I pull away. I didn't know you were in love, my brother says, looking back and forth between Connor and me. His best friend and his sister. I'm sure it's a bit of a shock for him. Yeah, Connor says, somewhat sheepishly. I should have told you earlier. I was just afraid of your surgical skills. I like my balls how they are. So do I almost pipe up, but I'm not sure Kyle's ready for that. Kyle doesn't say anything for a minute, just continues to look back and forth between Connor and I. Finally, his shoulders drop and he sighs. Fine, but I swear if you hurt her, well, let's just say you'll need medical procedures that aren't even invented yet. Understood. Connor nods solemnly. I want to tell Kyle that he doesn't have to worry, though. Connor won't hurt me, I realize in that moment, gazing into his serious green eyes. I don't know exactly what the future holds for us, but I know that he won't hurt me. Know it deep in my bones. The same way I know what the perfect brownie batter looks like. How to know when a cheesecake is baked exactly right. Now, maybe you could just give us a minute, I say to Kyle, rolling my eyes towards the door that leads back into the house. Ugh. Kyle looks somewhat nauseated, but he nods. Fine. He backs out of the room slowly, as if he doesn't quite trust us. I can't say I blame him. I'm about ready to tear Connor's clothes off, and I'm pretty sure my poor brother has zero interest in witnessing that. When he's finally back in the house and has eased the door closed behind him, I turn again to Connor. I love you, I blurt. I just wanted to say it again. I love you too, he says. He steps closer to me. And you might as well get used to hearing that, because I think I'm going to be saying it for a very long time. I think I can handle that. I slip my hands around his waist and pull his body to mine. Then I lose myself in his kiss. For the first time, I don't worry about anything else. Not what anyone else thinks, not what the future holds, not whether I'm making a huge mistake. I just think about Connor and his kiss and how perfect this moment is. Oh, shit. Sorry. Kyle inches back into the room. I forgot Pete had sent me out here to get some more beer. Did I say perfect? Maybe not quite. Kyle creeps slowly past us to the extra fridge, one hand shielding his eyes. Connor and I laugh as he tries to ease the beer out of the fridge without looking. You know, I have a whole empty apartment just a few miles away, Connor says, his voice low in my ear so that Kyle doesn't hear. My heart quickens. I meet his gaze and give him a soft nod. Take me there, please, I tell him. He leads me through the house where we say hasty goodbyes to my family and Pete, promise to see them again in the morning for breakfast. Kyle still looks like he's about ready to lose his stuffing over this whole situation, but I figure he just needs a bit of time. He'll come around eventually. He's a good brother, and I know he thinks the world of Connor. So he'll get there, I hope. And if he doesn't, well, it doesn't matter, I think, looking at Connor's profile as we walk out of the house and towards the Lexus parked in the driveway. My mother's car, he explains, hitting the button to unlock the doors. I'm borrowing it while they're away. Works for me, I say, slipping inside. He could drive me home in a wheelbarrow right now for all I care. Since it's Thanksgiving, the roads into Philadelphia proper are a bit quieter than usual. Connor and I are quiet too. Anticipation builds in my stomach. It's reached a fevered pitch by the time we ride the elevator up to his parents' condo, and Connor unlocks the heavy steel blue door. We don't bother with the lights. Moonlight streams in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and it's enough for what we're about to do. We don't make it to the bedroom either. Connor presses me up against the wall, the same way he did at our apartment that time, pinning me against the plaster with the hardness of his body and the force of his lust. I melt under his hands, under his kiss. He seems to have 1,000 hands right now, or at least way more than 2, because somehow they're skirting over every part of me, leaving a lick of fire in their wake. I moan against his mouth, unable to help myself. The first time is fast, furious. Connor uses one of his multiple hands to undo my jeans, to push them down over my hips so that I can step out of them, to free his thick cock from his own jeans, to spread my legs, run his fingers over my seam. Then he grabs one of my thighs and hitches it up over his hip. At this angle, his cock is rubbing against me, making my breath hitch and my pulse race. Condoms, he pants. I bite my lip and shake my head. I don't think we need them, do you? He presses his lips to my neck. I would never do anything to hurt you, including putting you at risk. After what happened with my ex, I got everything thoroughly checked out. I stroke a finger over his cheek. Even though I hate thinking about his ex, not to mention what she did to him, his concern for me is sweet. It makes me wonder again how it took me so long to see it, that this man is one of the good ones. I want to feel you inside me, I pant. Please, Connor. I push my hips against him, feeling his cock twitch. I love that I can make him respond like this. I love everything about him. When Connor slides inside me, his bare cock tickling every inner inch of me, I almost lose my mind. Maybe I do lose my mind. His arms are braced against the wall on either side of me, and he thrusts into me again and again, until both of us are falling over, legs and muscles giving way to ecstasy. The next time, we make it all the way to the plush living room carpet. He fucks me there on the floor in the glow of the Philadelphia moonlight. We go slightly slower this time, but it still feels frantic, desperate. We feel insatiable. The third time, we make it to his bedroom. Within the confines of those creamy beige walls, Connor Pratt makes love to me like he never wants to let me go. Hours go by, it seems like. Hours where we do nothing but hold each other and please each other and love each other. Later, when we're finally exhausted and spent, I lie there nestled in Connor's arms and see that the sun is coming up. The sky lights up slowly, turning the room from beige to rosy pink. I turn from the window so that I'm facing Connor. So, I ask, who do you think really won the bet? You did, he says without hesitation. You really think my way of getting over breakups is better? The baking and the rom-coms worked? He grins. There's an almost bashful quality to it. Well, I don't know about that. I'm still pretty fond of my method. Whiskey and porn has its place, you know. But you won because I moved on first. You did? How do you know? I'm tracing distracted patterns into his chest, running my fingers over the muscles. He kisses my forehead. Because I moved on the first day I walked into your apartment. The day I saw you standing there, wringing your hands on that apron. You were so perfect, Lucy. So perfect and sweet. I knew then that everything that came before, the other women, the breakups, none of it compared to you. You were it for me. It just took me a little while to realize how true that was. Oh. I've stopped tracing the patterns in his chest and instead just keep my finger pointed against the thick pad of muscle. So, what you're saying is, I won. I'm saying you won, yeah. But maybe I won too. Maybe you did, I muse. I lean in for another kiss, one I already know, judging by the swelling I can feel pressing against my stomach, will set off another round of lovemaking. Maybe we both win. Connor kisses me and pulls me on top of him, and when I look down into his deep green eyes, I know it to be the truth. We're both winners here, at the only game worth playing. Love. Chapter 25. Epilogue. I love you, you know that? I bat my lashes. I have no idea what I'd do without you. Well, you'd probably be stuck lugging home all these party supplies by yourself, for one thing. Tess grins back at me. Exactly. Remind me again why Connor couldn't help you? Tess and I are walking through Manhattan, picking up the last of the supplies for a party Connor and I are throwing at Veneer tonight. A party to celebrate his new job and the next big step in my own career, which happened to be the same thing. I can't wait to show everyone what we created. Except we still have roughly 1 million things to get done before tonight. He's at the bar now. He had to meet with the video equipment rental people to make sure everything got set up properly. I can't wait to see what you guys have cooked up. You've been working so hard. We have. And we haven't told anyone exactly what we've been up to yet. We wanted to wait until it was completely finished before we showed it off. Then, when it was actually done, we decided we were so proud of it that we'd have a little launch party for all our friends and family. My mom and Pete are driving in from Philly, and Connor's parents will be there too, along with Kyle and the rest of our friends. Even my old roommate Blake is coming in from Connecticut with her husband Logan and their son Leo. Even though I'm insanely proud of the work we put in, I'm also insanely nervous about finally showing it off to everyone. I'm lost in that train of thought, hurrying through Times Square, when I realize Tess is no longer walking beside me. I stop and turn around and find her frozen to the spot. Her face has gone pale, all the blood drained out of it, and her eyes look dazed. What's wrong? I hurry back to where she's standing. Remember I told you about that guy? The one from the elevator in my building? Mr. iFuck? Oh, yeah. How could I forget? I laugh, but there's no trace of amusement on Tess's face. Well, she says with a very loud swallow, that's him. Where? I whip my head around wildly. I can't wait to catch a glimpse of the man who's got Tess so flustered. I try to follow her gaze, but she isn't looking into the crowd in busy Times Square. She's looking up, way up. She points, and I crane my neck. There, 30 feet tall and in high-definition glory. Noah Goodwin? I spit. The Noah Goodwin? I stare up at the billboard again. Noah Goodwin is Mr. iFuck? I didn't know that's who he was, she wails. Wait, how do you know who he is? Only because he's all over Instagram. And now apparently all over Times Square. Noah Goodwin is, or was, an up-and-coming model. I guess his career must have really taken off because right now he's sprawled across Broadway Avenue larger than life. In his underwear, sporting, literally, the hugest bulge I've ever seen in my life. I'm never going to be able to look at him again, Tess says, shaking her head slowly. Just look at him. Look at him. I look. Oh, I look all right. Can you blame me? The guy is an underwear model. Don't get me wrong, he's got nothing on Connor. Even underwear models do nothing for me compared to my own man. But there's no denying that God did give Noah Goodwin quite a few favors in the looks department. And the bulge department, for that matter. I link my arm through Tess's. I think this is great. You're getting eye-fucked by one of the most desirable men on the planet. I pause, grinning. Wait till Sam finds out. Tess blanches. Oh, God, don't tell her. I'll never hear the end of it. We'll see. I shrug. But you know Sam, she has a way of finding these things out. Now, let's go. I've got one more stop to make, and then we can drop all this stuff off at the bar. After we deliver everything to Veneer, Tess heads to the dog rescue where she works to check on the dogs, and probably stew about her eye-fucking revelation, while I go back to my Brooklyn walk-up to change. Connor and I still live here, but it won't be our apartment for much longer. Connor bought a place on Fifth Avenue not too far from Kyle's, and we're moving in there together. I never could have afforded anything like that, probably not ever in my lifetime, but I couldn't disagree with Connor that it was a beautiful spot. High ceilings and enormous sun-soaked windows, perfect for my photography. I don't exactly like depending on Connor to take care of all our housing expenses, even though he insists he likes doing it. It hadn't really dawned on me how much money he had, even after he told me he sold his app before leaving California. But later, he told me just how much he sold it for. The number was mind-blowing. Paying cash for his new apartment was barely a drop in the bucket. No wonder he never worried about rent money. Still, I'm hoping that our new project will bring in some income so that I can feel like I'm making a contribution. I have a good feeling about it. We've been working so hard on this thing, and the last 6 months have been like a dream. Living with Connor and working with him and falling asleep in his arms at night. It's literally been everything I could have ever dreamed. We work well together, it turns out. And even when we disagree about something, we still find a way to work through it, and usually even laugh about it. And if we aren't laughing, one of us just puts on a frilly pink apron and does a little dance, and then we're pretty much guaranteed to start laughing. Well, it's usually me, but he does a pretty good apron shimmy too. For tonight's party, I put on a sexy red dress, one I know is going to make Connor's eyes bug out. But because I'm still me, I also put on underwear with cartoon vegetables on them. "Let us turn up the beat," they read. All the vegetables are smiling because, of course, they are. Veneer is already starting to fill up when I arrive. I make my way through the crowd to find Connor, who's setting things up in the tiny audiovisual booth. "Damn, sweet," he says, stopping everything when he sees me and letting out a low whistle. "You look amazing." He kisses me. After what is probably an inappropriately long time, I pull back. "Wait till you see what I have on underneath," I say coyly. "Oh yeah?" Connor looks intrigued while I bite back a smile. "Oh yeah." I look around the bar again. There are a lot more people here than I expected. "You've got fans." "So do you." "Not as many as you. This is all you, babe." My stomach flips in excitement as I survey the crowd. There are a lot of people I recognize. Friends, family, bloggers, and Instagrammers I've met or corresponded with. And lots of people I only sort of recognize from the food blogging community. Somehow, when I wasn't paying attention, my blog had exploded in popularity. "Lucy!" At the sound of my name, I spin around and see my old roommate, Blake. She looks wonderful, her blonde hair piled high on her head, her 8-month-old son Leo strapped to her chest in one of those baby-wearing devices. "Blake!" I wrap her in a huge hug, avoiding Leo at first, and then leaning over to plant a kiss on his head. "How are you?" "Great. Busy, but great. My parents have decided to retire, so I'm taking over the shop." "That's amazing." Blake's parents have owned a flower shop in Connecticut for years, and she's worked there with them for almost as long as she's been old enough to. "Is Logan here?" "He's over talking to Tyler and Wes. Rory and Emma are here too." "Oh, wow. Tell them I'll be over to say hi as soon as I can." "For sure." I squeeze her hand as she disappears back into the crowd, and then turn back to Connor. He's tapping something into a laptop, then he stands back. "What do you think? Should we get started?" I take a deep breath. Now or never. "Hey." He runs his thumb over my jaw and then my lip, something he knows has the power to destroy me every single time. "It's going to be amazing. You're amazing." "We're amazing," I amend. That too. One more kiss, and then Connor drags me up onto the makeshift stage. Thankfully, the lights are so bright that I can't make out most of the audience. If I think too hard, I'm going to get nervous. So I just try to focus on the wonderful man standing next to me. My friend, my lover, my partner. When I left Silicon Valley, I didn't quite know what I was going to do with myself. Connor is saying as the crowd stops chattering and turns instead toward us. I knew I wanted a project that would be fulfilling, but I had no idea what that would look like. Little did I know, I was about to fall in love with New York's very finest baking blogger. He nods to me and I smile. And meanwhile, I was wondering how I could grow my blog. What's the next step? I found myself wondering. How can I make this bigger? Little did I know, I was about to fall in love with one of Silicon Valley's greatest app developers. The crowd chuckles, and Connor squeezes my hand. When he nods at me, I hit the button on the wireless remote, triggering the presentation to start on the screens behind us. It all started with a cookie, begins the narration. In the weeks after Connor and I had returned from Philadelphia, I'd found myself obsessed with the idea of chocolate and olives. Why had I assumed that they couldn't go together, I wondered. Chocolate is sweet and olives are salty, and everyone knows the salty-sweet combo can be amazing when done right. That's when the experimentation had begun in earnest. And to my surprise, I'd hit the jackpot with a double chocolate cookie recipe that incorporated finely chopped pieces of cured black olives. It was like having salty peanuts in your cookie, but without the texture issue. It was actually brilliant. That night, stuffed to the brim on salty, sweet cookies, Connor and I had fallen into bed. Post-sex, we'd started talking about what other strange ingredient combinations might work, which had led to us scouring the web for new ideas. I'm not even sure now which one of us suggested it first. An app where you could type in random and weird ingredients and find recipe and meal ideas. But the more we talked about it, the more we realized the potential it had. Connor got to work on building the thing while I started curating the recipes and cataloging the ingredients. Now we stand there in front of the rapt audience, watching the demo we'd pre-recorded. Connor squeezes my hand, and when the logo finally rolls up on the screen, I can't resist an elated smile. We called the app Chocolate and Olives, of course. The logo an illustration of a chocolate chip dancing next to a black olive. They're both smiling because, of course, they are. When it's over, the crowd applauds enthusiastically, and then, in an even more telling gesture, start whipping out their phones to download the app. That's when I feel like I can finally relax. Connor and I make our way around the room, chatting with friends and people from the industry. Hours seem to go by in a blur. Eventually, Connor ends up parked on a bar stool next to Kyle, who came around to the whole best friend banging his sister thing surprisingly quickly, and I make my way over to Tess, Sam, Olivia, and Kennedy. Most of the bar has emptied out by that point. "Congratulations, sweetie," they exclaim, wrapping me in hugs. We talk happily for a few minutes. "I hear that Tess has been eye-fucking Noah Goodwin," Sam announces. Tess cringes in embarrassment. "I didn't say anything, I swear," I assure her. "I know, she got it out of me." She hangs her head in shame while Sam cackles. "What am I going to do?" I think you're going to fuck an underwear model," Sam says, as if this is the most logical thing in the world. "Yeah, right." "Help me here," Sam says to the rest of us. We all pretend to suddenly be interested in our phones or the time or the location of the nearest exit. Sam sighs. "Remind me again why I'm friends with you guys." "Well, for me, it's the baked goods," I offer. "I don't know about the rest of these guys, though." We all laugh, and eventually, after another round of hugs, I excuse myself to go find Connor. He's back in the AV area, slowly dismantling all the equipment he'd spent the afternoon setting up. "I think that went pretty well," I say, nuzzling against him. It went great. You were amazing. He turns away from the equipment and wraps me into his arms. And we've already had tons of downloads. A lot more than I expected, actually. I didn't know it, but there were some news outlets out there tonight, and they've already started tweeting about it. That's great. Another ripple of excitement and satisfaction runs through me. But a second later, I have to stifle a yawn. Do you think we'll be able to go home soon? I'm exhausted. For sure. Just give me another 20 minutes to get the stuff packed up and locked away. He runs his thumb over my jaw, his green eyes burning. But I hope you're not too tired. We still have our own celebrating to do. Suddenly, I'm wide awake. I lean against him, the heat from his body almost overwhelming in the tiny video booth. I feel a second wind coming on. Good. He snakes one hand around my waist and pulls me to him. Because I'm still thinking about what you might have on underneath that dress. I snicker. Oh, you're going to love it. Let me guess. I'm betting it features some kind of cartoon food. A grin splits my face. A bet, you say? He looks wicked. Bets have become kind of our thing. A bet. If I'm right, I get to do anything I want to you tonight.